change your side. Someday, at my day, I will change my life. People, it doesn't matter where you go, don't stop for me. People, this is the place where I follow. I'm here, okay. Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive. But I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. How are you today? I'm okay, that's great. Sometimes I wish I saw you there. Sometimes I really do not care. Now I'm 4 stars from your shed house and the raindrops from the sky. I promise I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. I'm gonna make time. 'Cause I can't really make it right now. Don't know when I'll next arrive, but I promise I'm gonna make time.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lanta.
They have fought for pride, for prestige,
A blade for Jay Wu, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
and for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick. Zera does it again.
New stars will rise, and champions
Oh, Copper. He looks so good on this Winston right now.
will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Hello and welcome to OWCS Stage 2, Week 5. Day 2 starts right now. And on the mics for all the action is
What?
Butter Boys. I don't know.
Why are you slowing down, Zoe?
Boys.
Why didn't you say
I
it?
wasn't sure if I want to commit to the big grand Butterboy intro, and then I kind of halfway went there. Also, y'all, we did not coordinate this. We all rocked up to rehearsals.
The
I
Burgundy
was just
Bros.
so alive.
The cams come on and we're just, you know what? It was meant to be.
Cams came
Zoe.
on, we're all like just surprised. Yeah. But that's how aligned we are in all things. But yeah, the EMEA Greasiest duo Butter Boys is back in town. I'm very excited for this one. Matt, how was your holiday? Your 1 day vacation?
Very good, very good. I did a lot yesterday on my holiday.
What did you do?
I actually didn't do anything, to be honest with you. I just kind of.
I know what you did. He was
Yeah.
sitting at home watching the games, and he made
I
sure
did
that
watch-
his Battle.net account is connected
I
to his
did.
Twitch account because he wanted to get his greasy, tiny, teeny little hands on these drops.
I did also hear a rumor yesterday that Jake made a joke and then asked the chat to laugh. So I mean,
not
that
a
is
rumor.
it worked, bro. It worked, all right. The chat loved
They
it.
went,
They
ha,
all
ha.
typed ha ha ha. They found it very funny. You can't be doing that. I mean, look, you gotta kill your
Found
account to
it
get
very
these drops.
funny, all right? Isn't that
it was
right,
an all right
chat?
joke.
Isn't that right?
Yes, you
Ain't
can't
that
do
right?
that.
Wasn't that funny?
Because you could tell the chat anything and they'd be like, yeah, sure. Like, why not? You
Let's
could tell the
just
chat
gobble it
that
up
Frosttails
because
is going to win
Jake's
today
a-
and they'd vote for Frosttails. I mean,
He's a
Great
true
power.
influencer.
With great power comes great responsibility, Matt.
true.
Which, of
That's
course,
right.
I'm
And
known
if you
for my great
wanna-
responsibility.
And if you want to continue to watch this responsible guy calling all the action, then you can do so because stage 2 is not over yet. We still have 1.5 week of regular season. And then we're heading into the playoffs, followed by the last chance qualifiers, which are going to be so effing hype.
Whoa.
And afterwards, we have the mid-season championship. That's right. I nearly swore. That's how hyped it is.
Me and Jake were there in Riyadh last year. That was an awesome event. You just get teams from like all over the globe that we typically don't see, right? With like regions you don't see. So excited to see just more representation from all over the globe in Riyadh.
That's right. So grab your tickets right now for not just Riyadh. You can also already plan ahead for later in the year and grab your tickets for the World Finals, which will take place once again at DreamHack in Stockholm in Sweden. So pack your Crocs up, boys. We're heading back to Wintertown. Isn't that right, Matt?
You know, mine are already packed. What about you, Jake? Mine are already packed.
I'm ready to
go.
rock, baby. I'm just chomping at the bit to get out there, see some of the world's best Overwatch teams going head to head, blow for blow. I mean, last year we had a good time, man. Like, I'm looking forward to it this year.
Yeah, so still 2 more offline events to go, and of course a whole stage in between those 2 as well. So plenty of Overwatch action still to come this very year. Lots to be excited about. And one thing I'm personally very excited about is our first segment. As we're waiting for our 2 teams to get ready, let's entertain the masses with a little game of our own, friends. Shall we? Let's raise the hype levels, the cholesterol levels, and play a little game called, hold on, have to look into the DM that producer Eric sent me because we didn't want the boys to know.
Yeah.
Butter believe it.
I can't believe
No.
it's not Butter Boys. So
We're eating that
basically-
right out the tub.
Oh,
yeah,
that's
spoonfuls.
a lot, man.
Not even spoons. We're just like, we're dipping our hands in it.
Just
Actually,
two
my
fingers,
daughter
two
recently-
fingers. Just give me a little scoop.
My daughter is going for it. She literally eats
Yeah.
butter raw. She like asks me if she can have a piece of butter.
Just a little hit of butter in the morning.
Just a little something to wake me
that's-
up, you know, a little blast.
Whatever it takes
Shock
to
to
get
the
you
system.
going. We're basically going to show different tweets, and we have to guess whether they are from either of our Butter Boys or from someone else in the
Oh,
Overwatch
my
community.
tweets are easy.
And they went back. they went back in time.
Okay.
They were digging at some goldies, some real greasy goodness. Let's show
Jake looks
first.
worried.
Infected's internet went on Hanzo mode.
Wait, so is this?
Honestly, that could be from either of you.
Yeah. I'm. God, I.
Wait, do I have to
like-
guess? Is that what I just heard from production?
Oh.
Wait, no, only I have to.
I see. So Zoe's
Wait,
trying to
wait.
guess which one of us. I see.
Wait, I thought they're playing.
Yeah,
So
that's
I'm
right,
playing?
Zoe. Let's see what you got.
Oh, no.
How well do you know the Butter Boys?
I like
How
the
well do I know the
liked the
Butter Boys?
Hanzo mode thing for a bit, but I
On
don't know
Hanzo
if
Infected's internet. This is a Matt tweet. June 2021. He's been
Yeah,
around.
that-
since
that was-
Buffy.
that's a- I mean,
I was thinking it could have been
Yeah.
mine. I was thinking it could have been mine. Like, it's a good
Honestly,
thing
I
wasn't
could have
playing.
seen from both of you. Yeah. All right, next one. Hit me.
Nah,
These
this-
raccoons are
that's
definitely crazy.
That's a Jake one. I mean,
No, that's to like none of you. Nah, that's like probably our own Overwatch Esports Twitter. That's not the Butter Boys.
nah, this is. Yeah.
Wow.
That
So he caught the curveball. Well done,
I mean, that's
Zoe.
Right.
Danny Lim going to ChatGPT and just asking.
Do you want a spicier take?
Make it spicier.
Yeah, make it spicier. Different tone. Growing up is realizing that you can
this is-
end on a loss. That's a Jake tweet.
Yeah.
No, actually, it's not. That's probably also a.
I think
no,
I actually
it's-
know
No,
who-
that's a Jake. That's a Jake tweet.
Can I go? Oh, I knew it was Dante. I remember this tweet. I remember this tweet from Dante.
But he's still a baby.
This is a
When did
banger
he
tweet.
grow
This is
up?
a banger tweet, actually. Like,
That is a good tweet.
This is
From
very real.
2023. He was literally 10 years old in 2023. What are you
That's
saying?
wild.
All right, next one. Just slept 12 hours and I'm born anew. Nah, that's not you guys. Matt sleeps all the time, so that's not big news. Born anew sounds like bad English. That's not a syntax that Jake would make. Like, I don't know. Like, that's just... Jake is more... Yeah. Is it actually Jake?
It's me.
Jake.
Wow.
That...
And I want to tell
And
you,
you
born
knew-
anew
did
is
you
correct
know?
English, so you can look
Is
it
it?
up.
But there should be a comma
It's an
here. Just like
uncommon
12 hours,
usage.
comma, and I am born anew.
No, that comment would be unnecessary.
I feel...
Comma would
no,
be
I feel like
unnecessary.
That
Yeah,
comma
no, this
needs to
definitely,
go
I
there.
knew it wasn't me seeing that it was made at 10:30 in the morning because there's no way I would be able to go to sleep that early on the front side.
Okay, am I doing bad or good? I don't know. Okay, today I'm thankful for no...
I mean, this definitely could be me. I mean,
This goes so crazy.
Such a good tweet. Ah.
Oh my god.
this is definitely something I would
They're
have
thankful
posted
for-
probably.
November, so that's a Thanksgiving thing. Jake is too wholesome. He would never. Matt is too... No, you're too...
It's not written in my style, I feel like.
No, that's not your style. No, that's not my Butter Boys. That's someone else.
This tweet is aura,
Queen.
actually. I love this tweet.
That tweet is
amazing.
good. That tweet is good. But Matt is too corporate and Jake is just too sweet to write something like that. They will think it, they will say it, but they would never memorialize it in a tweet.
I wouldn't tweet something like this, I don't think.
No, you're a corporate suit. Corporate
Corporateness.
corporate suit. Oh, okay. My intuition tells me that Twitter's downfall has been greatly overstated. Matt doesn't know what overstated is.
Oh my god. That's aggressive.
And he would never use the word intuition.
When I open up Twitter and I think about making a tweet, I like turn my brain into like an 8-year-old's brain, and then I just start typing.
I love that. I think this is Jake.
I think this is me too, yeah.
Yeah, that's a Jake.
Still addicted, guys, after all these years. Still addicted to
still
Twitter.
hooked.
So, you know what?
Living rent free. This is all. Is this the last one?
This is me.
It's Jake. I mean, that's probably Matt. That's actually probably Matt.
The all caps. the all
Give
caps.
it away.
The thing that also gives it away is the 8-year-old spelling of your, just you why you are.
That's how I spell it. Thank you very much. Did I win the game? I feel like I won the game.
I feel like I give you a dub. That's like a solid Butterboy, a solid tier 1 S tier Butterboy.
At the very least, I'm a butter ally.
Yeah, 100% organic.
Even if I'm not one of the boys. Definitely organic, pasture raised, like cultured butter.
Grass-fed
That's what we bring.
A little salt, lightly salted.
Lightly salted. Okay. Right. Not sure how to transition out of that one. But yeah, stay hydrated, kids. And also take a look at those standings. I love standings. Do you guys like standings?
Let's see who's on top, baby. We all know it's all Katsuya.
Oh,
Look at that.
It's all Katsuya.
They're so good.
They're literally, they cannot be caught, which is extra hype, obviously, since we are headed to EWC. Of course, they still have to play through the playoffs, but I'm pretty convinced that they are not going to have, the hardest of times. So they will be able to play in front of a home crowd, which is awesome.
I mean, what?
You love to see that.
They dropped 2 maps to TM and then 1 to the Ultimates, right? And I mean, they've been lights out from there. Twisted Minds also, though, like obviously sitting at 4-1 in second, they aren't like as far behind, I think, as people would maybe think from this Alcatia team. Like they only have 5 map losses this stage, and 3 of them to Alcatia, right? So they're putting together a pretty dominant stage themselves.
Yeah, and that really was just like very early in the stage as well. So they've been looking pretty darn dominant right after that. Now let's take a look at today's schedule to see which teams are going at it here in our EMEA region. Yesterday, we of course had 3 matches. Today, we're going to have 2 matches for EMEA. Starting things off with the very bottom of the standings, we have Frosttails going up against the Ultimates, who have been starting to ramp things up. Afterwards, we do have 1DV100G going up against Twisted Minds, and that wraps up our EMEA day for week 5. Second to last week, the penultimate week of regular season play. So of course, teams want to end on a high note. Let's talk about the 2 teams that go at it. First, Frosttails going up against the Ultimates. Let's start with Frosttails. Yes, they might be at the bottom of the standings right now. And usually my go-to here will be like, yeah, but they pushed back. You know, they pushed Quick Esports to map 5 in week 3. Now, however, with all we know, it might just be that it was actually just Quick Esports pushing themselves to map 5, because that's the thing they want to do. But one thing I do want to chat about here is Kyo. Kyo has been looking really, really solid when he got to play the Cassidy, and we have seen more Cassidy play as of late.
Yeah, I mean, that would be one potential highlight for this team, but they've had a rough go here, Zoe. I mean, no, they get those 2 maps against the artist formerly known as Quick Esports, and since then they've just been getting goose-egged by everybody. So pretty rough go. Some of those games have been close, like they haven't just kind of like shown up and got stomped, but still like not being able to pull together any other map wins. It's a pretty brutal scenario.
Yeah, and with their current standing score, of course, they will be finding themselves at the very end of the regular season in the promotion and relegation situation where they have to fight their way out of. So naturally, they do want to end the regular season on a high note and get some map victories and get those reps in as well. They do go up against the Ultimates, a team that obviously, we know those players so very well, and the expectations are very high. Initially, they couldn't quite string it together, right? Like, we had some questions on the direction of this team, but I feel like, especially last week, they seem to be on the same page. Heesung played really well on that Orisa, so they showed us that they're not just a dive team, they also can play the EMEA standard.
You know, I think this is a team that is always going to be scary for even some of the top dogs to go up against, because you just think like if they can pull things together, they could become a problem even for some of the top rated teams. Like on a death matching level, we know these players can hang. We know they're not worried about, you know, the any kind of pressure that could be on them in some of these key matches. So with their experience, I feel like they're always a team you want to worry about. And for the Ultimates, I feel like this is a time to drop a statement win, right, over Frostals. I think if Frostals make this competitive, it's wind in their sails for promotion relegation. But you know, if they could win, I mean, that'd be incredible. But still, the Ultimates, I think they want to just shut this one down hard and fast.
Anything outside of an Ultimates 3-0 here is pretty bad. You know, obviously they have some issues with the roster at times, right? Being able to kind of like be easily banned out. But I think though they've taken baby steps throughout this stage to kind of like mitigate that, right? They knew that this was going to be an adjustment bringing in Heesung, and so I think they're trending upwards. It's just, can they kind of get to a point, the Ultimates, where they can contend for the top spots?
Yeah, I mean, last week it was a dominant showing against Peps, and then they showed us a few different looks, even threw in a sneaky Moira, which, quite frankly, actually, like, diffed Peps. Like, they really struggled going up against that. So they were able to play with less than ideal dive comps and other comps as well, and still look very, very dominant. And that's what we hope to see again from them today. Let's see if it can be done. So please, Jake and Matt, take it away.
Thank you. So we will be jumping right into the action. But first, of course, the map picks. An opening pick of Busan for the Ultimates makes a ton of sense to me. I mean, they're such a strong death matching team. It's a very DPS heavy map with a lot of open sight lines for somebody like Kai to play a little bit more with that long range. Banning out Kevster's Genji also makes sense from Frostales, but Kevster, using your bans on Kevster is a dangerous game. I mean, you're just not getting a lot of mileage getting this guy on his second, third, fifth, 10th best hero.
And potentially one of those bans would have been used. We've seen a lot of teams use bans to like target Twilight, right?
Yeah.
In that role. So the Ultimates, they ban a support off the rip. I think that's probably to protect like, you know, an Ana or something that Twilight is more comfortable playing. And then Busan is a great map if you want to play like Winston Ball type setups, or, you know, even Diva if you want to play quite aggressive. So I think pretty good strategy here from the Ultimates early on. But Jake, I think for me, that's been the issue with them throughout the stage, is that you kind of have a really good idea what Heesung wants to do, you have a good idea what Twilight wants to do, and at times their hero pools have looked limited, and if you can ban out some of those heroes, you know, it's a much easier path to give it some wins.
Yeah, let's check out the community preds, see what folks think about this matchup. How much of a chance they give in Frostales? 7%.
I mean, that's
pretty brutal. That's pretty brutal. But like, let's be honest. This is a very steep hill to climb for Frostales. They're in a spot where they are kind of fighting for pride, right? I mean, I think theoretically, if they like 3-0 the Ultimates and Twisted Minds, maybe they can get out of promotion relegation. It's not very realistic, the path out. They really very likely going to find themselves in that promotion relegation spot. And so, yeah, understandable. A team like the Ultimates that has been, I mean, in fairness, their last couple matches weren't the toughest opponents, but they dropped 3-0s on people. Twilight was playing a lot of Brig. I had the exact same thought as you. Like, okay, Twilight being predictable, being like spamming Ana makes this team a lot weaker, because you ban out Ana on the best maps, you ban out Winston for the synergy. It makes it a lot more difficult for Twilight to succeed. But if he can look good on the Brig, it's a game changer.
Yeah, they don't need to come in and play like 30 of the 30 different characters, right? They just need to have him find, you know, one or two others that he looks good on, and that would scare teams enough away from like banning some of them, right? Because they know that, okay, if we get rid of the Ana, we're kind of wasting it, because they'll just play Juno Brig, and they're actually pretty good at that setup. It's just a lot of the times they've been trying to run him on the Ana, and that's where I think like frustrations have kind of come in. But yeah, you mentioned, you know, they've actually done, you know, him on Brig the last few games or the last few maps, and it's actually looked pretty decent.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be enough to help move the needle for them moving deeper. But of course, if you guys want to move the needle, you guys want to get into the action, we also have a current Junkrat's loot box hunt available now. Hop on the game, earn some loot boxes, stack it up. I'll be out here on the server. I'll be out here spawn camping, keeping people away from their loot boxes. I'm gonna spend all day grinding this challenge. It's just to deny all challengers.
Yeah, they're trying to spark interest in Junkrat.
Who better than me to do the CTA?
Right, yeah, just getting people back into playing some Junkrat, you know, putting people in the torture chamber, you know, locking them down with the traps is we see what they are going to be potentially running off the break. So I think a lot of changes, you know, for these teams, probably more on the side of the Ultimates. Frosttails, though, you can play this Diva with the Sim if you want. We've seen teams go for that. The Sim probably just the TP out of the spawn, and then maybe I'm curious, do you keep this Moira? I don't know if you keep the
Moira sounds crazy, but I like getting a little crazy if your Frosttails hits real. They're going out with it.
And they're gonna keep. Okay, no, they're gonna.
Twilight and Sky are pretty vulnerable to this level of aggression.
Yeah.
Maybe Moira can actually get something done here. Cassidy, though, might have a lot of trouble. Ultimate's running a ton of poke.
Yeah, as you're playing the Illari with the Baptiste, right? Just a ton of extra damage added for the rest of the team, and then, you know, if Heesung plays a little bit on an island, that immortality field's so clutch to keep him active.
And for now, both teams content to just trade it out. The Ultimates don't want to force anything. Twilight takes a bit of damage, but Heesung holding the front line, forced to fortify. Big headshots from Keo, and the follow-up is there. Heesung drops just a little bit, split away from the supports. We were worried about the Ultimates being on the same page, and right now it's Frosttails punishing them for a little bit of a disconnected play. The Ultimates are staying alive, but no front line. I don't think they can really fight this one out. They're behind enemy lines right here, right?
Yeah, this they're going deeper and deeper into enemy territory.
I'm not so sure about this one.
I was saying, like, okay, you know, you could use that immortality field to keep Heesung alive. You know, there's one thing of like playing far away from.
Oh my God!
He takes out.
How does he kill Pag?
Playing far away from your teammates, but literally playing on the opposite side of the map. And Jake, somehow in all of this, Ultimates ends up flipping the point back in their favor.
Yeah, they stalled for quite a while. Heesung's going to be over to the Diva, coming back pretty quick into this. See if Twilight wants to make a swap over, wants to get value out of the Ultimate. Retaking out of these chokes pretty hard. We'd love to see a Brig come out, but he's going to still commit to the Illari. And Frosttails coming on Coalescence. This could be a strong fight.
Yeah, it does feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity, as that's going to be the immortality field, because Frosttails could easily have another 12-15% on the point. This is going to be a captive Sun that is quite aggressive there from Twilight.
Yeah, high noon there for the tankiness for Keo. Zones away the back line, but Kai finds Magin in the chaos, and opportunity here for Ultimates to make the retake. Twilight comes out on the Brig, looks to bring this one back. He's out very deep, doesn't quite have the self-destruct online. 99% needs to get this online before he gets teambacked and just slips away in the nick of time. Kevster, in the meantime, sends Pac to an early grave, and the Ultimates in a pretty strong position here. The Kyrie ult zoning them away for the moment, but they're out onto the high ground, and Heesung ready to pounce there. Keo in a very awkward spot here under the fight, and Kevster on the cap looking for a pulse, goes a little bit wide. Diva back on points. This is turning into a real brawl fight, and maybe Frosttails able to get something done, but no. 2 kills come in. The Ultimates beginning of the cleanup for them. A lot of capture progress did come through, though, for Frosttails. Yeah. They definitely have a road back into this round.
Yeah, it's just that one random flip, right? I mean, you'd be sitting at like last fight territory here, potentially for Frosttails. So they do give up a little bit there, but now they can come back here, potentially end up flipping it here. Is Twilight now over to the break? This is what we were talking about a little bit in the pregame, where he's actually looked quite good at playing this Brig, so it gives them a little bit of a different look.
And Moira maybe looking to get a little bit active on the flank, a little too active it seems. Twilight claps that one down. Moira not known for her prowess flanking players at this level of the game. Twilight gonna be holding down the choke, and yeah, the Ultimate's looking very comfy. I mean, Baptiste so effective against this comp, so hard to punish this Brig backline, and Frosttails, they've got to get aggressive. Without Moira getting pickups in the backline, she's just not going to be able to keep up in the pure damage trade.
Yeah, you're also a little bit worried for Frosttails trying to like barrel through that choke when they have the Bap and the Brig there sitting on it. It'll be a dead eye here, trying to just open up some of the map here. Nice shots there from Keo on the Kevster, and they get Kai, so this is a massive pickoff.
Trades coming in, and one support down. Twilight has to rally this one out with Heesung. And Q swinging that super wide on the Cassidy, creating so much space for the rest of the team to walk in. The Ultimates weren't ready for that solo play, and it ends up getting some value. Heesung, though, picks up Keo on the exit, and that's going to give a little bit of a tempo play to the Ultimates. They should be able to swing out a little bit early. Without Cassidy, there's a lot of damage lacking on this Frosttails defense.
Yeah, as I know, it's going to be an immortality kill. He desperately needed to keep himself up. You have a few Ultimates to work with here for TU, but it's going to be the Coalescence here to straight down that choke. Just trying to make it difficult for them to work their way out.
Kevster in great position, grabbing some overtime procs. Heesung steps in for another. Maybe one more here can come in from Kevster, but the backline's dying. Frosttails keeping the focus where it needs to be in the main fight. Big catch, though, onto the Moira. And Twilight, the last support alive, needs to stay up a little bit longer, putting out every little drop of heals that he can. Kio's up here on the high ground, just dumping damage in, and Heesung doesn't have much HP, has to drop the self-destruct on the point. Kai trades it out before falling. This is turning into a real scrap by Twilight, getting chased down by Majin, just overwhelming, and Frosttail's starting to get purchased. This could be the round for them. Ketster, low on resources, trying to escape, trying to grab anything he can. Maybe he needs to throw a pulse bomb out, but it's too little too late. Pack gets the cleanup. Pack falls off the map. I mean, hold on. And the ultimate's still being cleaned up, though. I mean, Diva's so healthy, Moira on the point. It still looks too difficult for them, and that's a big round for Frosttails.
This is what dude, this is obviously we were talking about Frosttails being pretty competitive in some of these, right? I know games that they've had. This is not a great start for TU though, right? Like the Moira on the opposite side, and no, they're still able to get a win here for Frosttails, playing a comp that you wouldn't say is like a preferred or kind of like standard composition. So
this is a comfort comp, man. The Moira Kiri, Moira Kiri's not like, if you're gonna run Moira, I kind of do think the Moira Kiri is one of the best strats. But like Kio's going for some crazy plays on Cassidy. You know, he's like swinging out wide and making a solo move, and like he might die for that play, but he's getting enough done for the death that it's creating opportunities that the team is capitalizing on. And the group of four, Tracer, Diva, Kiri, Moira, that's kind of a terrifying group. Like, that's a really scary fight to take. Heesung's going to go over to the Winston. Lack of boops on this comp could allow him to get a lot done here. And I think that the Juno Brave is also strong. He's going to dive straight in. Kepster's already bursted down, though. There's not going to be quite enough damage to really get kills into this fight. Heesung's just going to go all in, do what he can with the supports coming in for the trade. But that's a big kill onto Kepster. Keo really defends the team immaculately there.
I mean, this is a composition, right, that for the ultimates you would say like, okay, you just put in like an Ana, and this is kind of their comfort pick per se. But I mean, dude, this is a pretty good comp for Frosttails to play into, right? For Frosttails, like, you have that Diva to go against that Winston. They seem to be doing a pretty good job. I think one of the things we were concerned about was like, how do you keep this backline up? But the backline of this Kiri Moira has not been punished at all, Jake.
Trading 2 for 2, double support need to fall here. Heesung finds one, Gogo trying to hide away for the moment. Imagine is still healthy on this Diva, could try to fight it out, but Winston, Tracer playing off these Winston bubbles, it's going to be a bit of a problem. Holding the point, not going to be so easy here. Diva, for the moment, does it, getting a bit of Moira heals. Kepster immediately targeting that Moira, forcing out the fade. But Tracer is back, and Frosttails have held on to the point, so the Ultimates have to fight this one out one more time. Gogo close to that coalescence, could be big. A dive in onto Twilight. He needs to stay alive on this break, just gets enough heal time. But Kiwi with the headshot trades it, and Keo wins the 1v1 over Kai. High Noon as well, zoning back the Ultimates, denying them the pressure on the point. And Heesung even takes a big shot from that. Okay, Majin cleans it up. Once again, Frosttails, this comp is working, man. The Ultimates are struggling.
Yeah, they are struggling to deal with this type of composition, which if you are the Ultimates, this is a map, Jake, that you selected, and then you also ended up getting that first ban, and it doesn't even really seem like it's kind of coming into play for Frosttails. So you could have like that protect, right? Because you're not even playing that Ana potentially.
Oh, big pulse from Pack.
Yeah. Oh, and
this fight's already over.
Dude, this is gonna be like almost the round, right? I mean,
I love the delay on Kai too. Imagine that's really clean. Not only does delay Kai, but he also soaks a ton of damage that Moira can heal up, charge a bit of coal. And I mean, it's going to be a sketchy contest here. I mean, 10%, honestly, Kepster's going to be able to get this touch no problem, actually. So the Ultimates, they are going to be able to get a refight here. They have a lot of Ultimates, but Frosttails can play spoiler in this type of a fight. Like, a couple picks come in. Cassidy's pretty vulnerable. Overtime forced. Should be an easy continuation now from the Ultimates, but they don't want to use too many of those valuable Ultimates. Kai's running out of resources. Here's the Primal, though, coming in, and a catch onto Gogo. Should be enough alongside the rally from Twilight. Heesung zoning away the backline, looking for more. And that's just an easy cleanup now. The Ultimates, they get it done in style, right? 2 Ultimates used. Trading out for the Kitsune rush is very nice for you, for the defense, for your Ultimates, but no Primal, no rally. Yeah, from here on out, right? Like, this Orbital Ray needs to be, it needs to be like a one and done type fight, whether it's the Pulse Bomb or the Orbital Ray. You really can't be overexpending. You got a long road back in this round for the Ultimates. And like you said, this is a map they need to win.
I mean, they got to win like 3-4 fights. You think here is Keo will walk out here with a Deadeye again. We just saw pretty similarly the last round. So it's not going to get anything with that Deadeye, but it's going to open up a ton of space as you see Twilight get dangerously low.
I mean, space created though. Sky juking away. Needs to keep Heesung healed up, who's getting very low. Here's the Orbital Ray now coming in. Frosttails came very deep to force this ultimate, and the clapback is going to be immense. The Ultimates bending but not breaking there. The High Noon zones them back into the corner, but trying to chase that down. Maybe a bridge too far for Frosttails Esports.
I mean, that's the orbital rate, right? So I guess that's the benefit here for Frosttails, but I mean, you don't get close to building up towards another Kitsune Rush or a Coalescence. You're really looking at Pack. Can he land one of these big pulse bombs again, right? We just saw him do it the last one of the last fights onto Sky. Can he land another big pulse bomb, right? That would definitely turn the tides.
Yeah, High Noon for Kai will allow him to tank that pulse should he want to. Oh, he just tries to roll it. Oh, he takes too much damage from that. Keo falls up with a headshot.
Oh, that is
Twilight is in deep, trying to fight this one out. Just anti-synergy here from the ultimates, trying to dive in at that moment. And Pack's done enough. I mean, this one looks to be over. You're going to have some last-second touches, some overtime forces. Frosttails aren't waiting for that to happen, though. They're taking the fight straight to Heesung. He's 80 to that Primal, could get it online. Kepzer needs to make this touch, but he's going to die for it. Now Heesung forced to jump in, 88 to the Primal. He really needs to get it, but he's so low and just getting bursted down by Keo and Pack. Self-destruct as well, zoning off the support. And that is Frosttails Esports opening up with the map. We said the Ultimates had to do this 3-0. That dream is already dead.
It's a Frosttails team that had outside of, you know, one dip. They haven't won a map. I mean, to come out and just win map number 1 here against the Ultimates, I mean, that is impressive there from Frosttails. They win it in like what feels like decisively in terms of like how they kind of go about it towards the end. I think that second round, right, they really kind of asserted their play onto the Ultimates, and I don't think it puts Ultimates on the back foot here, man. I think this is a series that they probably thought would be a little bit of a cakewalk, which certainly is looking like it's not going to be.
Absolutely. I mean, Keo is presenting real dilemmas for the Ultimates. I mean, Kai felt the pressure. He swapped off the Freya over to the Cassidy, and this is really showing that the meta has changed in EU, man. Like this is the Cassidy looks legit. Freya has been getting these like subtle nerfs, and slowly over time, I guess Cassidy has started to rise again. And the Cassidy is such a wild character in this meta because it's like you don't live forever. You kind of just like run it down and on a demon on the flank, and like you're gonna die eventually when like the diva shows up and kills you. However, before that happens, you're creating opportunities, you're dealing damage, and then your team is making plays off the back of it. Very interesting style to watch and a lot of fun.
And if you take a look at that stat line, right, it's just like 2k healing advantage here for Frosttails, and then obviously a big KD advantage, but that's essentially having the Moira, right? Just the extra healing output from the Moira constantly, quite easily able to output a lot of that healing. So interesting look from Frosttails. It's one that I don't think can be easily game planned for or like replicated, right? You're not seeing a lot of teams run Moira at the moment. And it will be the Ultimates, and they will get to select the map, and they will take us to Circuit Royale here for map number 2.
This makes sense for the Ultimates, right? This is a map that really does simplify the game pretty seriously in terms of like it is pretty heavy on, you could either go for a team play style with the sim, you could go for the deathmatch. I am actually really curious to see if Symmetra is featured more in the meta, because I think some of the best teams for me, Twisted Minds and OWCS in the region, have been playing a ton of sim, and I am, after watching them play sim, I'm a full believer that sim is actually broken right now in these comps.
Me and Mitch talked about it the last time he was here, so that might be like a year ago or something along
That'll
those
be
lines,
it'll be the Ultimates map pick though, not Frosttails.
Yeah. It'll be the Ultimates map pick, but like the best teams in this region are playing Moira and when sim, and when you see the sim, like dude, some of these comps with the sim just are crazy, like the amount of damage output they can do. So first ban here for the Ultimates is Moira, so that kind of is actually it's wild to say, but so you get the Moira away from Frosttails.
No way, bro, that is such a tilt ban.
You get rid of the Moira on this map. You get rid of the Moira in case they run it. That also protects you from them banning like an Ana or something along those lines. Frosttails gets rid of Freya, which we talked about a little bit of maybe this map is slightly better for Freya than Cassidy because of the longer sight lines, but yeah, how many Moira bans have we had this stage?
No, bro, the Moira ban, that is such a tilt ban. It's because like, all right, if the Moira comp's actually good, if you're actually worried about it, Circuit Royale is not the map to ban Moira, right? Like you use that ban on like Flashpoint or like anything like Push, right? Like these map types that are going to be a little more dynamic.
They don't want to ban, like they couldn't, you wouldn't ban Cassidy here. right?
No, but like you could ban like Pharah if you want to play Sim or I mean, there's just a lot better. There's just no way Moira is good on this map. Like this is like the worst Moira map in the game. That's why I laugh so much. There's no way you would play Moira on this map. That would be like too crazy. Maybe if you're doing like but even Lucio Moira, you just wouldn't. You would just play like Lucio Kiri on this map at this level. Moira needs to flank, right? Like she needs to be obnoxious. That's like how she works. And this is not a map for obnoxious heroes. This is like a very you don't really get behind the enemy on this map. You pretty much shoot the enemy front line with your front line. That's just the nature of Circuit.
Yeah, you know. I was about to say this isn't like a strong Moira map, but like there aren't many maps that you're like, oh man, Moira here on this map.
Yeah, but Flashpoint I think is like based on what we saw in Control, like the Flashpoint or Push for me are both much better. If you're gonna play Frosttail style, they're both much better there.
What do you think about Sojourn Widow here on defense from Frosttail? Like a little bit of like.
I kind of hate that. I kind of hate that double hit scan, especially with the ultimates running Genji Orisa. They're gonna be pushing pretty hard.
Yeah,
on the Genji Orisa.
I get probably you don't want to play Tracer here maybe if you're them, but I don't know if Sojourn Widow is the.
Yeah, I would love to have just anything a little bit more defensive, like a whether it's a Mei or you know a Genji Mirror. I wouldn't hate to maybe play against this Orisa.
The Mei definitely feels a little bit more in their wheelhouse, I would say. It's the Widow. I don't know.
We'll have to see what Kyo can get done. I mean, this is a scary comp on Widow. I mean, like, speed ring around the corner and just full send. Here it comes, though. Dive straight in. Kyo trying to juke away, dodging what he can, and Kevster just takes his head off. Yeah, Widow's pretty defenseless against a player like Kevster. Dash resets, abounding. Sleep comes in on the Diva to deny that kill on the Sky. That's a pretty impactful sleep, actually. Keeps the team up at full power. And, I mean, Kevster's just putting in work.
And I feel like it's just an easy comp for the ultimates to just kind of play into, right?
Yeah.
Like, now you're getting rid of the Widow and you're going to play an Ashe. So Ashe Sojourn, I do not like these comms here early on.
This is rough. Like, you're really just relying on your DPS getting random kills here. They're not going to be able to support the front line. I mean, look at this Diva. She's got no one here to help her. She's all alone. She's trying to just stall the card out. Heesung in great position, starting to look to get in on this backline. Want to support away that Sojourn, sensor backsliding. Bit of help coming in from Majin, but see the health bar just dropping so low for Frosttails. Heesung takes a monstrously aggressive position here in the back line, and it's just all over. Twilight nays the Diva, Bap comes in for the contest, and it's just, you're not seeing the win con for Frosttails right now.
Even when these heroes are awesome in like individual, like, you know, Ashe and Sojourn, you don't see people play them together, right? you need a little bit of a different look here, I think, for Frosttails, because yeah, you're putting, you know, Majin in like an almost unwinnable situation, right? It's a
big kill from Pac.
Yeah, so maybe now you can actually get some type of like car control.
Honestly, the ultimates can just Nano Blade. They don't need Kai for this fight. Yeah. So this is not easy walking up for Frosttails. They're pretty much defenseless against the Nano Blade. See if the ultimates want to rip it. For now, they're backing off into the corners. Twilight takes big damage. Nano Blade comes out from Kevster. Already finds one. Looks here onto a second. Ashe cut down. And Frosttails trying to go full aggro, making what trades they can. Kevster, though, still healthy, grabs the pack, and it should be just a cleanup here with the deep like dash reset as well. Imagine trades out the kill. Nicely timed melee there on the dashing Genji.
And
but still, the cart's rolling.
Yeah, and the cart's going to continue to move here towards that upper part of the map. You'll have Orbital Ray here in combination with an Overclock. We'll see how Frosttails ends up starting to deal with it. So they're actually not going to change any of their DPS. They're going to actually just change out the Diva here for Ramatra. Just give a little bit more staying power on the point.
I mean, I don't hate this because think about what Majin's doing. He's essentially just standing on the cart. But can you deal with Heesung here? Spin on the cart is going to be a major problem in overtime. Here it comes from the Orisa, pulling one in. Majin, though, already takes down Twilight. Orbital Ray comes out. Pac dropping big damage now in the front of the fight. And the Ray is just, they can't even play into it. Great aggression here from Majin to punish Twilight so quick. I think there's some little bit of anti-synergies there, and he's going back to the Ana, which makes sense. I mean, I think the Brig really was picked to deal with the Diva.
Yes, but I think, though, that's a huge fight, right? Because Sky ends up using his Orbital Ray as well. Now you have some high ground control here for these like hit scan like damage dealers that gets dangerously low, as they're going to end up healing him up. But now maybe you kind of throw this Bob into the back line, and Kevster just takes out Q with a deflect. I mean, he's got the Bob as well. That's brutal.
Yeah, and the OC is a problem right now. Kai is just stepping up to the plate, batting 1,000, and just, cleans up everyone. Ultimate's rolling through point 2. And Frosttails scrambling, struggling. They really, I mean, just this double hit scan, they give up so much map control. Kepster's just kind of running through them. And Kai is doing enough hit scan work for the both of the team. Kepster, 84 to the blade. Twilight going to be having the nano soon. And it's just Bob standing in their way with something like Sleep Dart on the field with an Orisa who can just, you know, block the Bob is pretty rough for Frosttails right now.
This is a comp like they should have changed out like multiple fights ago, Frosttails, right? Like they
big spear.
Oh, it has to use a recall. But we've known that like this composition was not going to work from Frosttails. They needed to change things up. They lose Keo. That's 2 fights in a row. Ends up getting the Bob out. You know, towards the
It's already gone.
Bob's already gone. Yeah, I mean, so the Ash not paying off as well.
Sick burst, and that pick is going to allow the Ultimates to win this fight and just roll the card forward without popping their Nano Blade. They also have Terra Search for the overtime. I mean, this is going to be nigh impossible fight. Keo just needs a kill. I don't see any other way for them to win without the Widow finding a pick here. The Ultimates, they know that too. Dive comes in for Frosttails. They're trying to take some very aggressive positioning, and for now, the Ultimates are happy to play back. Brig, close, has used that bash. Opportunity for Kepster to pick that one off. Still hasn't committed the play. Doesn't need to. 2 more kills coming in, and still without the Ultimates popping the Ultimates. And they're continuing on into to roll forward. Keo, they fought away from the Widow's sightline.
I mean, they've given him nothing to shoot at, but also, like, the Widow, we've seen it enough on this map now that it hasn't been as impactful. It's going to go right into an Amp Matrix, though. So this gets in a great position.
Yeah, and Kepster's just cleaning house here. Eats up the back line, done more than enough. Recall force, imagine too low to contest. Brig, maybe going to be the one who has to tank this, but Heesung has the spin. Can completely zone the cart away. And they're just bullying the Diva off the cart. She's not even, barely comes in for the last second touch. Heesung with the spin, and this just looks impossible to deal with. Full charge spin, tanks 2. Keo can't get underground on the Venture. And 2 minutes extra is ridiculous on Circuit Royale.
That was an ugly defense from Frosttails. I mean, they win map number 1, but that was just... They just looked like clueless a little bit there on the defensive side of things. Like, I think that comp needed to change like 2 or 3 fights earlier than what it did. And then it allowed the Ultimates to just completely control the game. I know Twilight just making some switches from Ana back to Brig, you know, back and forth, right? It's just, you know, one that's going to be very difficult for Frosttails to get back in the mix, right? I mean, 2 minutes on the clock is crazy there for the Ultimates.
Yeah, pretty ridiculous performance. And now, I mean, for Frosttails, like, how do you bring this one back? I feel like you need to bring out some kind of tempo in the offense. But what's it going to be? Who's going to be that hero? Pack, maybe a Genji of his own, but like you said, not really in the wheelhouse for Frosttails. And this is a pretty tough map to be playing Tracer on. I'm just going to keep it real. It's not really a great Tracer map.
Well, you want like the verticality of Genji, right? There's so many areas that you can like get up and challenge and play as. With Genji, that if you just don't have the capabilities to do so, it could be quite a brutal scenario you're left in. But Frosttails getting ready for their offense. Let's take a little bit of a listen and hear what they're planning.
No, don't.
I really need to not shoot.
Not Keo.
Okay. I will not pick. Huh? I'm not picking. Okay.
Yeah.
We need to execute fast. Huh? So we stay a bit. Keo, don't show.
Genji, Ori.
Okay, we
il
go
a
now.
rigolé à ma blague. Il a rigolé à ma blague, Kai.
Là, c'est la mienne.
That's when you're ready. We can walk.
Ready?
I'm ready.
We're going.
I go in. I got spear. I'm playing for.
Voilà.
Ah, c'est bon, on a l'espace, les gars, bien joué.
All the space created.
I mean, they just want to play second corner, like.
Mais non, bien joué, les gars. Il y a un
Oui, mais-
métal là. Le top, et on leur saute dessus.
Cherche un vrai, non?
On leur saute dessus, je te jure.
Bah,
They walk now, au cœur.
Vas-y, on leur saute dessus. Elle marche pas,
I'm on
la
the
putain.
backside.
Et pourquoi elle marche pas?
Check one turn, Juno.
Walk for pack.
Juno one.
I
Oh,
care.
one,
You vote for me,
one.
but you're not killing me.
Genji low. Genji really
They're
low still.
all crazy low. Oh, one.
Keep walking. Must have rush.
Mais
Car I got
fuck,
spear.
ils sont.
Yep.
An alpha. I'm shooting Ori.
Next metal là, une.
Max soon.
guys ready?
They fuck soon.
Yeah, I'm ready.
I'm ready.
3, 2, 1.
They walk now.
Genji one.
Genji. Push.
I'm outside.
No, I have nothing to do.
One on me. Ah, I need help.
You're fine.
I don't backside again.
Orisa no fortify.
They can
Juno. They're not getting heal, huh?
You're free. Nice.
Only one.
Up vision. Nice pill. Good job.
Genji low.
Okay.
All right, the trades looking good there for Frosttails. The Weaver starting to do some work.
But if they could play Genji, why didn't they do this on defense?
I agree with you.
But like, that's kind of my thing. Is like you could have ran this on defense and probably seen way more success.
Yeah, interestingly, I would kind of love to see maybe Sky go Brig here. As crazy as that might sound. We'll see, though. The Weaver able to put out a lot of heals. Orbital Ray comes down. This is the signal to get aggressive with the ultimates. They want to win this fight with just the one ultimate. Backline down to 1 HP. And now the Weaver forced to play a little bit closer to the fight on this big U-turn high ground. Makes him a bit more vulnerable to a backline attack from the Genji.
Yeah, and they already end up using like the tree from the Life Weaver in the previous fight to kind of keep Majin alive. So, maybe going back to the Widow here. I think it just plays
this is just a get out of spawn.
Right?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think this is just denying the spawn camp, which makes sense.
Yep.
I agree with you. I think Sojourn would be a lot better here, but
Even
I mean,
the Cassidy, right? Like, just play the Sojourn.
I will say with the Weaver, I think the Cassidy becomes a little more viable. You can kind of get tricky with the pedal platform, taking some high grounds, making some wild, ultra high noons. But Pack with the blade, see if he can get anything done. Kai opens it with the OC, putting a bit of damage down. Everyone hiding from Frosttails. Here's Keo. Didn't realize he was in the corner behind. It just cuts down Kai. Kiwi low, getting life gripped out, but the blade right on top of them. Kempster has all the mobility in the world to chase this one down. Nice roll from Keo, gets him out of trouble for just 1 second, but that's all he's gonna have. Weaver, just a matter of delay here. Stalled out on the cart.
And 2 fights in a row there for the Ultimates are able to kind of come out on top, and this is just stalling it out for Frosttails, right? Even with that blade, it's not as powerful as like having a nano blade on the other side, so it's not necessarily like a guaranteed fight win. And the cart's just kind of constantly moving backwards here for Frosttails, right? So even if you win a fight here, you know, behind a big blade, you're still going to be stuck probably having to win maybe 2 more fights.
Some good ultimates now on the back line, but here's Keo coming in from the flank. Blade comes in, Tree as well over the top, fighting onto the cart. Twilight is low and down. Slide away from Kai is going to keep him alive. No dash reset available, but the damage is done. Fighting in the tree is enough sustain for Frosttails. Kai and Kepster just going to have to pack their bags and return in the next fight, but that's a double support ultimate. It does take some of the staying power away from Frosttails. High Noon is going to be very challenging to use with Genji and Orisa in the comp.
And you have Twilight switching over to Brig, so I like this decision when they have that Diva on the other side. It's being that impactful. Brig is so good into the DV here as Terror Surge, but it's going to actually be a Suzu that keeps some of the damage alive.
High Noon on top, Kepster still has a deflect, can't cast High Noon just yet. Spin as well, eats it up from Heesung. They need to get out and save him though. The Orbital Ray a little bit too late. Damage is being dealt. Frosttails brawling over the top. Q gets traded. Kepster with the blade trying to make this one happen. The 1 kill. Can Elo for more? The Life Weaver dashing away, making so much space. But yeah, just a little bit hopeless in that fight. They're still trying to win this, but I think Kepster has just done enough there. I mean, he just got to 5K if I'm not mistaken.
I was gonna say, I believe he actually just gets all 5 there in the feed. It looks a little bit, you know, bad at the start, right? Where you know, for Frosttails, you know, you end up actually getting the first kill or 2, so it looks pretty poor for the ultimates. But then Kepster just pops his blade. It looks like, okay, we're down 2 players. What are we doing here? But Kepster goes clutch with that blade, comes up with like 2 with that, then doubles back to the point, just starts clearing people out. And now he's hung over to the Ramatra here. So Kai pops that overclock, lands a first big shot.
Pack has a blade of his own, but he's cut down. That's crucial. That's the tip of the spear here for Frosttails, and it's gone. See if they're aware of Keo on this flank. Sky catches him out, cleans him up, and this is a long walk back for Frosttails through a lot of spam pressure. It's going to buy more time for the ultimates to build up towards. They're almost certainly going to have that rally, and so Pack just not finding the window to get the blade off in that fight could be problematic.
Dude, I mean, Majin's going to have to challenge this high ground, but I mean, how much time have they burned here for the ultimates? Like, you know, 3 minutes or so? Even if you end up giving off this point, you still have such a massive advantage. As that'll be the rally into the Kitsune rush here. It's going to be a blade here from Pack, just trying to find anything. He doesn't come up with much with the blade, but his teammates, with the benefit of that Kitsune rush, so take out 2.
Yeah, the rush proves to be just too much. The ultimates running low on their signature utility, and for now, Frosttails still alive, still have a chance to full cap last. However, not much time to work with. This pretty much needs to be a clean run through, right? Like if you lose at 1 fight here, it's gonna look very rocky
well, you're also going to be at a significant time disadvantage, right?
Yeah. But if you get overtime, you're feeling great for Frostales considering how this map started. So the Ultimates want to get this fight win. This is a pretty important one. See if GoGo can have the perfect defensive tree, but fighting inside of the tree against Dragon Blade Annihilation is pretty scary. The pull already used on Keo, Tree Force as well. Full defense, but can they survive through this massive amount of damage that's gonna come through? Kevster takes big damage, takes the flashbang, and hold on. The tree is enough.
Dude, the tree is no joke now. I mean, it felt like for a while the ultimate was pretty lackluster, but they like buffed it and adjusted it like at least a dozen times, it feels like, since release. And it is very powerful in terms of just kind of like pumping out just consistent healing, giving some overhealth as well. Now getting close to the end of the map. You have to wait a little bit here for Frostales, right? Because Machin's gonna have to get back in the fight. Now that he is, maybe an opportunity to get it over the line.
It's kind of a throwaway fight for the Ultimates. Now they're gonna really commit to this final hold. Double support ult. On top of that, Ramattra ult's gonna be very powerful. Kevster makes his move in, diving to kind of catch off anybody in that room, but it seems like their target already slipped away. And Frostales have taken the back line, so they're kind of in a decent position here, but the Ultimates willing to just run the clock down, getting close to that final fight. Sky has his ultimate, everything online. High Noon drop for Keo, but not really in position to do more than a bit of damage. Pulled into the fight, but it's not going to be enough. Yeah, way too many ults to dump here from TU. They're going to get the cleanup. They're going to take this map home, but this was way too close for comfort for the Ultimates.
Well, yes. So, I mean, the Ultimates, they end up winning the map. I think they looked clearly much better than Frostales, but I think Frostales on their defensive end was just, the composition was just extremely poor. And then when they changed things up, moving forward, they started to look a bit better. So maybe there was a possibility for Frostales to make this one a little bit of a closer affair, but the Ultimates, they take care of business on their map choice. And in a map that felt like it was like a must win, right? I know you go down 0-2 here to Frostales. I mean, the pressure would be crazy moving forward.
Yeah, I still feel like I'm seeing way too many moments where there's just some off-sync play from the Ultimates, frankly. Like, like Heesung caught out and the support Ultimate's not coming out in time to save him. The communication seems, a little bit weak. And although they just won the map, the series is tied 1-1. I just feel like the real narrative here is that the Ultimates want to be a playoff contender. Beating Frostales is not enough, right? We talked about how important it is that this is a statement victory, and Frostales is clearly having some fun with it, right? Like, they know there's low stakes for them, and maybe that's part of their recipe for success here.
And look, the Ultimates are going to make the playoffs, right? It's just whether they will be a threatening playoff team or one who is just there, right?
Yeah.
And I think they want to be a lot like how they were in the first stage, right? Remember, they had a poor regular season, but then they kind of put it together in the playoffs. They really just need one more level to go up from that performance to actually kind of make one of these events. So like, that is the goal of this team. I think it's definitely like a little bit more of a long-term goal with how they've kind of restructured the roster and how things are going. But this is a team they most certainly should beat. They should try and they're on I think 5th, 6th at the moment. So like, you're kind of in that ballpark for seeding. And from there, anything can happen, right? We saw last time where, Gen G, they were one of the better teams in EMEA. They get double first rounded. We saw the Ultimates go far after they look quite poor. So once you get in the playoffs, just about anything can happen.
Frostale is going to take us to Sorvalsa for map 3, and this is a pretty decent Moira map if you want to play it. Like,
what do you ban here, though? Do you ban Winston if you're Frostales, or do you ban...
Yeah, are you scared of Winston, though? I'm not sure compositionally what the best move is.
You've already banned Freya, so you can't exactly go to that. Like, could you ban Genji or Sojourn? Like, if you don't...
Well, you already banned Genji on map 1, right? So their Genji ban is expended.
So I guess you would either ban Sojourn, are you banning, Ana and try and force them on the Brig?
A Juno. Yeah, maybe like a Juno or an Ana. I mean, Ana Brig maybe is what maybe Ana is actually the most straightforward ban.
Yeah.
But it's not the best Ana map, right? Like, and if you ban Ana now, you're not going to have that ban come, well, I guess Gibraltar's out of the pool, so I guess you're not worried about those points. But if we go to Kings or...
Oh, okay. So I was actually just going to ask you this. So Frostales, they get rid of the Sojourn. That's one that we talked about. How viable is Moira without the Kiri?
I'm not sure it's viable even with the Kiri, so anything's possible.
Yeah, I'm not sure I would say it's viable.
They just won with it in OWCS, so apparently it's viable. But I agree. I think this is actually an intelligent ban from TU. It's like, I really think Moira Curie probably is the best look for Moira. So without that, maybe it's going to be too difficult, nigh impossible. Maybe they have to go for a more conventional support matchup. But they've proven to be anything but conventional, right? Playing the Weaver, playing the double hit scan. So I really don't know what to expect from this Frosttails team. I think they're kind of throwing caution to the wind at this point in the stage. But it's looking good for them. I mean, honestly, I kind of like some of these teams that are maybe a little bit lower in the standings, lower expectations. Like, be that weird team. You know, if you're just the same strats as everybody else and you're a little bit worse at executing them, the gap is going to feel pretty big and consistent. But if you can be that weird team that plays something different every time that like that any teams never prep for, they could be in trouble. And is this a Rhine? Okay, no, I just got baited.
It's like a
Frosttail's going to play Moira?
Bat Moira.
All
I
right.
mean, it's the fallback.
This is like a decent comp, and then you just have a Moira doing her thing. This is like a ranked game, man. Like,
Yeah,
literally,
like
the other 4 characters, it like makes sense.
Yeah.
And it's just like Moira's gonna do her thing, and we'll see if that's enough. So far, it is not the pick. Just too much poke pressure coming in. Kevster grabs the follow-up. It's like, where was Moira at this point?
It's a ranked game where like everybody is in VC except the Moira. The Moira is not voice
like,
chat, just kind of like vibing.
Our Moira's flanking. She's going in.
All right, okay, go. Get taken out late there. What do you think of the Alari Bat though? Like in terms of poke, is so sick. I mean, we talked about this a little bit early on.
I think this is a really good comp against Cassidy, especially without speed to enable Cassidy to like get aggressive fast, because honestly, Cassidy can't 1v1 at long range, either BAP or Illari. Like, you lose both of those 1v1s. The supports are going to outduel you. And I'm not even talking about Freya, which is an even bigger problem. So Keo on the walk-up is going to be under a lot of pressure. Breaking that pylon before the fight, though, is actually quite big. A mistake there from Twilight. D.Va comes in, making a bit of flank pressure, but yeah, Gogo is getting punished just because the pressure is elsewhere. Nice headshots, though, from Keo. Without Sky, the heal resources are going to be quite low for Twilight. He's going to have to try to get back into this, and okay, somehow, some way, headshots from Keo get it done.
And they're not able to work their way back out on the point. I think it's that pylon that gets taken out early. It gets taken out again here by Keo. Look, you can run this casting. We've seen Keo look awesome on the casting. It's not like Keo can play Freya or can play Sojourn, right? Like in some of these situations, like it feels like might just be a better option for the overall team. Pack gets down to 4 HP, somehow makes it out. Oh, but Kevster Chase, yeah.
And Twilight's wide on this angle, making a lot of space. D.Va's going full in for him, but he's gonna live. He's gonna grab this Pack, and the chase is way too far out of the way for Majin. Gets punished, out of the suit, barely going to make it to the point in time. And the problem for Frosttails, though, is if you go Freya here, you're not getting, like, one single heal the whole match. Like, the BAP and Moira, good luck on the Freya. Like,
yeah, there's nobody, I mean, that's really going to... Because Freya wants to play, you know, in the air, play pretty mobile, like, versatile, you know, just kind of, like, avenues of, like, how to attack, where the BAP and the Moira really want to you know, heal people who are just, you know, on the ground straight in front of them. But Keo just walking into a bolt right here. So that's going to be the high noon pop. Captive Sun as well. Oh, nice shot there from Twilight, able to finish him off.
it's a tough day to be a Cassidy. Majin fighting on point. Twilight getting a little bit of stall, putting his body on the line. Now it's Sky's turn. Self-destruct deployed. Maybe this is signaling a switch for Majin. This fight looks very over for Frosttails.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe they're going to go to the Ramatra. That's kind of what they've gone to at times. Against this,
there's a lot of heals for Ram, but I'm not. It's kind of a rough map for slow Ramatra with no speed amps.
Right, but both teams playing no speed here on Flashpoint, and then like a Moira in the mix, which, you know,
this is a very Chungus match of Flashpoint. We'll see.
Lucio and Juno are both in too, right? It's not like you're being denied speed by like a ban. So we'll see the coalescence, see if this kind of comes into play. That's the Terror Surge there from Heesung, and then Immortality Field from Kiwi. That's nice, keeps some players
nice
up.
Pulse roll from Keo, stays alive, rolls the pulse damage. And stabilizing for the moment, but without Kiwi, I mean, can Moira heal this up? It's basically just hard pocketing Cassidy time, but I mean, Heesung is healthy. He's gonna step towards the point. Oh, takes a bit of damage there. Hold on. And now, okay, supports have wrapped around to the other angle. Gonna be able to get this cap pretty comfortably for the ultimates. And they have a lot of space to work with now. Frosttails just need to make something happen on the flanks, get kind of wild with it. Once again, Twilight's pylon is down though, so losing these pylons before the fight, just it is a go sign for Frosttails. And
the orb.
Yeah, the Moira orb. Little damage orb action. Oh, Keo's juking. He's getting crazy with it. Kevster takes down Kiwi, and Twilight finds another. The death matching just going the ultimate's way for now. You could threaten the point for Frosttails, but yeah, the touch is easily going to come in. Heesung is low, but yeah, playing behind Twilight, just baiting in a little bit of aggression right now. Majin might be able to get this lead, but hold on. Okay, a little bit of stability on the point.
So we have seen a few times throughout this series where like Heesung is like, been maybe a little bit far from the team or, slightly out of position. I chalk that up to actually just more probably like communication, like just trying to figure out kind of like how the team wants to attack this. That's an Ant Matrix here just dropped at the door here. Captive Sun capability here as Kyo uses Deadeye to try and force him back yet again, but the Sky actually gets a D-Mech.
Yeah, and without the Mech, it's going to be rough. Connection from Twilight needs to hit one more shot. Okay, there it is. Into the back line. Does enough damage here. Kyo should be getting cleaned up here on the flank. Coalescence stabilizing for the moment. Pulse Bomb goes wide from Pack. It's just Pack trying to solo this point. Surely too much. Nice connection from Heesung. Should be putting an end to this fight. And the ultimates get the flip in the chaos. And I mean, they win that fight. They also do it holding on to a bunch of key ultimates. I kind of like this swap from Kiwi over to the Juno, but the comp is still
Juno Moira though? Yeah, I mean, that's like, I think the Juno is great, right? Oro Ray provides some speed as well. Able to kind of get away from the Tracer a little bit easier and even kind of like dodge spray at times. Yeah, it's got the Juno dead to rights. But like, can you play this with the Moira? I mean, the Moira looked pretty decent in map number 1. I think since then though, it has been a dud. No one we've seen it. We didn't really see like much on the last map, but here it has not been impactful at all. Are they gonna do Moira Lucio here? Okay. Like a little.
I mean, this is a decent. This is like a
zombie
synergy with Moira. I mean, this is just like a very aggressive look.
Yeah.
Kyo might be getting left out to dry. He might just be walking at them like the Terminator here. But, honestly, could be scary. This is a lot of his speed can be very scary for Cassie. Look at Cassie. He's just like soloing this into the whole team. I don't know about that, man. The little bit of off sync. Kepster gets another punish, and this map seems to be crumbling for Frosttails. They've just not been finding their footing in these long fights. A couple trades coming here and there, keeping it competitive, but I don't think a single time has Frosttails had a decisive fight that's given them full map control. I feel like the Ultimates has always been hanging on with a few players, staying in the fight, and it just feels like it eventually goes their way. Majin gonna head over to the Orisa, but it's a tough Orisa matchup to be playing. Okay, with the Bat Brig, maybe you can handle it a little bit better.
It does feel like, though, that if the fight extends a little bit long, that the Ultimates are just so clearly well positioned, in those types of fight scenarios. Previously, as when the comps are out there, is Kyo trying to cross. That's an Ant Matrix. He just gets deleted there by Sky. They have not. Frosttails has not really gotten anything going on this map.
Pulse Bomb as well with the drone already forced out, and this is going to be most likely a full cleanup. Brig got cleaned up. Maybe you can get the trade on the Twilight. Pack does find that. Kevster, no need to take a big risk here. Comfortable to just wait this one out. Twilight will be back into the fight, no problem. And walking up on Cassidy in this comp is just painful to watch, man. Getting shot from across the map from like 10 positions. I mean, this is just a scary spot to be like, what do you do, bro?
Every time he comes out of like a doorway, there's something, whether it's a spear, this time now it's going to be the Captive Sun. So he's trying to actually kind of find that Cassidy there in the corner, actually connect to the Brig. So, nice. The Immortality Field thrown in, but Gogo decides to dash the other way to try and live it. And this is just a bloodbath. I mean, the Ultimates is one of the faster maps we've seen.
Moira.
What was that?
I don't know about the Moira.
That was absolute cinema, right? Isn't that what you said yesterday? What Joe said? Was that
pretty funny. I mean, I had fun watching.
Everybody
it
in the
was
chat,
like a rank simulation.
I mean, this was a car crash.
This is more what we expected, maybe, but it's a car crash.
It's a car crash.
Like,
yeah,
they don't know what they're playing, man. They're just like trying different stuff. They had like 10 comp swaps to the map. And the Ultimates were able to play a comp that is honestly very much a comfort zone for them, right? They have Kevster on the signature Tracer, Heesung on the Orisa, and then you've got both the supports playing those like, aim heavy flex supports, just death matching, doing their damage, and for the most part, it's a dominant look.
If you're Frosttails, I would even consider getting rid of the Orisa, like forcing them to play like some kind of like diva head-to-head type of thing, because it definitely seems like he's looking much more comfortable on the Orisa at the moment, right? We kind of like pegged him as playing a lot of like the Winston Ball type of comps when they came in, and that's what they were trying to do, like really kind of master some sort of dive. But I know now kind of moving around, playing all different types of comps, looking quite comfortable playing the Orisa. And I mean, that is that is one of the higher ones we have seen, a 14 KD, especially on Flashpoint, right? Like it's like a man, that's a tough one.
You would think eventually that like the tempo would swing against you, but I think this comes from all the comp slots Frost Tales are going for. I mean, they had very few ultimates in this map compared to what they should have expected, right? And like the Moira didn't even get Coalescence in the whole mid fight. That's a yikes for me, dog. And it only got worse from there. Second round was like a little bit closer, but nonetheless, the ultimates found their footing here so far in the series. Now the Moira and the Curie are available. Is this the secret sauce for Frost Tales?
I mean, there's I don't know if there's secret sauce for Frost Tales. I'm curious if they decide to go map wise though, right? We've already gone through Escort in Flashpoint. Do they take us to like one of the hybrids? Do they take us to push? I think some interesting options that they have in front of them.
Yeah, they've got a bit of power. They're going to have to hit them with the strongest map pick yet if they want to force a Game 5. We need to see yet more out of Frost Tales. Is the fun, the chemistry, is that going to be the secret to their success in the series? We'll have to find out after a short break. Welcome back, everyone, to OWCS EMEA. It's Frost Tales taking on the Ultimates. They snagged a map in this series so far. And what a series it's been, man. What a series it has been.
This has been a good one. Yesterday, though, there was some clean, buttoned up Overwatch. You know, I come back into the mix. We get the Butter Boys back, and this one's just an all
truly a series for the Butter Boys.
Good old-fashioned barn burner here. As Frosttails picks them out and then bans Tracer, which is wild because like they've been trying to play Tracer throughout a lot of it, and then King's Row is a map that's probably better suited for like Genji anyway. It could do if, I mean, is this a Cassidy protect potentially for Frosttails?
This is one of the worst Tracer maps in the game.
Yeah.
Like, meta-wise, I feel like people really don't play Tracer here anymore that much. Maybe a little bit.
And the ultimate's like sweet. Yeah, we get to play Winston now. We can just get rid of the Diva and play whether it be Orisa or Winston, kind of whatever we would like. The Ana not targeted at all throughout the series, right? So Twilight team starting to move away from heavily targeting him. We'll see now how this plays out here with Frosttails on defense, playing the Rams. So still playing that Moira though. We are locked in on Moira gameplay today.
I mean, Moira is decent against Genji, so maybe that's the thought of the Tracer ban, is that Tracer is quite good against Moira at this level of play. I know people in gold might be doubting me, but that is true. We'll have to see if Moira's just getting smoked. Oh, he missed the fade. Oh, he's in trouble. Okay,
no, we're fine.
Oh no, Kiri's here. Ah, run away. Okay, it's not looking good. Everyone's dead. Where's the defenders?
Yeah, we are currently unfine, as that is everybody dead here. Dude, Frosttails won map 1. I just want to remind everybody at home, they won map 1, and they looked like really good in map number 1. Like it wasn't, the first round was pretty back and forth. The second round though, like they put together some really good strats, and they were able to take it like pretty handily. I mean, since then it feels like they've gotten like 3 kills. I mean, total. It just felt like an absolute drubbing here.
I like the hazard swaps. Sombra, I'm a little bit less sure about. We'll have to see how this plays out. 4-pack. Against the Winston, maybe feeling like the Genji is too difficult. Keo taking a bit of pressure. This is a very important fight for Frosttails to trade something out. I mean, Ultimates don't quite have the ultimates up yet. If TU can get the Nano online, they would love to win without it. So a pick here would be pretty painful if Frosttails do suffer one. Heesung taking a lot of damage in the front line. Keo finds Kai, and okay, this is exactly what they needed for a little bit of stabilization. And a beautiful spike wall denies the support to come in from Twilight. Keo with the triple.
Dude, I mean, so Keo comes in, just starts dominating here onto the Cassidy, and I think that's kind of what they wanted to like protect potentially here. Like his Cassidy's been really good. They haven't played on the other side, and now Pack onto the Sombra here. So this is another like kind of a different look here for Frosttails. Hazard with Sombra, where the Hazard, we thought Hazard would actually be played a lot more, Jake, recently. He hasn't been played as much, but the Sombra's definitely been getting a lot of love.
Oh my. Imagine just going aggro for the trades here. I kind of like the vision, but the Ultimates are going to eventually get this card rolling. 2 players up here. The spawns for the defenders are 10 light years away. Sombra is going to stay alive. Few players alive in the background. These are going to be late cleanup kills. They need to just die on the card and take the resets. Can Kiri even TP out of this one? I'm not so sure. Okay, maybe around the corner. Okay, yeah, she is just barely going to get into range for Keo on the respawn. But the Ultimates, in the end, they get the card rolling, 4 minutes on the clock, and they have a full bank of 5 ultis. It's not a bad spot to be.
No, and you have a Nano Blade potentially here, right? As Keo gets extremely low, they end up using the Kitsune rushes. They want to end up kind of going in and trying to fight this maybe, but Pack and Kiwi just taking so much more damage. As Keo does end up taking out Sky, but you're going to be able to fight this back with a Nano Blade, yeah.
And the Nano Blade just feels like an I win button. Everybody else, they're just trying to fight away from Kempster and get what trades they can because there's just nothing to deal with the Nano Blade. No beat online just yet in that fight. And once again, some players deep in the back line. There's a Lucio back here. He's doing his thing. I feel like he needs to be with his team. They're going to be in some trouble if they don't have their Lucio. They're slow walking back with no speed amp. I don't know how he's going to play his way out of this one, but maybe a cheeky wall ride, drop the beat from the skybox. Hope the team from Bulls patch.
Coming around.
EMP though, hold on.
Yeah.
Beat is good onto 4. Could be enough. Kempster very low, gets lit up by Majin. Heesung with the primal though, trying to bring this one back. They're only down 1. A kill here will get them back to even. Big damage, but Kai finds a second. 2 connections there. The explosive bolts paying dividends. Keo is low, and the pack steal from Heesung is nice. Majin trying to trade this one back out, and looks like he's just the last man standing on the Hazard. Maybe he's done enough. Twilight, I don't think he's gonna be able to cap this.
Yeah,
a little cheeky coming up for some push.
I mean, so you're going to have Kevster back, and you're going to have Sky here as well, as that's actually a nice bio. It's going to be the cleanse that comes through, so Heesung will switch over to the Orisa. I think you're just trying to keep a little bit of pressure here from the ultimates to prevent from Frosttails taking some good position around the corner.
Yeah, nice spiked wall. Kevster hacked as well, in trouble. Flanked and pressured down. The coordination from Frosttails, despite the comps being wacky, they have been coordinated with their plays and their pushes. Here's Keo holding the high ground, zoning away Kai. He can't really join into the engagement. A big flash ban here in the low ground. Dodges the first nade, gets caught by the bounce. Twilight should be dead to rights here, and Keo gets that cleanup. So the moves have been sharp here from Frosttails. You know, it's a weird comp, but they're executing it pretty well. And Keel's going in for another spying it. What are they doing, man? This is crazy.
We talked about the Sombra and the Hazard. Also, conveniently, they move away from Moira as well in all of this. So maybe it's just as simple as that.
They're going to get the map flipped. This is a problem. This is a big problem for Frosttails. They need to get back to the fight. Kai, though, is low. Maybe picking up Kai would make this all worthwhile, but
can Kev just walk it in?
This is a problem. You're killing Kai, but okay, maybe you have no time to get back. They are wiping the team pretty fast. Okay. So the execution, I think, is good enough here. They're going to be able to get the retouch.
Yeah.
Kevster's going to die late. Oh, he gets a kill on Lucio for the dash reset to escape. That is dirty from Kev.
Yeah, but like, dude, this is a wild game. I mean, there's players everywhere. But like, they're not able to. Q dies in the alley there. Now you're going to come back, actually. That's a huge kill, right? You don't have any of that, like, kind of front-loaded Cassie damage. Yeah, Kyo's got Deadeye. Yeah, players coming back into the fight now. EMP
nice cleanse. The cleanse came out to block the EMP. It allowed them to get out in time. Beautiful stuff from Sky there. Perfect timing on that skill. And I think that's going to be enough almost to win the fight on its own. Sky, insane play to clutch that one out.
Yeah, it's an EMP there from Pack that actually looks quite good, but then I know the cleanse, everything that kind of comes in from Sky there after in a fight that could have potentially gone sideways. The Ultimate's able to get back on track. So I guess Frosttails, Jake, they actually put together a few defensive plays there, right? They kind of burned some of the clock because that point A take was lightning fast from the Ultimates.
Yeah, and the Ultimate's building towards what has been their mainstay. Kevster with the blade, Nano as well on top of that. Frosttails want to take this fight early, so they have a chance for the retake. Hainu getting a bit of channel, could be awkward for Kevster. High channel against him, and he can't really go with this Nano blade. This ends up being really good for Frosttails. They trade out one of the most powerful Ultimates, and just only with the High Noon, they managed to hold it off. Very sick. I'm very surprised Kevster committed with the High Noon channel already on him like that. And then that's a big error from the Ultimates.
Yeah, and then Pack able to get a few with the Genji here to kind of clean things up towards the end, where that is a huge play, right? Being able to kind of like negate the benefits of that Nano blade, like that Deadeye is coming in, right? Maybe didn't see it at the moment. Kev doesn't have like a deflect to kind of go after him, but then also the potential for like a cleanse on the other side, right? Sound barrier, so a lot of things they could have thrown in to save Q if it got a little bit more dangerous.
Spin, but responded with the double support ult from Frosttails, just going right past Heesung, and with the rest of the team zoned away, Orisa easy pickings. It is an expensive fight. Double support ulti is committed, but Frosttails, I mean, the clock's starting to run low for the Ultimates. 45 seconds left, and they don't have some of the Ultimates they might want. Keo, why am I not surprised? He's going for the one and done flash ban. Could be risky, especially against Genji, the perfect character to clear him out of this hall. But Keo standing and fighting. Downpour comes in as well, and a full push from Frosttails on Keo's hiding Brock, and it comes through good, man. Frosttails attacking into the spawn. Once again, they are fearless.
Just the relentless pressure from Frosttails. You're like, why? When you're kind of like running all these Moira comps, why not just do something like this? Like, it's so much more impactful than trying to play the Moira at certain points. So we'll see now Sky here with potentially the Kitsune rush.
Hazard.
Huge. Yeah, Machin's very
Hazard
low.
low. Blade comes in. Kevster out of skills. Does get cut down. Kai tries to get something done, but the trades are coming in way too fast here for Frosttails. However, Kai stands strong. Heesung on the point, forced off the objective. I like that Frosttails are fighting away from the point, but TU have clutched this one out. The nade comes in. Kai with a big cleanup here on the Freya. Really lighting it up here in his team's moment of need. Ultimate's running low, but these overtime spawns are so painful for Frosttails. Yeah. Look how long that Kiwi spawn takes.
And we'll see where Frosttails, you do have this Deadeye yet again, right? We talked about how good it was in just in terms of delaying. The Deadeye used here, that's a Nano on a Kevster, so it's going to push Keo back. They're just trying to do everything to keep alive, and he gets Kev.
Nice boot from the Lucio into that, but Kai trades it right back. Still a winnable fight for the Ultimates. They're fighting into this Kitsune rush. Majin trying to get into this backline. The supports protecting each other. All the damage he's putting down. Not quite, but C9 from the Ultimates. No way.
Come on, bro.
Man, this match doesn't stop delivering, baby.
we gotta see that real quick.
I mean, was Heesung booped off? I mean, that overtime wasn't that stale of an OT. Like,
but he's Orisa. I mean, does he turn to like try and protect the supports? Because
yeah,
Majin's
probably
putting
turned to throw a
pressure.
spear at Majin. I think that would have been a good play, but I mean, he must. Maybe he's like booped.
So he does
and then,
get
he's
booped,
holding the
but then-
spear. Just press W, bro. He wasn't even turned around. We were giving him so much benefit of the doubt.
Yeah. Hey, you know what?
Quick OT burn, but come on now. He wasn't pressing W there.
It's all right. It's all right. It happens.
Yeah.
Now you just need to.
Are we going game 5, Matt? Is this series going game 5?
I mean, it's, you know, it seems we're headed that way.
Dude, this is too beautiful a timeline. If Frosttails get the dub here, if they can force a game 5, they got the Kirimura. The Diva's been banned. Oh, I mean, the next map is kind of open season for Frosttails.
I mean, this is one of the weirder ones we've had.
This is like literally from one of the weirdest, craziest games I've ever seen in the world yesterday. If you missed it, Twisted Minds versus VP, you've got to go watch that. But then this one, it's totally surpassed my expectations.
So now the Ultimates on defense, they'll play Freya with the Pharah, and then they'll have an Olari Nap in the mix. And so Frosttails, after ditching the Moira for a Lucio with this exact comp and then holding on D, they ditch it to go back to the Moira here on offense. I mean, I don't love this.
A lot of poke.
Just continue to run the Lucio. I think they looked really good on that. And Gogo,
look, I'm not going to doubt whatever Gogo's feeling. This is a vibes-based team comp. And I mean, look at Majin with the help of the Moira. He's kind of taking this full high ground control. Gogo's trying to find an angle to get Trigger. Here's Kyo sending it into the back line. Here's Cassidy in the spawn. And look at that. He's getting ganked by the hit squad. But the team's there. They bail him out. Oh my god. I love that
the space. The space they open though.
Yeah, it does a lot. Heesung's low. I love that. I mean, honestly, that's probably the best thing a Cassidy could do is show up on the back line. I don't think you're ever killing Orisa in this comp. So, but the team is just ready to peel, and Kepster so aware, right? Ready for the counter punch on that.
Yeah, I mean, they went for it, right? I know able to kind of get to that back line, but they're not able to get any of those kills, right? There was like an immortality field, I think, thrown in the mix from Sky, so that kind of helps everybody live, but...
Oh yeah, that's your take.
I want to see this comp with the speed in the mix, like, you know, being able to use
with the Juno.
Yeah,
like the Juno Kiri is like, this comp would have been pretty similar to something that TM have been playing, right, with the Juno Kiri. But
right,
in this matchup, there's so much poke pressure, and Moira doesn't heal that well on single target, right? She's really, when your whole team is clumped, she heals pretty well, but you can't really clump up against this level of AoE pressure. High Noon on the high ground, and it's just cut to pieces. Heesung with the spear from range, and Heesung's just getting active right now on this Orisa. He's sending everybody eviction notices, cleaning out the hotel.
well, it just seems like they just are not afraid of, you know, when they have there's no speed, right? So there's no ability for them to kind of collapse. So Heesung just, you know, sees a player weak, gets a spear, and they just start charging on in. Kiwi takes out Kai, so that's massive. But the Ultimates haven't had to use any Ultimates here throughout this, right? Now they're going to have, you know, the Captive Sun plus the Ant Matrix to use.
That's a big kill that Kepster finds, though. Starting to stabilize things. Kai's going to be back to this fight very soon. Spin Barrage still available. A very scary combo from TU. Heesung now heavy HP onto the point, right on top of Kyo. Teleport in from the Kiri, trying to save this one, but there it comes. The combo Barrage cleaning up these attackers. 1 minute 18 on the clock. And really one, maybe two more chances for Frosttails. They do have Downpour plus Blade. No real responses for the Ultimates. If this Downpour is big, Genji could clean house.
Yeah, I'm worried about a bola shot coming in, to be quite frank. Guy's been pretty good. I know connecting with these throughout the series. He's hit, like, I know, a few to put down some big damage. So see if they can kind of get Pack in a position to make a play is You also have like the, look how far back some of these players are playing on TU, right?
Oh, Twilight in here all alone, getting punished heavily. Blade, I don't think he can commit this one. Bullet shot zones him away.
Bullet shot was
the
deflected.
deflect was enough. Okay,
Yeah.
Pack. He's looking at guys and thanks, bro. Okay.
The bullet shot on the high ground is deflected right back in to the faces of the ultimate. So Frosttails just behind that Blade, able to win it. So now they give themselves a chance. Right, the map not completed here by the ultimate. So still an opportunity for Frosttails. They have to just be perfect here through the second part of the map.
It's a long road from here, but I mean, that C9 on third makes this feel winnable. And on the streets phase, this carry mark has a lot more openings to get tricky, get blanky, and keep this game as wild and wacky as it has been so far. The Ultimate's on a full reset of their ults. Majin definitely could carry this fight. Here he is over the top, zoning away Kev on the far end. And the card is just continuously rolling forward. Majin happy to take all this aggro. Oh, he's pretty deep on the flank. Yeah, Twilight has to fall back off that one.
But the card's still moving, though.
Gonna make, I mean, you're not really gonna be able to hold until the end of the point with this comp from TU. Here's the downpour coming in. Is there any kind of connection? Hainu deep on the flank. Heavy channel onto Twilight's enough. Kiri's here to save Keo. Is he gonna be able to return this corner? Heesung low on the CDs. Kepster trying to get some kills back, but Keo is uncontested out here on the wide angle. Frosttails, Majin is low. Just go for the heals, close to the coalescence. If he can get this online though, they can maybe tempo this one out. Heesung still holding strong, but yeah, he feels the threat building against him. Double support ulti. This is gonna be a tough one to fight on the point. Goal from Gogo really early and kind of a passive call, mostly just healing everybody up. This is gonna expire and ultimates are gonna be able to recontest, so it's a nice bit of a wasted ultimate here. Maybe the Genshin rush will be enough. Keo over the top, benefiting from the ultimate, dropping so low. Keo needs to stay alive. This Cassidy's been the hero time and time again, and he just barely bailed out by the sports this time again. Spin barrage along with the bolo shot, massive AoE threat coming down here. Big spin on the car. Barrage is enough from Kev to grab one. Majin trays back at the sky, takes out some of the legs from this comp, but is he gonna die for his troubles? The concussive pull is enough to put Majin very low. Can't quite catch Kev with the spiked wall. But this is so scrappy, man. Frosttails looks so good in some of these clutch engagements.
I mean, this fight is just going on forever. The Ultimate's not able to get rid of Majin or Ko, and Twilight, that's actually the Captive Sun, Jake. He actually uses the Captive Sun, gets taken out right away, so you don't actually even get a use of it. So in this elongated fight, it looks like the Frosttail's going to come out on top.
Matt, this is looking dangerous for the game 5. The Ultimate's crumbling, and he's going, what is he blading? Okay, knocking this one down. Sky's like, yo, bro, chill.
You're gonna save the blade.
Par for the course.
For the next fight. All right. Why not? Secure that fight. You need to get rid of that Baptiste at that moment.
Was a problem, and Pac said, I had the solution, baby.
There were like 4 players alive.
They got double support ulti coming up very soon. The Ultimates, this is legitimately a really hard fight for them. Frosttails are on the cusp of forcing a decisive map 5 against the Ultimates.
And look at that position that Majin is holding, right? I mean, just being able to kind of sit in that off angle, putting a lot of pressure onto Heesung. It's a wall that comes in there from the hazard. It's going to be a Kitsune rush that follows it up.
And do you have the cooldowns on? Heesung to stay alive. Majin already finds the backline. Sky very low, no drone, nothing to defend him. Pac takes his head off. Coalescence has done enough. The Ultimates falling low. Here's the barrage. Oh, hold on. Can Kepster find something? Just one. Kai with another. It's only Heesung, but he's got the spin. There should be a Kiri TPing soon to maybe save him. He comes out with the cleanse. Yeah, there it is. Big damage from Heesung. Hold on. He's starting to stabilize this one. Does not want to allow Frosttails to force it to a game 5. This series is way too wacky. He knows the risk that would pose. And it's a great clutch hold from Heesung. Twilight with the heads-up swap to the Kiri, keeping the tank alive. Still, another shot for Frosttails.
Oh, I mean, having a blade there would have been nice. Potentially there for Frosttails. May have been enough to get it over the line, but they will have another shot at least. They're working to build up towards yet another blade. The Kepster Far has been a little bit more impactful here towards the end. They need a big heals on Nikio to keep him up.
Need the bullshot. Kepster dies the splash, I think, on himself. Goes down Kai with the bullshot. Can he get something down? Flank threaded by Kai. He's over the top. Kyo's trying to mark that as well as continue to pump headshots into Heesung, who's just out of gas on the point. Supports keeping each other up. Twilight very close to that rush. And Kai continuing to deal damage, holding down on the cart. Supports right behind him. Dueling this Genji for all that he's worth. The clock running low. The blade now out once again for Pac, but can he bite into Twilight's Kitsune rush? It feels like too tall an order.
onto that tease. Big deflect on a Sky. Hold on. Keeps him in this fight. Magin's back on the Doomfist. Go. 90% to this Coalescence. That would be a game changer. Big punch just goes wide. Majin falls without the front line. This seems so difficult. Go. Back with one. Coalescence comes in. Symmetry back. She's getting torqued up, baby. He's got the spin. He's looking to get messy with it. On the car. Big damage from the spin. Takes down the Genji. Kiwi, though, with the rush. Players coming back in. Sim is doing monster damage here. And she's staying alive. Heesung with another Twilight low. They're trying to get into with the backline supports, keeping each other online. Sky dueling this one out for all that he's worth. It's the grand finals here, and it seems like the Ultimates have done just enough. Oh,
why was this series that close? I mean, what a wild end there as the Ultimates, they barely hang on. I mean, that's a series for all time. I mean, that's a wild one there towards the end. What happened with Kev? Did he just like fall off the map, or did he just blow himself up?
I think the Kiwi was like on top of him and he splashed himself to death. I'm not exactly sure. I saw it out of the corner of my eye, but like if that was the case, he was 1 HP and he splashed himself to death, rocketing somebody, which is actually normal.
This was a silly series.
I love this series.
Dude, Pac was eating this series. Pac was like making plays, taking in both DPS. Kyo and Pac, both of them were like, this was the team saying, you know what? Let's get in there, let's get active, and it was working.
And also, they stuck to their comfort heroes, right? Like, Kiona Cassidy, even though sometimes it's not an ideal matchup, like, he did make it work. He did get the value out of those picks. Like, they played really well around that. So, like, Frosttails were shooting back. Did the Ultimates play their best? I wouldn't say so. That is not the statement victory that we wanted to see from them. But I really don't want to take anything away from what we've seen from Frosttails here. There were a lot of really, really good moments.
Yeah, in the end, though, you think back to some of these maps, so, right, and Circuit was a tour de force for the Ultimates, right, just kind of dominating a lot of these fights. A couple big moments from Frosttails, but then, I mean, Kevster's just so clutch time and time again, drops, I think, a 5K in this fight right here we're showing the end of. Kyo and the Cassie, though, was a major problem. I mean, you know, I think in this era of hero bans, right, you know, even teams playing the quote-unquote meta, they have to show a ton of diversity. They have to practice a ton of different comps. And that means that even on quote unquote the best comps, they're not as well practiced as maybe things were in the past. And that creates the opportunity for a lot of these players to be like, you know what, I'm just feeling the cast and like it can work, you know, the Moira Curie, if we're willing to play it, we you know, play for those win conditions, it can work. By the way, shout out to Heesung here in this final clutch. Man was the immovable object. Supports always behind him, keeping him up, keeping him healthy. What a wild engagement.
Yeah, and I love to see Heesung doing well on the Orisa, because we did criticize that earlier on in the stage. They were leaning so heavily into the dive. It was very easy to like just counter them with the bans. Now for them to have that Orisa in the back pocket, we talked about that already as we were setting up the match. That is a good look for them. That's something they need to work on more heading into the playoffs, of course. Yeah. Heesung keeping them alive there on the last point. Otherwise, that would have been a 5-mapper for absolutely no reason.
I mean, not no reason. I mean, Frosttails, we talked a little bit about it. Like, they would need, obviously, a little bit of a miracle run to kind of get out of that relegation spot, potentially. That would have been the start of it.
They can't make it.
That would have been the start of it.
They literally can't make it.
I think it needed to be like, maybe if it was double 3-0, maybe it's not even possible with double 3-0.
It's not possible, because even then no. I
gotta say though, if they bring this kind of energy in promotion relegation, I think they're gonna be coming back. I think they will be back.
Yeah.
Like this is maybe bring this energy all stage long. Who knows what could have happened?
That's right. Well, I'm looking at I think mathematically, yeah, it would have been a miracle run for sure. We do have Christopher joining us for a quick chat, so let's bring him in. Christopher, always great to hear from you and to see you, of course. Congratulations on the dub. We hoped for a little bit more of a statement piece, a very convincing victory. Where do you think the team was struggling in this one?
I don't know, actually. I don't know what happened on map 1. The rest of it I don't think is too terrible, but yeah. I mean, to be fair to them, they play the right way to play as a relegation team, right? Like, come out, just play like weird stuff and just run at you, nothing to lose kind of mentality. So I guess the fair play to Frosttails on that map 1.
Yeah, I mean, I just want to say for the record, by the way, this is exactly what I was hoping for. This is like exactly the kind of crazy scrap. It would have been no fun if you guys just dominated them 3-0. But instead, we ended up with a pretty fun series to watch. I'm just curious how you think about. You mentioned that you think this is the right way to play for maybe the relegation teams. What do you think about in this era of the game, the possibility of teams just getting wackier, getting crazier? We've seen like Lifeweaver coming into the meta, a lot of strong teams, a lot of sim, a lot of like really diverse strategies, even at the top level. How do you kind of deal with that as a coach with like seems like a million possibilities in every game?
Yeah, I mean, I think most of what we should try to do is kind of break down comps into what they do, right? Like you can play like a double flex, like a wide comp, but there can be like 10 different iterations of it, Like you could, what they did with the Moira, that's what we did last week. Just play on the side and just kind of like right click everyone down. I've been trying it in ranked too, but I keep getting flamed, but they don't get it. So I think that's it. Like, I think that instead of like, how do we specifically play against X or Y, it's like, how do we play against this comp? What's like our comp versus their comp? Wide or narrow, fast or slow? Basic buzzword coaching,
Yeah, no, I think it's really interesting. We saw a lot of Moira from them today, a lot of just craziness. I'm curious, last time we spoke with you, talking about how the team was kind of coming together and, maybe some, language barrier stuff. How do you feel like the team has progressed here throughout the stage thus far?
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I was pretty confident. I was hoping for a better performance today than we gave, to be honest. I think we kind of find ourselves internally in this kind of like gatekeeper role where it feels like we're comfortably better than the 4 teams below us, but we still have some work to do to catch up to the big 3, which is obviously what we've got to do across the next 3 weeks if we want to qualify.
Right on. Yeah, we're excited to see what else you guys got in store for us in the weeks coming up. Christopher, thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in your next match.
Thank you.
Always great to hear from Christopher. And I've just heard words in my ears that Kevster is our player of the match. It's easy with the ultimates. Just give it to the DPS, isn't it?
Well, I mean,
one of them is always going to look good at the very least.
Without Kevster's heroics, this could have been a much scarier game. I mean, the Pharah was very strong here. Are we going to show him falling off the map? Oh, wait, no, this is it. Yeah, okay. Yeah. This is like kind of normal. This is a good play from Kiwi.
Like that.
This is a good
player of the match.
Player of the match. Splash himself.
There it is.
The classic.
Like he's won 2 APOTMs. We gotta troll him a little bit. Bro is a legend in the game.
That's right, he is, and he continues to perform like that. I am very excited to see how they will go about catching up to, the upper echelon here. As we're looking at the standings, we have a few teams which currently just look absolutely untouchable, and no one has quite figured out the formula of what to do against Alcatia.
I mean,
I don't know if there's a formula, right? Yeah. They just play. I mean, you just play Sim and Rush and kind of do what they're doing on the other side. I'm telling you, man, Sim is the meta. I've seen enough from the UV scrap.
Not everyone has a UV in their team, right?
But maybe Twisted Minds and Calcazia are gonna qual because they're the Sim teams. Like, I'm a Sim believer. I've after watching that comp play, like Sim is legit.
Are you a Weaver believer at this point as well? Or
I'm not a Weaver believer because Sim.
We're not there yet.
Because Sim is the counter to Weaver. That's the key. If you run the Sim,
so you're just on one side of the coin.
You get cook in on Sim, and then the Weaver heal's just not enough.
Sim Moira is where we're at.
Then. No, Moira is not where we at. No.
that's you, bro. You run the Sim Moira. I'm more of like a Sim Juno Brig, Sim Bat Brig.
It's debatable. It's debatable.
It's all right. No, I'm sure Sim Moira works just so well in gold or silver or wherever you play. For now, we're heading into a quick break, and afterwards we are back with 1D100G versus Twisted Minds. You don't want to miss it. Welcome back, butter enjoyers. The pans are hot, the grease is ready. It's 1 dip versus 100 gorillas taking on a sizzling Twisted Minds. Thank you, production. This is going to be our second match of the week, and it will be cast once again by Jake and Matt. You guys are lucky with your series.
Second match of the week. So this is the second match of the day.
Match of the day. Weeks, months. What
time is a flat circle.
Time, right? It really isn't.
Yeah.
But yes, sure. Either way, I'm ready for the game, is all I'm saying. And I'm ready for the team. So let's dig in and let's talk about them. Starting with the 1 dip versus 100 gorillas roster. They lost against Gen G just, what was that? Last week, yesterday, again, time, what is it really? But their Runa Zapi versus Gen G, that's the one I want to focus on because they played that Diva comp. We know Willis is a fantastic Diva, but specifically on that very map, in that very game, their coordination looked superb. They were so on the same page, they worked the neutral. It was just a really, really good look, and I want to see more of that today.
Oh. Yeah, this is, I think the roster a little off. But, oh wait, no, it's not. Mbappe gang. It is Zidra. Why did I think it was not Zidra? But Willis, the GOAT, has been actually impressing the hell out of me. Like, looking really solid for this team. And the rest of the team has been coming together. They've been playing very aggressive. Like, you look at this team, like, it's easy to write them off against TM, but I think this won't be easy, especially if TM is a little tilted from yesterday.
Well, last week they missed Willie, so it was a little bit of a rough week. I think they only had 1 game, but now that he's back in the lineup, I think you're going to see more of the normal performances from this team.
That's right. Now they are going up against Twisted Minds, who are just coming off of a banger of a series yesterday, treating us to the first draw of the season, of the year. I don't think we had one last year, so let's just say 2 years. We did have Psycho in an interview after that match, and he did say that he hoped, he's a little disappointed rather, that it wasn't a more convincing clean 3-0. He really thought that they got it. And he's rightfully very confident about their team's performance because just across the board, I mean, they can shoot, right? Even in the backline, like Simple has been an absolute menace. It's been a very dominant performance overall. But yesterday, we thought they were gonna tilt off the planet of Earth. Like Silent comes, then somehow they came back. They brought in Juby, like this sub of a lifetime for map 6, who's busting out that sim. Like that was an insane match.
New Twisted Minds, new year. You know, no longer tilting off the face of the earth. They have figured it out. You know, even if you're a little silent in the comms, doesn't mean you're angry. And I think with Quartz,
but silent comms are clean comms. That's how I see it. Let's see if they can get it done here against 1 dip. Jake is not convinced. Well, Jake, walk us through the map set and share your thoughts.
Well, Jake's also not convinced on Moira, who's clearly elite at the moment.
That's
clearly meta. Clearly meta.
Wild.
Moira remains unite. Matt, we're gonna have to take this one away. It is gonna be 1D 100G versus TM, and TM opening with a Lucio ban. Kind of wild, no? Like this is, I mean, this is Funny Astro we're talking about. He's gonna ban Lucio. I guess it's sort of a support protect. Maybe they won't use the Lucio ban on other maps, but they want to ensure that they could play like an Ana Brig here. In 1D 100G, you're gonna respond with the ball ban, but it's interesting because I kind of would have thought Winston or Hazard would have been the stronger, more typical choice on this map.
Just the fact though that you ban the Lucio off the rip there from TM is quite wild, right? You know, you have Funny Astro on the team, you ban Lucio. I mean, that's something you would have never thought to potentially see. But Funny Astro also has a really strong Brig, so potentially kind of eyeing that, you know, Brig into Diva matchup.
Well, we'll have to see how things end up going down on the server. Anything's possible. Simple on the Zen. It's kind of a nasty map for the Zen, and Simple kind of clean with it. However, Zidra and Dip, Willis, man, these guys have been really good at punishing some of these greedier comps. They've been really hitting these fast tempo plays and convincing me.
Yeah, but let's see if they can do it against TM, who is one of the best in the region. I think clearly up there with Alcatia. You know, for that top spot, as they're gonna play the Zen Brig here. So really an all-in pretty greedy comp here from Twisted Minds.
Yeah, but you do a lot of damage on Zen. I mean, Simple's the right camp to watch. Quartz already killed that Suki. Hold on, somehow with the burst damage, Twisted Minds
This is an angry team right now, bringing the heat on fight one. That is absurd to be killing the Brig off the rip like that.
Well, I think for Twisted Minds, they want to show that although they end up losing to Alcatsi in a really close 5-game affair, like, they can play at that level. They are one of the best, you know, and should be considered the biggest threat to Alcatia in EMEA. So when you have Psycho in, right, you have a fantastic Tracer look. When they can sub in UB, you have like the Sim and all the different heroes. I mean, he can play some Tracer as well. Just a really dynamic lineup. And then also, like, we talk about so many of the other players, right? Like, Quartz is still an insane hit scan player, right? Especially now on the Freya.
And this is a tough one for 1D100G. They've got to deal with the Zen, but so far the distance has just looked impossible for them to cross. Here's Willis starting to walk out wide, getting close. Nice boot by Funny Astro, but that opens the door for Willis to slide in, getting close to that backline. Discord gonna dissuade him for the moment. And these Twisted Mind supports are keeping the space now, taking the fight back to Willis, who's forced off the angle, and Simple is just doing monster damage this whole time. You gotta remember, Zen is that here you cannot win a long fight against in this matchup. However, TVNT running low on the heals. However, Psycho gets one. Willis quickly eats that pulse bomb, gonna protect his mech, but I mean, it's just like Twisted Minds look unbreakable in this setup.
It protects his mech, but he's still like dangerously low and has to back up. And they lose Dip here too simple as Dip trying to make a play for that Zen is a pretty easy target potentially for a Tracer, but the Brig and Diva there to help. And this has been dominant from Twisted Mind so far, 70% on the point and counting. You have this Transcendence potentially to use when that like Orbital Ray comes on through. You're gonna have a rally here soon as well. So just a dominant showing here as one Dip versus 100 Gorillas can barely get near the point.
Wait, the flying Zen perk goes kind of crazy on this map, actually. There's a lot of high grounds you can kind of get to with that. Imagine like Zen going top left here on his high ground. If he gets dove, he could kite away like that. And I mean, just this is scary on the walk up. Here's the Orbital Ray right out of the gate. Just forces the Transcendence out, and this is a very strong counter for TM. They can take the fight really back in aggressivity. TBNT's dropping low. The self-destruct zoning away the backline. Funny has to force the rally as well. Natsuki rallying, trying to keep this fight alive, but Johan being chased down. Both supports gone. Simple does fall in the chaos, but TVNT still has that self-destruct, has a big advantage, taking that 1v1 straight to the enemy mech, drops the bomb aggressively on the point. Zidra, bullish shot on the quartz though, makes this just possible for 1D100G. Funny Astro takes some shots of his own and gets cut down. Zidra making it happen, and the touch just barely comes in time, but TVNT, he's healthy. He wants to close this one out, does not want to give the flip back. Simple getting back to the engagement, and this whole time, Psycho has just been cutting up the competition.
Well, there's so much focus from one Dip versus 100 Gorillas trying to make a play on a Simple, and we see it time and time again. And Twisted Mind's able to keep him up for an extended period of time. That allows Psycho to just run, all over the opposing team's backline. It allows Quartz to get some easy shots at range. And then all these players who are diving Simple, they're just leaving extremely low. I mean, you see the amount of damage that Simple's put out here off the rip, 2,400 damage. I mean, that's more than Dip on the other side, right? That is a wild amount of damage coming from a support.
Yeah, Zen in these comps is such a problem. You like must kill the Zen, but then you got Funny Astro like perma bodyguarding him. You've got the rest of the team is always assaulting you on the walk up. So like if you do you can't just full send on the Zen, right? Or you're just gonna get punished too brutally. Taking that space away is not easy, and this floating Zen perk has like completely changed the nature of the map for Zen. He's able to play all these interesting positions, takes the fight straight to the Tracer. Beautiful shots from Simple. This is rough. I mean, this Tracer, Dip just cannot get into the action, and now Simple continuing to push this threat. Funny Astro, Psycho get the cleanup off the advantage Simple already created. 1D100G, they're close to the point, but they're a long way from actually capping this one out. Funny Astro immediately there to peel Quartz in the back line. This looks like an overextension from Willis, the Discord, enough to break that suit. Cap comes in from Twisted Minds, and his team is back with a vengeance. Yesterday, it was sloppy, it was inconsistent, they looked uncoordinated. This is a team with a new breath of life in them.
Well, I mean, considering the amount of damage that Simple's also adding to the mix, it's like almost impossible for one Dip versus 100 Gorillas to kind of like battle it kind of with how they're trying to play, right? And you see Funny Astro do a great job, using some of ththose packs to keep like TBNT and Quartz alive, right? Peel for the rest of the team. But now that you have some of this high ground control for Twisted Minds, you think their comp becomes even stronger. You see Willies has to use that defense matrix just trying to get these players across without them taking major damage, and Zydra already very low.
Zen is top point. This is crazy, man. How do you do Zen can just take any rotation he wants. This is so sick, actually. dude, this is like, I gotta use this in my rank games. This goes crazy hard.
And then he just flies to the other high ground.
Exactly. He can literally take any rotation he wants on the map. This perk is crazy, actually. And I mean, Zen has always been sort of decent on Alios, but I mean, this is
look at the
totally.
Look at the
he could play
movement
over the top left, I think.
Yeah, I mean, he just kind of like gets up on that sign there to give him a little bit of an extra boost, because like it's not necessarily like, it's a little bit of a lift, right? But like, it's not like you just kind of hold the space bar and go just soaring through the sky, right? It kind of keeps you like levitating on the same plane, but
yeah,
you can kind of like
that's
get a
perfect
little bit over things. Yeah,
to cross to the high ground, that's pretty much exactly what you need. You're all out of cooldowns here. Zidra full committed on this flank, stuck by a couple shots of damage. Psycho with the cleanup. Tracer's so enabled in this comp with the Zen over the backline. I mean, 1D100G, just nothing happening for them in this game. This is one of the most severe beatdowns I have ever seen. Like, there has not been one close fight in this map, and the map is over. Like,
I'm fascinated to see the score line after this in terms of like kills.
Do we have an
deaths.
Infinity KD? It's not quite Infinity, but if it is deathless, do we count that as Infinity?
I mean, yeah, potentially. And I think that's what you go with.
There was
and,
a couple deaths.
Nobody.
There was a couple deaths this game.
Nobody
literally,
touches. Okay.
Literally a couple deaths. 3 deaths on the side of Twisted Minds. Of course, the whole COD map.
Yeah, we've had some games. We had some games this morning, man. I mean, that one just kind of ends in a whimper. It's, nobody gets near the point.
The whole thing was a whimper, man. There wasn't anything but whimpering.
Yeah, that was Twisted Minds kind of asserting, their style of play on one dip versus 100 gorillas. As that was ugly. I mean, we had some ugly games in the last series, but this one might actually have been worse. Just because like it never felt like they were.
It doesn't get worse. It doesn't. I mean, you didn't.
They were nowhere
close.
It gets worse
if you got 2 or 1 kills, could have been worse.
That was a sick shot there from Simple.
Yeah, I mean, Simple's just terrorizing the lobby, man. Like, at some point, he just goes Terminator mode, and he, like, stops even kiting. He just starts, like, Wing into you. He's like, no, we have enough HP to win. I'm going to be Wing on you now. And you just can't punish that. You are in serious trouble. And, I mean, I feel like this is TM kind of rising to the moment. We've got all these teams playing Cassidy. We got, like, Moira being played. I mean, teams are realizing, like, you know what? In this era of Overwatch with the ban fades, there's a lot more to be said about comfort picks. I think for years, fans have always said, okay, why don't you guys play the comfort picks? But prior to hero bans, trust me, guys, it was rough trying to not play the meta. It was real bad. And when a team had perfected the meta and played one comp for a month or 2 months, they got so insanely good at it, you just couldn't counter. But with bans, this is not an option anymore. You have to flex. And so these players bringing out their specialist comfort heroes, they're really shining in this day and age.
Yeah, it definitely makes a lot of different niche comps more viable in terms of what teams like can potentially do, right? Especially because every series is different with bans, right? You're kind of like targeting banning other teams or trying to force like different maps and bans through the pipeline. But if you're Dip, I mean, I don't know what you do after that one. I mean, you just kind of pretend it didn't exist and just kind of move forward. We do have a sub for the next map, so it'll be KSA in for TVNT for Twisted Minds. And I believe that is because the map choice here by Dip is going to be Circuit. So it'll be Circuit. Potentially, you want to play, some Diva, maybe even like Sigma potentially here. If you're Dip, we've seen Willis do that a few times.
It's interesting because I think because this is 1D100G's pick, you can't really put in UB because you're vulnerable to the opening sim ban.
Yeah.
So Twisted Minds, despite how good the sim was last time, I don't think we will see it here just because they have to be too scared of that ban threat to put UB in.
Well, because we've seen Alcacia run the sim here with like Sim Diva, and it's looked awesome. Being able to kind of get that Diva in like different positions and force high ground without actually using fly and saving all the defense matrix and things along those lines. But yeah, I think it's a little bit of an easier read against this team where if they do end up kind of bringing in UB, that the sim is going to be the primary reason why.
Yeah, and so it's probably going to be Psycho playing, but it's okay. Oh no, we made Psycho play another map.
Right.
Oh, it's a good progress. Like this team is so sick. They have really strong looks across any roster on any map, and so KSA coming in maybe to play some of these more stable frontliners where TVNT looks to be in on some more dynamic maps. It's sometimes hard to read exactly why they bring one or the other in. DVG are going to be opening with the Iliari ban. I mean, fair, honestly. Like with what Simple's been doing on some of these aim heroes, maybe it's just not one you want to worry about. And TM responsive Genji ban is interesting here. So I guess that makes sense, right? Because in the last series you saw from 1D100G, they looked really good with the Genji comps, right? Like enabling the Genji to get dash resets ended up being a really potent force for them. And it, you know, is makes it really hard to play these super fast tempo comps without Genji. I think the other option is Sim if DVG want to go for that, but do they have Sim in their wheelhouse? It's not an easy comp to pick up and play. It's when you need a comfortable pilot on the Sim and you need a team that really understands how to leverage the most from the TP and the Sim wall.
Yeah, and I don't think that TM really wants to play Genji with Psycho in the mix, so getting rid of the Genji I think just kind of works out, right? It's not necessarily a tracer map, so I'm curious what they decide to go with.
It'd be like a Pharah look here, right? Like the BAP Pharah is very available right now. Maybe like a little life Weaver. Any Weaver believers?
You could play some Weaver here with the Pharah. You could, I think also like Psycho can probably play some Sim, right? I don't think that's like completely off the table potentially for TM. So this is not going to be an easy series for Dip versus 100 Gorillas, where they actually got off to a really good start in the stage, but they've started to you know, once teams have realized like they can't just kind of take them lightly, they have to kind of game plan for them. I think their performance has kind of come back down to earth a little bit.
Yeah, and this is Twisted Minds, right? As much as last match that we saw them in was super close against VP, number one, that was VP. Number two, that's probably an underperformance from Twisted Minds. Like, this is the one team that played Al-Qadsi at a map 5. This is really that team that is just nipping at the heels of the number one team in the region. So in the end, 1D100G, this is a really uphill battle for them. And this is also Twisted Minds that has been woken up. I feel like that close game against VP is a wake-up call. No matter how good you've been doing in scrims, this is that reminder that like you need to lock in these matches. And Simple's just like, I'm playing Zen, bro. You can't stop me. And honestly, without Genji, I kind of like that look. I feel like you might get away with playing the Zen. Like, how do you punish Zen without Genji? Tracer kind of sucks on this map. Genji really is the high tempo hero. And Zen is even kind of okay against the Sim sometimes.
Right? I mean, the interesting thing about playing, you know, with no Genji, right? Like trying to cross this space, it's very difficult for flankers. So like it's not a great tracer map. So it definitely opens up. Simple just deletes Johan right off the rip there. A volley of wards. Root. But Willie's okay. So I was like, there's no way you play the ball here. He'll play the Ramatra. So what this is gonna allow. This should allow the Sim to just kind of Zen to just kind of farm across the map.
Yeah, the Ana and the nade is going to make Trance a pretty unreliable skill. However, you're very right. Like when it comes to the pure poke trade, man, Zen is going to just be eating good here, especially someone as solid as Simple. Dip, looking to wall off the Ramatra. KSA going to be vulnerable, has to block it up in the corner, takes a nade as well, but he's so tanky on that Ram. The defensive Mei wall there, counters from Psycho, buys time for KSA to get healed up. And in the end, it's a little bit of a throwaway fight. Twisted Minds really always intended to play this corner. This tends to be how the meta plays out. And this is going to be the more challenging spot to break for 1D100G. Thinking that Suki maybe is the one to open it up with a nice nade or some sort of aggressive play.
Is and everybody's just kind of playing around this corner, right? And Psycho, like we talked about in the pregame, playing the Mei potentially was an option, and then ends up taking out Dip, where the amount of burst coming out from Twisted Minds at this corner is going to be so difficult for one Dip to deal with. Quartz just coming over the top here, just put some explosive shots on people. I mean, just finishing off Natsuki is, I mean, this is a few fights in a row that have just been dominated here by Twisted Minds.
I love the way Psycho's playing the Mei matchup, by the way. He's always going for the second wall because he knows, you know, 1D100G with this Ana, they need to open with walls, they need to isolate KSA. Psycho just responds with a defensive wall that buys enough time, and once the nade and the sleeve wear off, Zen is doing infinitely more in these long fights. So Willis is going to go over to the Diva to try and maybe change that story and get deeper onto the backline, maybe move past the Ramatra. It's going to make KSA a bigger problem, and not to mention Quartz in the sky in this long angle. You play the Diva to get on top of the Zen, but I don't know if Diva's going to be able to get it done alone. She's sent packing out in the flank, and 1D100G just no purchase in the map so far.
Yeah, I mean, they've not been able to get close, right? And even now, Twisted Minds pushing up past that corner, right? Playing over by that payload, just kind of like poking a little bit more here. KSA's got to be careful, though, actually gets hit with a bio nade there pops that Nemesis form just to be able to kind of make sure that he ends up living. I think you probably back up here if you're Twisted Minds. You have some of these players playing very close. Is now old KSA.
Sleep and roll, no cooldowns.
Get punished for playing that close. Maywall comes through, not able to get around it.
Team are going to fight this one out, though. They have a lot of ultimates. Psycho on the cart with the May ult. The Blizzard is big, though. I don't know if Psycho's going to be able to escape this. Does get frozen here on the cart. Is going to be cleaned up. Funny Astro as well fell. And in the end, Twisted Minds only threw the bola shot into that. But 1D100G also play it tight here, only dropping the Blizzard for their own recontest. KSA is back, though, and he's backed up by double support ult. Trance could be massive. Natsuki really needs to hit a game-changing nade right here. They need to nade and kill through support ults. It's the only way they win this fight. Natsuki under a lot of pressure. Zidra maybe could open things up to force those support ults early. Here's the Trance coming out already from Simple. Nade is on KSA, but he's so healthy. I don't see them bursting through this target. Psycho with the Blizzard as well. Dip is frozen, and yeah, even the orbital ray is not going to be enough. D.Va isolated from the team, using every drop of Matrix, trying to keep this one going. Quartz does get traded, but I mean, this could be a pretty heavy delay on Willis as well. Simple just gives him a headshot just to let him think about it. Zidra with 2, hold on, it's getting a little sketchy. You want to make sure you clean this one out. It's just KSA and Simple, but you've got just too much taking. It's too much damage between the two of them.
And now you're below 25 seconds here. One dip is basically used every ultimate that is somewhat impactful, right? You're going to have a self-destruct to get another mech back, but Quartz is going to have a bola shot, and then you're going to be walking into this annihilation. An absolutely brutal scenario here is Twisted Minds looking for a first point hold.
Yeah, let's see TM get this one done. Annihilation is massive. He's going to be able to send it straight to the backline here. He's all alone, but he's got that cooldown reset with the ulti. It's going to be a problem in the C9. Oof.
Look, you know, sometimes you're not able to touch.
That was a rough C9, though. That was like a true, like they were 5 up, bro. Like, I'm sorry. But
they were far, though. They were far.
Surely.
They were far. You know,
somebody could have gone Tracer. Somebody, like...
It's Sunday. Give them a break. Give them a break. It's Sunday.
C9,
it's Sunday. Everybody's
the number one guy to give a break to a team C9ing.
Nah, this is
D.Va doing this fight. D.Va
like,
playing out wide. Okay, that's the thing. I think once D.Va went wide, it was actually Jover. But maybe
I mean,
Willis would have just died on the cart, in fairness.
Yes, he would have just had to run straight through the annihilation and then self-destruct on the cart. He probably would have died anyway.
Yeah, so in the end, look, they're not going to win the fight anyway. It probably doesn't change anything. Still, just emotional damage.
Bro, Hugo's going wild today. I mean, these games in the EMEA have got him just, you know, on another level. He is just popping off. You know, it could be these games and how entertaining they are. It could be the neighbor who has turned on their sprinkler. That's also a possibility. Let's take a listen, though, to Twisted Minds, see what their vibes are like, as they're kind of rolling over one dip versus 100 gorillas.
Weaver some shit.
Yeah, I mean, doesn't... We just play our same comp, it doesn't matter.
You want me to kill someone?
Yes,
Yep.
please. Like yesterday on Dorado.
Alright, brother.
And just push out to the corner. They have D.Va.
D.Va May.
It's fine. Just push to the corner, then we can peek with shield, okay?
I will get a kill here, okay? Give me 1 second.
I'm gonna peek with a second. Ready with shield. 3, 2, 1. Peek with shield. Okay, they're backing up. Just push point. They're already giving us the whole map.
May.
Yeah, nice.
Can you hear us?
Can catch him.
Shield and 4, okay? We can peek again with shield second. Ready? Wait till the card gets to the corner. Wait.
Yeah.
Just very low. Ready? We can peek together. 3, 2, 1. Peeking. D.Va above us.
Sigma. This guy's
I think he's
Sigma.
swap off.
I'm bomb.
D.Va.
Sorry.
D.Va, I'm shooting D.Va with this cycle, but I'm backing up.
D1.
Shooting a cycle.
You guys kill him. You're living?
I'm walking up here before him.
Yeah, we're all living.
Okay, good job.
I don't know, sleep.
May low.
I have first beam,
We have fastest males in the game, by the way.
Okay.
All right, Twisted Minds running it down. Psycho got a ton of ult farm in that fight. See if Zidra can find some more picks, though, to open it up. He's over the top. Big bola shot into the back line. KSA, though, has the tankiness to tolerate that, even under the threat of the nade from Natsuki. And now Twisted Minds, it's their turn to clap back. Instant May ulti. Blizzard pop from Psycho, zoning everyone away. May caught dip in the corner. Is going to be frozen behind that wall. Cleaned up. Willis is low as well. Been dealt with in the back line. Now Psycho swings wide. And these last players, 4-1D100G, playing off the edge of the map, just trying to float away. But Twisted Minds give them no quarter, and 1D100G are going to be going down 2-0 in the series. I don't see the Sim making the touch here. even with the TP. Maybe Willis can get one second. I mean, Simple is emoting, so there's a chance.
Yeah,
but...
no, there's no shot. I was like gonna say, I was like, oh, maybe there's a world. Like, can you get a Tracer over there to potentially touch? But no, not in the cards. Look, we wanted the Ultimates to have like this type of performance, I think, against Frostales, but Twisted Minds showing here against Dip that there are most certainly levels within the echelon of EMEA.
Yeah, definitely. Everyone looking solid. The communication seeming a lot tighter today. Feels like they were able to put that match yesterday behind them. The fact that they're able to come away with the win is like, you know what? No matter how crazy or chaotic that series was, you came away with the win in the end. You pulled it together, whether it was through raw mechanics or that like final burst of teamwork on Circle Royale. Now you're up 2-0 rather over DVG. Well, all is right in the world. All is right in the world. This is exactly what you expected this match for TM.
And what do you do if you're even DVG? Like, are you gonna try and like, could you pay
Moira May.
Moira
what was your hero? Moira
Sim.
That's the answer, Matt.
Can you play like a flashpoint and maybe you feel like that the Zen is not as viable there, right? Otherwise, what? You're going to have to pick like, I mean, a map and then ban Zen? I mean, that feels pretty bad, right? That leaves so many...
Hybrid is too scary to contemplate, right? Hybrid is just like front to backing against Simple. I don't like it at all.
It is the EMEA, though. We could play King's Row.
It's flashpoint or push, right? Surely it's flashpoint or push. I'm with you on that.
You would
it's
think
wherever
so.
you think like the dynamism is the best. I mean, DVG, I kind of want to see them. I mean, like the Genji is now available, right? So I kind of want to see them go back to the Genji style. That's where they looked solid against Genji, where they put up some impressive fights, was off the back of the team fight coordinated aggression. However, Twisted Minds, that's also where they cut their teeth, is on that kind of a comp. Like, they are really happy to take that mirror. I still think it's your best chance for DVG.
Well, you imagine, right? If you pick like Runasapi, for instance, like you may not have to ban like a Zen, but then you're going to allow Funny Asher to play like Lucio. You're going to play like a fast Lucio style comp. So they actually go with New Junk City Flashpoint. I'm curious if they feel
too good of a Tracer map for Psycho. I think it's like,
that's true.
She's doing too much on the Tracer.
I'm curious, do they feel the need to ban like a Genji? Zen here. Because the Zen on Simple has been...
This is a rough map, but Simple has been doing the most on maps that...
Well,
Zen was out of the meta for a long time.
You're not going to play like Zen Lucio here, right?
I mean... probably be like a Zen Brig or...
with no speed, I mean...
But you're right. It's a yikes. It's a yikes. I feel like you just can't play. This map is very close quarters. A lot of hard corners.
So they leave in KSA. Do you ban Ramatra?
You could, but I mean, it's like KSA is like, he's just going to go Orisa. He's going to go, I mean, or like the Zarya even. Honestly, with Ramband, I think that's actually even scarier because I think the Zarya starts to look really good with Ramband. Like maybe Zarya is the meta with Ramband.
What do you do if you're DVG? I mean, this is a... I mean, you don't have like clear...
I think you might need to ban Zarya. I feel like Zarya, maybe the Ram is okay as a counter, but Zarya crushes Genji in the matchup. You just bubble Genji's dive target, you grab him in the blade, you just shoot him with your left click. You can't do anything. I mean, it's a really bad matchup for Genji.
DVG has banned Ball, and then they've also banned the Alari with their first pick in the last one, which could have been more of like a protect at times as well for like the support category, but they're gonna have to allow something, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I don't know if the tank is the ban, right? Honestly, maybe you ban Tracer.
Okay, so they DVG bans Tracer, and then TM on the flip side bans Diva.
How do I get it every time, Matt? I'm just built different. I'm just built different.
Yeah, you're just,
my pred rate is too high on these bans.
You're just
the Tracer. I mean, Psycho has been doing
pit phase.
Psycho's been doing so much, and although it's not a good Zen map, it is still a very good Tracer map. And then this is going to make the game, I think, much more firmly a Genji game. Although there is the risk of the Mei could still be good on Zen. Like mid fight, Mei seems kind of good to me.
Play like a Mei with like the Ram, right, and just kind of run them down. But this also, like, Willis has played mostly Diva, right? I mean, we've seen a little bit of like the Orisa, but I would say strongly,
and they look best on the Diva.
Yeah, the Diva is the best hero. Now you're forced to play a Rush style against a team who's like fantastic at Rush.
I'm telling you, the Giga Brain ban from TM would be ban Ram and then just spam Zarya. I don't think you can beat Zarya in this. I think Zarya would be the meta with these bans on this map.
Even with like a recent mix?
Something, but yeah, because I think Zarya beats Orisa actually. I think it's a good matchup for Zarya because you just like AFK shoot the Orisa and the Orisa like can't quite run past you and can't damage trade with you if you get high energy on Zarya. You just like slowly chop her up. You can like left click through the spin. You can you know, just pump a lot of damage. You can't. I mean, the grab is not that good against Orisa, but
like we're almost like through this series, which is insane. I mean, it feels like it just began, and now we're already sitting at like. I know the first map, Ilios goes so fast. I mean,
that was like world record speed run on Ilios, and then a full hold, first point on Circuit. He doesn't get faster than this. We're going to Flashpoint, which I gotta warn you, Maz, one of the fastest map types if you win 3-0.
Dude, and then we didn't even talk about it. Like, do you play the Maga here? I mean, we haven't seen Maga really as
playing Maga, but yeah, this is a good Maga map. Like, if there was a place to play Maga, it would be here. And I mean, the Kiri Juno has been a staple for TM. It's one that they've really brought to the forefront in terms of the support comps. Very greedy option, but it creates a lot of opportunities for like individualistic flanking. KSA going to keep it more straightforward with the Ram mirror though.
They're going to still play the sim though, so that's kind of a little bit of an advantage, right, in terms of like ramping up that damage. It's really just about if you can keep that sim alive, right? The sim is such a glass cannon. If you can keep the sim up, you're at such a major disadvantage. Willies decides to just run right on in, and yeah, Quartz takes care of business.
It's actually so big. I think Sim is insanely good in this mirror match. And on top of that, I mean, if Psycho can pull out the Sim, this makes Twisted Minds a much scarier prospect when it comes to playoffs because it really makes them less predictable, right? I would have said, okay, maybe if you bring Yubi in every time you play Sim, it kind of makes things more predictable. The other team knows what's coming. But with Psycho on the field, man, if the Sim is coming out, you don't know what to expect coming to mid-fight.
Really, it makes them very difficult to game plan against, and already they're not the easiest. What do you think about the hazard swap here? So I think obviously you're going to be able to dive a little bit easier with dip, but I feel like you're just going to get chunked down.
I mean, Sim is another hero like Zen. It's like you have to kill the Sim. That's her weakness, is that she's vulnerable to that type of super aggressive push. And so I see the hazard and the double speed as part of that. However, KSA is going to be immovable. I don't think you're ever killing this Ram with this amount of heals being pumped into him. Maybe if you isolate him, get him away from his teammates, though. He does need those heals constantly coming in to sustain. Quartz trying to bully, using his own health bar here to threaten back the hazard, and KSA in the meantime finds dip. He's low on the CDs, but he's playing his shields immaculately, and it's a really nice survival from KSA to be isolated alone and still staying alive and staying a threat.
I mean, he's playing his shield really well, obviously holding on to his Nemesis form. Then also, as players for one dip are trying to like move through the chokes, he's using those vortexes to just obviously not to kind of grab them out of the sky, but just to slow them down. And then once they're kind of like in his face, and then you also have the Sim there, I mean, there's no way any of those characters stuck inside that Ravenous Vortex are surviving. So that's already a first point here for one dip, as you see that Vortex gets dropped down, and then he just puts the shield there, being able to kind of free farm through it as all the Sim turrets set up there on that right hand side, and dip takes a little bit of damage from them and then just backs off completely.
All right, Twisted Minds. Sim is a little bit more awkward, a little bit more wide open on this point. Opening bullet shot from Zidra does some damage, but it's being healed up. Kitsune Rush now deployed from Simple. They need to pull up heals. Psycho maybe being left out alone, but despite being on low HP, he TPs out, gets healed up. Support ults being traded from both sides. The Twisted Minds starting to build up that energy. Here's the orbital ray from Funny Astro, and that should just be too much. Psycho takes some damage, but everyone has to full kite from 1D100G. Blade comes in, full desperation from Dip, but it's not enough to beat. Just a little bit off sync though, but maybe 1D100G following in Dip's footsteps. Getting this one done. KSA ulting though wins the tank trade, and he's healthy with double support on point. I just don't see you winning this for 1D100G. They've got to collapse on supports, which, well, hold on. Funny Astro's down. They're evading KSA really nicely. Zidra dances very cleanly in that fight, and they're able to clutch it out. Big picks on the supports, and some more coming in. Zidra, okay.
Yeah, they just completely dodge KSA, right? He's on the point with both supports. They're actually able to kind of get around him, dodge some of the damage he potentially could have put down, and take out both supports, and then Zidra rips Quartz off the choke, right? I mean, Quartz is coming back off the spawn, and then Zidra just goes up into the sky, two taps him, so that sets up one dip to take the point, which, dude, I feel like that was a must win. If they would end up losing that fight, this was going to be a steamroll.
Yeah, and it does bring them back in. Psycho instantly rips the wall, though, and that's going to put them on point with a very challenging contest. Quartz, 2 big shots here onto Natsuki. The healing torpedoes are enough to stabilize for the moment. Dip finds Quartz, though, with the help of that downpour, and Zidra low, and he's a not dodge every single shot. Okay, he slips away and even turns on Psycho. Teleported in, too greedy for the finish. Got booped off the TP by Willis. And despite Twisted Minds grabbing the cap, it seems like 1D100G are maybe going to snag it right back. The tempo that they're bringing with this Hazard comp is looking very strong, and Psycho goes over to the Sombra. Kind of doesn't want to take that smoke over the point. Still in control. Big burst once again from Willis. That's been his calling card with the Hazard. It's just chopping down backliners when they least expect it. And the flip came in, so Twisted Minds, you got to reset quick if you want a chance at this fight. Zidra dies to his own explosive shot, so he won't be there to forward spam the walk up. TM, maybe Psycho has to get an overtime touch. It's not feeling great for them.
Yeah, Psycho goes over to Sombra. So Sombra, another hero who's pretty impactful against compositions like this, and I wonder if he's actually going to play for a potential touch here. Looks like going around on a little bit of a flank, maybe just translocate in.
Oh, the invis. Oh, okay, slips away. So he's going to be all right. Who'd get the next touch? Somebody else has to. KSA is on point. Okay, he's holding this one down. Big hack into Willis. Maybe mitigates some of his offensive threat. Psycho playing these angles really nicely in Quartz. A bullet shot would be devastating. No answers right now for 1D100G. Big hack onto the backline. Yoham is not going to live to deploy that orbital ray in this fight. Quartz traded, though. However, Kitsune rush on point. Seems like it's doing too much. Natsuki slips in and takes Funny Astro out of the equation. It's turning into more of a brawl than you would have expected with Twist Minds finding the opener. But 1D100G always finding the kills in the scrap. Always deathmatching their way out of this. Just KSA and Simple trying to hold on, and this time they're showing a lot more respect.
Yeah, they're going to back up here just a little bit. You're going to have the shield coming back in for KSA, so he's going to be able to live just a little bit longer, but Simple needs to keep him alive. That's a huge kill there by Simple. Taking out Yoham. If you can actually... dude, Yoham has the orbital ray. That is brutal there. I mean, that might end up being the point.
That is so rough. Yoham has had Ray for 2 fights and has died first both times. Now KSA wants to end this point before the fight even really begins. Simple peels that Genji off of his Ramatra's back, and I don't see the point to share. Willis is too low. Even Quartz swings that corner. Stack of tires not enough. And TM just routing aggressively here, going to be cutting off 1D100G before they can even get towards the point. I mean, this is like a blistering pace.
And that looked like a fight that... one dip, well, not a fight, but a point that one dip was most certainly in position to win, and they still are not able to do so. I mean,
those Yoham pickoffs are really brutal, right? The Ray is crucial. Here he's going to pop the Ray, but already now this time it's Dip's dead. Twisted Minds, they're not backing down whatsoever on the aggression, even in the face of the Ray. They're disrespecting it. KSA comes in with his ulti, and yeah, Willis hacked, can't even slip away. It's just Zidra alive, but yeah, he's just caught all alone. And man, that is a rough fight. Like instant popping Ray from Yoham. He's like, I'm not going to let this happen again. I'm not going to get picked off first. And then Dip is the one who dies. I mean, that's tough, man. TM are just hitting them with the full court press, playing aggro. And now what? Now they have Psycho's EMP. It's really hard to ult first against EMP. Like, despite the ult bank advantage, Twisted Minds, I mean, EMP is just game breaking here. Yoham has to cleanse this EMP on himself.
And I mean, you end up having the double support ult on top of the EMP, right? So it'll be Psycho using it. Yeah, connects the 3, but the beat comes through.
The Ray, though, keeping people alive. Funny Astro's low, needs to stay alive in his own Ray. Blade comes out from Dip, could find a couple kills here and change the story. Has done just that. Now it's only KSA trying to hold this one down. Psycho gets a kill from the grave. KSA running low on the CDs. One last form, but surely he's going to be surrounded and cleaned up. Still, the flip has been held for quite a while. Twisted Minds going to be up towards that 63, 64% on the capture point. And Willis is on the Winston. Very all in with no ultis to support Winston. This is super scary for Winston. I mean, it could be explosive, though. If Dip gets a dash reset, everything can change.
And I am shocked that, Twisted Minds ended up using both support ults there, right? Felt like they had a little bit of a window and opportunity, maybe hold on to one, come back. But still, I guess you get up to 65%. You're not exactly that worried as how are you going to keep Willies alive as, Dip gets extremely low. Finished off, you're going to lose Zydra as well as, I mean... I just don't know if you can play the Winston into this, bud.
Yeah, the hard initiation on Winston is rough into somebody like Freya. Just, like jumps up in the air, starts nuking you. You're playing against Funny Astro Lucio. Good luck ever landing where you want to. I mean, this is rough. Now KSA has the ultimate. Once again, Willis going to be pushed off this angle, forced into a very defensive bubble pop. Psycho grabbing that Mega early, making sure that Dip can't recontest. It's kind of an important Mega when it comes to the scrap fight off point. And 1v100G, Dip should be able to grab the overtime touch on the Sombra, but this is looking so rough. Yeah, they do get the touch. Some damage onto Astro. TP's back to the team. Willis would love to finish that one off and follow up with a kill. Dip getting a little bit of heal back, but Willis is already forced away, already being chased out off the point. KSA with the ultimate wants to end this one here and now. Kitsune Rush has been popped. Willis is low. He's slipping away for the moment, but there's just not enough fuel in the tank. Twisted Minds 3-0, an absolute obliteration on Flashpoint, and the series goes their way as well. This is the team we talked about. This is the team we want to see in playoffs.
I mean, the people out there trying to get drops. I mean, this series is.
What you think of the drops, TM? What you think of the people?
Series. I mean, come on, man. You gotta watch hours to get these drops. I mean, what are we doing here? But TM, I mean, that is just. Look, if you don't have the people in mind, this is the type of performance you would do.
Yeah, they did not do that for the people, unless the people have dinner reservations and need to go places. They speak
Dinner. I mean, it's I mean, it's like a late breakfast.
Yeah, actually, it's lunch, right? It's real. It's real. Well, here's the thing, though. Like, that's the kind of domination we would expect to see from Twisted Minds. I think yesterday against VP, even in their mind, was a slip up, right? Like, they expected a 3-0 yesterday already. So today, they certainly came in to make a statement. And while One Dip versus 100 Gorillas was the team that managed to, like, push everyone, good and bad, to map 5, that narrative has stopped here.
I think there's also a difference of. Frosttails, for instance, they lose to the Ultimates, and like Frosttails was legitimately like in that series from the start, right? Winning map number 1 and then playing close 3 much throughout. One Dip was not in this series. There was never a moment.
3 kills on Elios.
I don't even think we showed the stats. I mean, it's probably not great.
Flashpoint had a couple close moments, but
you never got the sense they were gonna like
really
win,
dig in. No. I mean, they like this is their best point. I think was this one with 57%. I mean, I guess they got a bit on the other point too, but so many pickoffs, so much aggression. It feels like Twisted Minds. I mean, the mechanical level of this team is so high right now. When you have a team that's hitting on this front with like all their players are popping, everyone's finding initially opening kills. Like literally everyone on the team is getting openers, and then they're playing like Zen comps. It is scary to be playing against that. It just feels like you can't play the game. You're just getting deathmatched out of the server.
Yeah, they're greedy and confident, and rightfully so. We actually have KSA joining us for a quick chat after this very, very, very quick series. It will be voice only, so let's bring him in and see if we can hear him. Can he hear us? KSA,
hello?
With us.
Yeah.
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Perfect.
Okay, is my mic fine, guys?
Yes, we do.
Just making sure.
Yes, you're perfect.
Okay.
No notes. 10 out of 10. Same as the performance on the server just now. This was a quick one, so let's actually talk about yesterday's series. Was there anything that you guys took away from yesterday's match heading into today's game? Because Psycho did mention yesterday that you guys felt a little disappointed that it wasn't a clean 3-0. Did you feel like you needed to make a statement in today's match?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, especially like looking back at the match yesterday, like maybe Dorado was a little bit close, but we closed it out, thankfully. But Runa Sapi and actually can't even remember the other map. But the other 2 maps after Dorado, we should have won them. To be honest, yeah, it really was a long series.
Yeah, so I just want to, I mean, now really you're looking ahead at playoffs, you're looking ahead at potentially EWC. I mean, there's still a couple more matches to be played, of course, in the regular season, but it seems pretty clear that at the top right now, it's kind of you guys and Alcatsia. How do you look at that matchup as far as preparing? Are you guys scrimming each other still, or is there any feeling of like, that's the team to beat, you want to just start prepping solely for them? Or are you guys keeping the perspective very open right now?
I think we're keeping it open, but I think Alcatsia is always like a hard team to play against. It's always like close against them. But yeah, I think mainly just looking at Alcatsia and VP.
Yeah, that seems to be kind of the tier break here in EMEA. When you look at a potential, rematch with Alcatsia down the road, you guys are so close with them the last time, then potentially even further, right? Going to EWC and playing against teams from all over the world. Where do you think there's like one spot your team can kind of improve going forward and give your guys even bigger advantage?
Definitely more flexibility. We've been playing too much Ram, I'd say. Gotta add some more heroes in there other than Ram. Other than that, I think it's fine. But it keeps working, so
quick. I mean,
don't fix what ain't broken.
Keep doing it. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's a lot of fun to watch you guys play and watch you dominate the server like you did today. You have one more match to go, so best of luck in that one. Thank you so much for taking the time for a quick chat.
Yeah, thank you for having me.
Of course, that was KSA from Twisted Minds after a very quick and dominant performance from him and the team. And the player of the match honors for this one go to Simple, basically a DPS person, like a player, player.
The Lilios was
Simple
was a takeover from Zenyatta.
Yeah.
That was like, I was like, all right, after seeing that
just ran
perk
at
too,
him. No fear.
like
no fear.
that floating perk is a game changer for Zen on Lighthouse. I mean, being able to rotate 360 across the high ground, that is normally a map that really punishes immobile characters because you're just like, you're caught, you're on the high ground, and you just have to stay in that one spot. And so Zen being able to constantly rotate away from the flankers, I'm like, whoa, is this a Zen map now? After seeing like Simple just, I think, broke something open. I wouldn't be surprised if we see other teams play that.
They were never able to kill him, and he was finishing consistently go like more damage than some of the players on one dip. So it's like, I mean, that's, you're not going to win.
I don't know though if he would get away with that against a team like Alcazia or like VP.
With Lucio banned though,
I
kind of like this income. I'm kind of thinking that's really good. Like
Zen
okay,
Moira.
let him cook. No,
that is the worst. That's like the Matt. That's like what we always say is that's the single worst support comp in the game. Is
I mean,
of any two, it is the worst synergy in the game.
Yeah,
that's a pop game. If no one's in voice, have at it. Like that's where you're going with it.
Don't have at it. Not please don't.
Just like have at it a little bit.
If you guys match up with Jake and you're the supports exclusively just play Zen Moira. I'm calling on everybody.
For everyone.
I'm using streamer mode forever now.
Well, that's unfortunate. So you just have to always roll out in Zen and Moira in case Jake is in your game. And then you too could make it all the way to the top with such glorious compositions like our teams. Alcazia sitting comfortable on top, closely followed, of course, by Twisted Minds, Virtus Pro. And after that, as you just said, Matt, that's kind of the tier breaker.
Yeah, it's I mean, Twisted Minds and Alcazia, I mean, you can just take a look for yourselves, right? I need to tell you. I mean, there's a gap between those two and the rest of the field. I am curious where VP fits into this over the next like 2 weeks going into playoffs, because VP was so good in the previous stage, essentially the same roster, but just working an Ice Gnome into the mix. In theory, they should be better, right? But the results have been a little bit up and down. I'm curious, are they like saving things for the playoffs? They really kind of focused on that, because it would be very odd to say like a VP potentially not end up making an event. I mean, with how good they've been.
Yeah, historically you're right, but TM and Katsuya have surpassed them. It's up to VP to kind of make a return to form. I will say that match against TM, as much as TM could say, oh, we should have won those maps, like think about Dorado and Oasis, the first two openers that where TM won, were actually quite close. Like VP was not that far behind on the maps they did lose. And so there's glimmers of hope here for this VP team to be resurgent, maybe especially with Eisnom adding that versatility.
Yeah, also, of course, we do have the last chance qualifiers this time around, right? So even if you don't make it through the regular season and the playoffs, there is still another way to make it to EWCS. We will be having more teams than ever joining us for the LAN event. However, that is still in the not so distant future. For now, we're just focused on our regular season. We're done with EMEA for the day, which also means that we have to say goodbye to our good friends Jake and Matt. Thank you both so much, twinsies, for calling the action and buttering us up with verbally. I don't know. I should have just stopped a sentence.
Quit while you're ahead, Zoe. Quit while you're ahead on that.
Just do what Jake did. Ask the chat to laugh. Ask the chat to laugh.
Chat, type ha for Zoe, guys.
Type ha in chat, please. Thank you very much. For now, we're saying goodbye to those two gentlemen, and we will be back with all things NA after a quick break. Don't go anywhere.
Across the world, the strongest rose to the challenge.
Well, there's the overclock. 3 kills for Lambda.
They have fought for pride, for prestige.
A blade for Jay-Woo, and there's the kills that you were looking for.
And for a place on the world stage. Every match brings them closer to legacy or obscurity. Rivalries will reignite.
Zera connects with the stick! Zera does it again!
New stars will rise. And champions.
Oh, Copper! He looks so good on this Winston right now.
Will fall. This is the Overwatch Champions Series.
Welcome back, everyone. Zoe here, joined by my very good friend Rose and Jack.
Rose
and plural. Now
Jack
it sounds
is
like it's
also
only yeah. That's that. I was just about to say like
didn't plural that.
turned memes in quickly for absolutely no reason. I just dropped an S, man. Like that. That's it. At least I used the right name today.
True,
like we're making
so
progress
true.
in our friendship. Yeah. Well, EMEA kind of speedrun this one, so we had to call upon you guys a little quicker than we expected, but we got some good matches coming our way. How are we feeling? Week 5 almost over. Rose, thoughts?
Feeling
inspirations?
good. Feeling good. Very excited. More North American Overwatch. Can't complain.
All right, let's take a look at the schedule, Jack, and see what we have in store for the good people.
Oh yeah, regular season, like you said, it's almost done.
Schedule.
We're so close. It's almost finished. June 15th is going to be the final day. Then playoffs, of course, June 21st to 29th. And then LCQ is going to be popping all the way to mid-season championships over Esports World Cup. Yeah, it should be a good time. Obviously, we're ending out the year in Stockholm. Feels like I've said that like a billion times. Let's just go to Stockholm already, I think. Maybe we just go now. Maybe relocate everything to Stockholm. Thoughts?
Honestly, that sounds amazing.
At this
Sweden
point,
has fantastic paternity leave. Like, it's
great.
It's nice.
Just saying.
Good place.
Nice weather.
But
Johnny
no,
hates
it's
the weather
kinda-
in Sweden, by the way, but I quite like it. It's
But
kind of chilly.
Johnny's a hater regardless.
True.
So, like, I'm sure the
hates
weather
fun.
feels the same way about Johnny. So, there we go. I said it. Yeah, so that's our Stage 2 schedule. Tickets for both events, the mid-season championship as well as the World Finals, are on sale right now. So make sure to grab yours and meet us there. It's a celebration of video games, of course, at DreamHack. So you'll see many more things, not just Overwatch there. Just make sure to get the right kind of ticket so that you're actually able to get close to the action. Mitch, I think last week, has explained that very professionally to all of you viewers. Now, though, it is time to get into the nitty-gritty of today's matches, since we're still far away from the World Finals. Let's take a look at what's on the docket here in the NA region, as we just finished up EMEA. We got 2 matches coming your way. Sakura will be going up against SSG, and then we close out the day with Team Liquid and Supernova.
Yeah, that Sakura SSG game, we joke about SSG's like season starting like last week against Supernova, but this is actually going to be a real big test for them. Sakura have looked good in the past, and I think this team has the ability to punch up. Do they catch SSG lacking today? Like the legacy of SSG and all these players, right? Everybody's like, this team is going to be so sick in this season. They've lost to strong opponents like Team Liquid, and they've started out very rough, but Sakura, I think there is upset potential for the squad.
Yeah, Nekard, this is going to be the toughest test that SSG will be facing in the second half of Stage 2. Sakura, we've seen them punching upwards. We've seen them catching teams by surprise because they have a fantastic roster. Let's take a look at both of these teams and discuss how they will be stacking up against each other. Sakura, of course, one of the big highlights for us has been Peace on that Tracer over the last couple of weeks. Also, of course, Clear has been making waves playing the tank for them this stage.
Absolutely. I feel like this roster just has so much flexibility when it comes to what they can actually bring to each individual map, and they've gotten better and better as the stage has also progressed. Clear's Hazard looks amazing. The rest of the team can follow up on the dive. I think X10's Freya is also one of the best in North America, and so being able to have access to a hero like that, I really just think that this team is set up for success. Cinnabar and Z as well. I think these are 2 players that you can't really execute on these dives if you don't have the right supports in the back. So the whole roster feels so well rounded, and I think you're both right. This is going to be a huge test of strength for both of these teams. And yeah, it's hard to say who's going to actually win this.
Yeah, I mean, we all hope to see Space Station Gaming performing on peak like what we've seen from them last week when their season actually started, right? Seeker on Sojourn was an absolute peak performance. If their DPS shoot like that, like the win condition for the opposing team are very slim. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Sakura, which, yeah, they're a great team, but they will be punching upwards here.
Yeah, it's interesting to talk about Seeker too in this regard, because yesterday when we were chatting to Lethal a little bit and I was asking like, oh, you know, the Freya's not seeing as much play anymore. I don't think Seeker minds that whatsoever. Seeker's Freya, decent, not the best in North America, but his Sojourn is. As well as the Casti being a little bit more prominent now as well, I think this is a good chance for SSG. Not to like retool their DPS in any way, but maybe slot into some more comfort. Maybe we see a lot more Sojourn from Seeker. Maybe at the start of the season, Freya was quite busted. The small hot fixes and the small changes to her, the little nerfs that she received, maybe that was enough for Sojourn to kind of come back in and be the queen of the DPS again.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly was enough for some of our top players to feel like they can get away with not playing her, and so far that's actually been working out for those top players. Seeker, of course, being one of them. Let's see what they have in store for us in this first match of the NA region. So Jack, Rose, please take it away.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe. Yeah, SSG and Sakura, Rose. I mean, who's your money on realistically here as we go on to Ilios?
Ooh. I mean, my brain tells me that this should be Space Station winning without any questions. But I think the fact that both of these teams have lost to the same opponents and also beaten the same opponents just really does beg the question of where do both of these teams actually stack up against each other. They just don't really have that great of a litmus test, with Sakura has also lost to, you know, Nightmare and GKSS Space Station, just to really iterate the point. So I don't know, Jack. I think it's Space Station, but this season has been full of surprises so far for this team.
Yeah, it has 100%. There's we see the bans as well. Diva ban for SSG, and then an Ana ban. I think that's a really smart Ana ban there, coming from Sakura. Kellen wants to play dive on these maps. They want to play ball. They want to play Winston. Kellen gets his choice, obviously. Probably going to be Winston, yeah, especially with Diva banned. So it does force Space Station to play Kiriko and maybe CJ on the Zen. I wouldn't mind this whatsoever. I love the Zen on these Ilios maps. Well, it's a little bit more difficult. I think you can definitely see it on something like Lighthouse, like we saw actually Simple in Twisted Minds play it a little bit earlier on today. But as we roll out the gates, clear on the Hazard.
Yeah, I would love to see the Zenyatta as well, and I do think that this could work if the Space Station really want to try to play this aggressive style of dive, but I think it is a much better option to make sure that you actually have some mobility available when you know that there's going to be a Tracer, a Freya. Like, you just get too tapped on the Zenyatta, the Hazard can dive after you as well. I think the Zenyatta ends up being a huge liability, and then you just don't have that healing available. So I like where we actually see both of these teams land. It's going to be a mirror, except for that tank role where we see Clear playing in that comfort with the Hazard, and then Kellen on the Winston, like you said.
Yeah, both Freyas for now as well, so no Sojourns just yet. Kellen just getting bullied, though. Again, Winston's job is very difficult, actually, in this meta. It does get feasted upon, really, against the Freya. You see Z and X10 picking up the first couple of kills as Sakura winning this fight pretty easy. A big wraparound, big rotation from them, waiting for Kellen to make his move first, and then the punishment with the wall, and then X10 with the damage.
This is something that Sakura have done so well. Like, despite the fact that their wins this stage have been against Stiltdox, Extinction, and Supernova, I think you can already see how well they're coordinated as a team in terms of how they play around this Hazard. You dive after the Winston, you make sure that the bubble is down, you isolate somebody with the Hazard wall, and Clear has had really great reaction times when it's come to using those cooldowns. I think Sakura can really dive on things like that, especially when X10's going to be popping off on the Freya. First up to an ultimate. It's going to be that bullet shot ready for this next fight.
Yeah, normally not the most impactful ult, especially when fired at great range, but if you can tag someone like a Seeker, very easy for Sakura to kill you off, and Seeker gets taken out by Clear. X10 with a perfect bolt shot, and Clear there with a spike guard kill. Space Station out of this one for now.
Now they just have to regroup, and I feel like that regroup is not coming fast enough in a lot of these instances. I know it's only been 2 fights so far, but Sakura, they've held this front line without having to use a single ultimate, so they've got 5 available for this next fight. Like, bullet shot still from X10. What if you just cycle through that with this pulse bomb as well as having both support ultimates? Space Station really are kind of working backs against the wall.
Oh, what a shot as well by X10. Just tags Bliss with a bowler shot. That's an instant kill.
Is that Ajax?
Ew, it might be. Space Station Gaming losing that support ult. 75% is Sakura. They save theirs. Oh dear. Space Station. Maybe lost in orbit right now. Not sure what's happening.
Well, something not good, I think, is what I can probably say here. That was an Ajax, no sound barrier. You've got the rush to try to close the gap, but Sakura could just stop you here with Pulse, like Downpour. Can
nice
anybody
pulse.
actually touch?
I mean, CJ has used the rush, but that rush is on the high ground right now. Cinnabar with the sound barrier. Clears 3, and Sakura, Rose, they are absolutely dumpstering Space Station Gaming right now. Primal Rage from Kellen. But, I mean, X10's already done the damage, and Cinnabar trying to get a cheeky little boop into the well, but Sugar Free dead. Final touch here will be Kellen again, you'd have to imagine, but That is a flat out 100-0. Sakura taking the first round off his SSG.
Wow. You know, when we started to get to the series, my mind definitely feels like it should be Space Station that's winning this, and we still have a lot of the series left to go. But after seeing a very convincing 100-0, I gotta tell you, my heart is kind of with Sakura right now. I think this is absolutely a team that could win this series, but I really don't want to call it too early. We just kind of have to wait and see how the rest of this map plays out. But Jack, it's not looking good. Like at Ajax, no sound barrier.
No kills.
Sakura, no kills.
No kills.
Like nobody died. Like what is going on?
Oh, there's a lot of zeros on my screen, Rose. A lot of them. And they're not, you know, it's not looking good
They're
for
not the
Space
good
Station.
kind of zeros.
They're not, yeah.
They're not like, it's not golf, you know?
Yeah, I mean, all right. Let's see if Space Station finds something here. Sakura playing with a lot of wind in their sails right now, in all honesty. Kellen's just getting bullied too. I mean, this is not even fair for Kellen right now. Well, there's the first kill. There, make that a second. DPS for Space Station Gaming, getting them on the board finally. Sakura, they do lose X10 in Cinnabar, but they got the point. Oof, Bliss. Wrong place, wrong time, buddy.
I mean, like, this is not a clean fight either. Like, Kellen almost dies? Like, oh.
Yeah, they can't stay on the point either.
No, I
Seeker's
get it.
hesitantly stepping up right now. Kellen diving in, getting Bolt in his face, and then X10 just following that up repeatedly through the bubble. Like, it's just so tough. Seeker does end up killing Peace there, Rose, but still, struggle streak for them.
Finally, I think we start to see a decisive team fight win, but not before Sakura actually get 41% of this point. I think that's nuts. After sneaking away that first capture and just delaying this inevitable, like, Space Station really have their work cut out for them. If you think about it, they got to win a round and a half. Kitsune rush here. Bola shot though from X10 gets loose first.
Yeah, Seeker throws one out as well. Don't find too much, but a little bit of space for Sakura. Peace hits the recall, and here comes the rush from CJ, and now Peace on the back foot, very low. Throws out the pulse, in fact, but Bliss dodges out the way. They do trade for Kellen, and, well, Z, they've got their ult too, so an easy rush onto the point, and Sakura, again, just bullying Kellen out of this map. It's been so hard for him to operate.
This Winston just doesn't feel right in this matchup, but I feel like it's also doing exactly what we sort of expect. It's there to soak up damage, hopefully buy enough time here for like Seeker and Sugar Free to go do the thing that they're best at, which is just raw mechanical skill. And it's not working because you need more than that. Like X10 just
she killed him again.
Seeker. What?
Yeah.
Like, she's nuts. Like this is so strong from Sakura so far. They win another fight. They're at last fight territory here and on the verge of winning this first map against Space Station.
Double soundbar available, but again, Kellen taking infinite damage on the approach. Downpour connects, but luckily though, Bliss lays down that sound barrier, but unfortunately caught by the hazard ult. Rooted in place, instantly killed there by Z, as now X10 it's just playing with her food right now. Eventually, Seeker takes her down, but it is a trade as Sakura, they're so close to this OT, and it is just Space Station flailing around like a fish out of water right now. Sakura is now just hunting down the backline. CJ falls. Kellen's got the Primal Rage Rose, but that's it. That's all that's left in the tank.
That is going to have to be everything and then some. Kellen does find one onto Z, and Bliss is there for the reinforcement to finish off the second support on Sakura.
Okay,
but
Bliss.
Even though they might win this fight, Jack, they still have to win the rest of this map, and X10 finds Seeker. That's a huge source of damage gone.
All right, they do find it, so a complete reset here from Sakura. Clear spawning, and well as Seeker, so it will be a 5-on-5, but they only need to win this one fight. Rush is coming up. Next big high-impact ult here, unless Peace hits a freaky one onto the back line.
But there's 2 chances here, and I think that's really the big difference maker. Sakura are ready to go at the 50% mark. They're going to have this Kitsune Rush and Pulse Bomb. Piece up to Brim.
All right, there's the rushes on the point already. And it's only a matter of time, I felt like, before Kellen met his demise, and there it is. The hands are clear once more. As soon as that leaps off of cooldown, Rose, you are 1 dead. Winston. Z perma-pocketing X10 right now. And has always been kind of this true carry for Sakura and just continues to prove why. She's one of the scariest Freyas in North America right now. Seeker and Sugar Free, though, make it a little dicey for Sakura, but they did end up capping again, so they've granted themselves another chance here. Another chance for a recontest.
Oh, Clear has to die now or
that's
get
not
out. Yeah, it's a little bit late, but I think it's still going to be okay. The downpour, maybe you would have earned a little bit more percent towards it. You have the Bola shot that X10 can use out of spawn, and then she still gets the backup from the sound barrier. Cinnabar is very close. I feel like this is a tight race between Cinnabar and Bliss to see who can actually get the sound barrier up and have the impact necessary. Oh, that's a huge pick though from Seeker.
Seeker with some revenge. Downpour is going to get laid out by Clear. And now hot on the tail of Bliss. Manages to find the kill. And look at how deep right now Clear is. Seeker is 28 HP. Dodges out the way. Didn't even need to look at Clear there for the kill. The bolt lands. Clear explodes. And Space Station, they finally found themselves in the headwind. They take the round, but it was a close one. 100-99.
And there were so many points of that. I thought that Sakura were just gonna take it. But luckily for Space Station fans, Space Station, I feel like, finally figured out how to operate versus this very aggressive hazard play. You could even see, I think, a good example of that towards the end where, actually, maybe let's look at the stats first. Jeez,
Seeker,
X10 is like
17 and 5
double the damage of anybody else in the lobby.
Yeah, Frey is still pretty good. 11.2k
She's
deeps.
nuts.
Seeker really the standout performer right now, at least for Space Station. 17 and 5, 1 assist, 7k damage. Not too bad. Kellen's still running out with a Winston. I think it was a very, like I mentioned before, I think it was a very smart ban for Sakura, taking away that Ana.
Yeah,
Really what Space Station thrive with.
It really does limit
Winston
the dive possibilities here, with the Ana having way better sight lines on this high ground. But I think still, like, you just see how aggressive Clear gets with this hazard. Everybody is forced to back off.
Okay, Seeker takes down Clear. Lands a nice little bolt shot as well onto the Tracer, forces the recall. Still, though, kind of begging for help right now. 0 HP. Same could be said for Kellen, as Peace clocks him one. All right, recall for Sugar Free as well, but that is the point once again for Sakura. It's a messy one, though, as Seeker coming up big for the team. Only 5% for Sakura there, but Space Station still, they're just finding them on the point where it hurts.
I think this is a good position for Space Station to be in, though. I think either team that has the Freya, we've seen this before on Lighthouse, and I think Well is also a pretty good example of this, where if you have control of the point, it's just better setup for the dive or for the Freya. Look at how much better angle you get. A Seeker, especially if you are able to find the sight line onto somebody, get a pick before they move in. That's a team fight that you've won and more time that you delay off of the clock. Like, Sakura are already coming back here, but before Space Station gets 30%, Sugar Free is ready with a pulse bomb. Like, there's actually quite a bit of damage here from Space Station, as long as they don't get caught off guard by this wall.
Pulse bomb on the shield there from Peace. Unfortunate. Pulse bomb thrown out by Sugar Free. Does manage to kill Clear, but I think the fight is really already done. Sugar Free threw that pulse out with 2 of his own members on his team already dead. So Space Station, they lose out on the point, lose on that ult as well. Sakura now can kind of return the favor. They've got a rush. Sound barriers as well being matched rather soon too. Again, Kellen trying to put pressure on this point, Rose, but it's tough for him. He doesn't want to get walled in, and you can see the way Clear's playing. He basically, Clear is just looking at Kellen the entire time. You make a leap, I put a wall down, and then we jump on you.
I mean, Kellen is basically isolated. You've got these Kitsune rushes that are going to separate off this point, and Kellen has no choice except to leap away. It's X10 by Seeker at the rafters.
Sound barrier coming in. No Ajax this time around. Bliss does manage to connect with 2 and kill Clear. A double kill for the Lucio. Make that a triple, actually, for Bliss. Okay.
I think, though, that if you're Sakura, I think you're pretty happy about this. You got the point capture in the middle of the fight. You get 50%. It is a little bit expensive, but it was very expensive for Space Station as well, expending both of their support ultimates in that last fight. So now Sakura come in with a sound barrier advantage on top of the fact that maybe Peace's Pulse Bomb just completely opens the fight up in general. This is going to be a tough fight though. If Space Station want to win this, they really need to make sure that Kellen doesn't get taken down first.
Kellen wants to go early too, I think. Judging by his positioning right now. Oh, nice little boot. Huge boot by Cinnabar. Actually forces the primal rage there from Kellen, but still managed to pick up a kill onto X10. That could have been a very, very sticky spot for Kellen to be in. Okay, quick reset here for Sakura. They have to go again. Final fight now for Space Station at 85. Any death here is going to be rather disastrous from Sakura, and in fact, Clear is in trouble. Sound barrier can't be expended. Does manage to get out of the way with Spike Guard, but now only 10% to go. Repositioning now for Sakura is going to be key to winning this round. Clear is going to be able to get the final touch as overtime has been triggered, and that's a good kill from X10. Already taken down Seeker, who's been a little bit of a menace for Sakura to kind of deal with.
Yeah, but this is really good. You get in there and retake the point without having to use the sound barrier aggressively. Meaning now you're going to have that as a reactionary tool to something like the Pulse Bomb, or maybe even just extra increased damage from Seeker.
Oh, nice sound barrier though from
Cinnabar. Try to win the fight now. It's last fight, basically.
It doesn't end up hitting Z there at all, but Clear is on the point and already forced the recal out of Sugar Free. Pulse Bomb connects, but Peace and X10 come up with kills. Sakura also having control of the point right now. Peace and X10 are going to be able to come back pretty damn fast, but Sugar Free all day, every day comes up with another. Clear's on the point with the Spike Guard, and here comes a Pulse Bomb, connects with CJ as Peace takes down two. Kind of waiting there for Sugar Free to drop to the mini health pack, knowing that Sugar Free was low. 97% of building for Sakura. There's a rush deployed on the point. And now it is desperation time for Space Station, but they've got a sound barrier. Blitz connects with 3 players, and Kellen has got the primal rage. They've got the staying power, but do they have the damage? Do they have the kills? Peace with an unbelievable kill there off of the map as Sakura take the map 2-0 to start off the series with a hell of a bang.
Oh my god, the chase went crazy. I love how calculated that was. To know you get the melee here, you get the recall, join your team. What a phenomenal way to end that map.
Kellen had primal.
Oh
Kellen
my
had
God.
primal rage.
Like the fact that they
You can stay alive. You can continue OT there. You hit the sound barrier on 3. Kellen's got primal. He jumps back in, mixes up people on the point. Like
too much burst damage.
Taking that map, and yeah, crazy stuff from Peace there at the end, taking down Sugar Brawn. 2-1 for Sakura.
Man. It's not even just like, it's not even the Tracer though. It was also about chasing down the Lucio. I think Peace just had such a clutch moment in the end. And Jack, Space Station are working really hard to get what they are even on this map. And yes, they did end up winning the second round, but I feel like they're working hard. Like Sakura is really making them work for this.
And they got it. Sakura right now, they are safe, in one word. Not going to be able to claim that number 1 or number 2 seed. Impossible at this point. Obviously, Geek and Nightmare. Perfect at the current moment in time. Is this a fight? Oh my god, Blizz. Blizz went kind of sicko mode of the middle of the map there. But Sakura being in this spot and Space Station also being where they are too, like
disgusting.
Oh wait, it's not about boot, Kellen. This is the Ajax, by the way. Oh, boom. You can see where Bliss was trying to hit the beat. There's a small little ledge on that side.
Yeah, like
that got taken out by X10.
Like, because like the concept there, right? You hit the beat, you try to go up, or you try to like jump up to like higher ground so the beat lands faster. Since it applies when you actually touch back down to the ground.
Yeah, you can hit it on that ledge, but
like you get bola shot and you just die.
Bola shot. That last fight, I was speaking about the primal rage when we were on Peace's POV. I think Cinnabar must have booped Kellen as he hit the primal rage, because Kellen had 0% ult, so it must have just been a boop off of the map, like boop straight down. I would love to see a little replay of that if we can get that at some point. If not now, then a little bit later, of course. But there's the viewer preps too. SSG with 84%, Sakura with 16. Said at the very top here, Rose, Sakura, they are the underdogs coming into this match, but they can punch up. They do have the potential. And you were calling out Peace, X10 throughout that whole series. Like, these guys are beasts. Like, X10, she's a monster on the Freya, and honestly handing it to Seeker right now.
Oh, I got kind of excited because I think like taking a look at the map pool, you're so right, by the way, about like what's happening with the DPS versus DPS in between these teams. But I think if we really want to set up the DPS for success on Space Station, I think Dorado is a great choice. Maybe now though you ban out the Winston if you're Sakura, like just
I don't
take
think
it
you
away
do.
from them.
I don't think you do at all.
Really?
I think if they want to play Winston, then we're okay with that because we play Hazard. I firmly believe in the Hazard game from Sakura. I don't even think you even go there. Like, if you want to desperately play the Winston, unless we go to like a Gibraltar or something like that, and we're not going to be able to now because Dorado's been picked, I think that's completely okay that you leave it up. I think Clear has a very good understanding of like how to mark Helen a lot of the time. You can see the walls, like Clear, when he needs to be, he's been very aggressive with the Hazard, jumping in, trying to like isolate a support with a wall. But a lot of the time, they're waiting for Kellen to come to them. Like, okay, you jump in, wall, spike guard, because the DPS are going to try and kill me as your DPS are trying to kill me as well. And then we just kind of dunk on you. Oh, let's get a little replay. So this is the boop that I was talking about from Cinnabar. So Kellen does pop Primal. Ooh, there's Kellen. Oh, so he pops Primal at the very end, but he hits the death box at exactly the same frame. Oh, and that's what I'm talking about. You had Primal, the ability to stay in that fight for Space Station and refill all your health bars. It was there. But Cinnabashi comes in with an insane boop. Beautiful stuff from Sakura Rose, honestly.
It's looking amazing. And I think like with the viewer predictions, the smart money when you look at the roster name value is Space Station, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
And Space Station fan the Hazard. Mad respect to Clear's Hazard. That had to go.
So this signals to me that Space Station, they want to continue running Ball or Winston. We're going to a Dorado map as well, which is very good for those. Sakura end up banning the Brig. Okay, so we'll see.
I think that's fine.
Yeah, I don't think that's
They can't ban the Ana
bad
again, so I think like, or I guess it technically could have because it was Space Station that banned the Ana the first time around. But I think the Brig makes more sense when you want to try to play a defensive dive. You look at Ana Brig as a very good backline, or you can go like Brig Bap now for the unkillable backline. So I think taking Brig out of the equation really does help with the Tracer versus Tracer as well. We didn't even see Brig in that
100%.
last map.
So, okay, you want to play Ana now with Space Station? Like, okay.
That's fine.
We're actually cool with that because now you don't have a Brig, so a lot harder to protect, a lot riskier. Let's have a look at the defense, and no surprise, Kellen on the Winston, but Seeker over to the Sojourn.
Which is so interesting because I think if you really wanted to play the Freya, Dorado is one of the best maps to do it. So much verticality, which is really where Freya shines. When you want to take a look at maybe even like replacing the Ashe on the team, you've got the great sightlines for that. I think there's good ways to actually leverage your own vertical mobility with a dash to just kind of like play on the rooftops of the buildings. But maybe if you're kind of expecting, oh, Sakura might not, or like maybe Seeker's really not feeling the Freya versus X10, then like go ahead and try something else, and maybe it is going to be the Sojourn that plays a little bit better. But I mean, X10's just going to go back over to the Freya here, so I guess we'll find out whether or not this choice feels good for Seeker in the long term.
Yeah, X10's ability to farm ult as well. I mean, just Freya in general, Rose, like, it's kind of absurd how much ult charge she gets. Bliss is in trouble, by the way. Does need some help. Okay, does manage to run away, but this high ground control and Clear's ability to now play Diva, it's like, okay. Again, it feels like Sakura are playing with Space Station a little bit in terms of their pick ban. It's tough to ban Clear out because Sakura know what Space Station want to play. They want to play Winston. So, okay, you ban Hazard, we play Diva. That's cool.
This is basically going to end up playing the same. I mean, I think the defense matrix actually becomes even more valuable here. You don't have the same way to actually deal with a lot of this Winston Tesla cannon damage, but that defense matrix is going to help out so much versus Seeker, versus Sugar Free. I think even just seeing Kunais get sent that way from CJ, Clear's like, yes, please. I'd love to eat up any of those skills. X10 has Bola shot, by the way.
Already, yeah.
So, like, already, yup.
Nice little dive, though. Perfect stuff, actually, from Space Station. You've almost got to anticipate. If you look at the old charger like Seeker, for example, right now, 65%, you're like, okay. And you even hold tab after the first fight, and you're like, okay, Freya's probably close to ult. Like, the amount of damage that Freya's doing to a Winston, just to anybody, to be fair, with the bolt shots, like, they know that it's going to be close, or they have ult. So, yeah, smart stuff, just jumping them as soon as they end up going through choke. Oh, well, that was on the shield, but Kellen's taking infinite damage. Oh, what a stick from Sugar Free, though. X10 goes down, but she does trade a life for Kellen. So now, Space Station in the hot seat.
Ooh, but Peace and Evil to strike back quickly. I mean, Bliss down without being able to use the sound barrier is that there's a lot less sustain available for Space Station and easy cleanup for Sakura as they make their way past this fountain. It's still a lot of retouchability, though, for Space Station. Kellen's very close to being able to have the sound barrier, and it's not going to take too much more time for Bliss to come back. So this would actually be a pretty good defensive contest for Space Station.
Yep, sound barrier pops. Cinnabar, she used the sound barrier fairly late there as Peace ends up going down to a Primal Raging Winston. Kellen separating the team right now. Self-destruct on the point, dodged by Sugar Free, hiding behind that payload. And with the positioning of this rush from CJ, very hard for Sakura to fight in. So it's going to be a rather crazy ult trade there for the backlines from both teams. And now this next fight is going to be all Seeker all day with this overclock.
This honestly kind of starting to look like a full hold for Space Station. Overclock, really easy to maneuver when it comes to just playing around that big open space. By that first point, Sakura used everything in the tank to try to push past that, but I think Space Station at the end of the day with the Primal Rage and the sound barrier just had way too much sustain for Sakura actually bully past. So yeah, Seeker pops the overclock immediately.
1 HP.
Clear
okay,
is like gonna lose
All right, Seeker's cooking. X10 got 86 there. Nice little D-mech as well onto Clear. Trying to kill the baby D-mech with the last couple of seconds here. Rose, because 20 seconds left in the time bank for Sakura. A very different paced game here as we go to Dorado. A very dive-heavy map as final touch has to come in.
And they know at this point as well, I mean, Space Station can just play forward, try to stop Sakura from even getting to the card to contest. Ooh, but they gotta be a little careful because I think overextending here could be very dangerous. Touch does come through from Peace, but there's not really a whole lot for Sakura outside of maybe X10 getting a Bola shot.
Yeah, this left-hand room right now that Clear is playing has got that new little wall and obviously the double doors, which makes it a lot less punishing to actually hold there. X10 does end up going down there. Oh, surprise! Got Bliss in your face. All right, Sakura. Couple of members left as, yeah, Cinnabar, sure, she kills Bliss, but I think this is the end of the road unless Cinnabar somehow gets a 5k on the Lucio. A small little back cap here from Z, but it's not going to result in much of anything as Space Station Gaming shore up this round with a hold on first.
Really good hold at that too. I mean, this was so tough for Sakura to actually fight back against, and at a certain point Space Station just had the right tools to work with. Took them a little bit of time, and I think that, but overall they played with their space really well. The space control on that end of that first point was also super clean, and Seeker being on the Sojourn was the right call. That overclock was so deadly. And you even just take a look at the number of eliminations, like really coming up big for Space Station on that first round.
Sugar Free was 0 deaths. Look at that. DPS duos, but hitting the 12 limbs. And yeah, this is what I wanted to see from Seeker. More Sojourn. 1 death for Seeker too. So a lot more like reassuring, I think. A lot more reassuring for the viewers too. You saw the Preds 84% or something. Yeah, Kellen with only a single death as well. All right, Space Station on their attack now against Sakura. Haven't got too far to push the payload. Let's get a quick listen in. Please don't talk about your bowel movements again.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't see tank. Maybe that's him. Save D.Va.
You got today?
I'm touching you. I'm so scared.
Right top right.
Push push car.
D.Va.
Yeah,
First above.
Let's try getting on D.Va. I can go from right.
Chris on top.
Did you whoever touches?
D.Va.
In a shift. Keep shooting card.
First kills.
D.Va.
Getting on D.Va.
Right top, I think.
I'm sure the main.
In a shift.
On as well.
Pro.
Check top right.
You can stay.
I will push.
In a shift. I'm on one. I can't be. You're alone, Cal.
Okay, power.
Trash one, recall. Maybe nothing now. Maybe kill you fast.
Yeah.
K7
Yeah, they should.
Can you take top?
Top left?
Let's right top. Can you fly there?
Yeah, you help me though. They can push me.
1, 2, 3, I will jump.
I go for right top. Help me.
Diva.
All right, we're safe. No bowel movement talk. Oh, what a shot from Seeker, my word. Okay, Extend dead, good start. 2.5 minutes though, Rose, to go. Z jumping in to try and save clear, but now left on an island. Okay, here comes the push from Space Station. 2 minutes and a chance to regroup though from Sakura.
Kitsune Rush already got expended by Sakura, but they still have this extra life to work with the D.Va Bomb, and then Peace and Xen both with these explosive ultimates. Their hope isn't over, but I think if Space Station play their cards right, they could take an eco push versus Sakura, just get everything out of the tank and then come back in and overwhelm. Otherwise, maybe they just win a clean team fight here. I mean, Bliss is going to have Sound Barrier up first. It's very possible, but yeah, Space Station have really good handle of things right now.
Yeah, it feels almost impossible, right? Well, there's a bonus shot, does manage to connect with Seeker. However, the sound barrier from Bliss is going to come in, coat everybody in those over health bars, and the stick on to the mech's good for a D-suit. Self-destruct in the skies, and Sugar Free is just going to chase down Peace. This is going to be it, Rose. No support ultimates there. Sally from Sakura just completely overwhelmed. We're back, hopefully, to a normal Space Station gaming game. It feels like there is the map. Dorado taken by them, and a full hold as well to start off their defensive round. So, confidence building here for Space Station and the fans, but Sakura is still putting up a fight.
Yeah, I think this does bode a lot more confidence for Space Station with the pred as well, for 85% of viewers thinking Space Station's gonna win. And I think specifically where I'm getting that confidence from too is right at the very end there. You knew that Space Station had clear win condition. Either way, they can get the eco push, or they can just win if they have good, clear, clean team coordination. And even if they hadn't won with the ultimates that they invested, they still have more that they could have rotated through. But I loved this Sojourn pick from Seeker. It worked out beautifully, especially in this courtyard. And I think as well that you could hear that the team was very cool, calm, and collected during their listen in, very focused and engaged in the actual target focusing as well. I think maybe, yeah, I don't know. I'm hopeful though. This means that Space Station are on the right track again.
Yeah, Space Station obviously take that map. 10 deaths to 28 on Sakura's side.
So much better.
Yeah, I mean, you got to be a little bit cool and calm. I mean, Kellen, obviously, if we just pick out Kellen, it's been around for such a long time at this point. Element Mystic alumni, just saying. Played in Talon Esports, NYXL, of course. It's been around for quite a period at this point. And you're coming into this series as well knowing that you have got the hardest matches out of the way. This is your final little hurdle, obviously, going into week number 6, and you want to guarantee your space. I mean, at the end of the day, Were they going to be in the bottom two? Unlikely, but it did look fairly scary for the squad. I mean, you are going down to teams like Liquid, Geeky, who are extremely tough opponents, but I think this team especially has a lot on their shoulders. Seeker, Sugar Free too, like these players, they demand perfection, and I think the fans demand it from them as well. So yeah, we'll see how Space Station end up kind of tackling this next map pick, which will be Sakura's. So with that in mind, Rose, where do you think we go?
Well, I think we are probably going to end up going to, like, I would like to actually see us go to maybe like a Surabasa, or even, okay, King's Row also works. I think any sort of hybrid map would work great. Hazard's very good here on the streets phase especially, and I think in general, if you're looking at ways to really make sure that Sakura can shine, is like continuing to play maps where the Freya can be like really effective, and King's Row is also another one of those maps.
Yeah, Winston less viable too here. I mean, Kellen's going to be forced into something else.
Probably Orisa.
Yeah, some rush style probably could match the Hazard maybe if they wanted to. We'll see what the bans end up entailing too. Obviously, Brig can't be banned from Sakura now, so if Space Station wanted to force the dive, they could have an Ana Brig backline. So we'll see. Obviously, Sakura banned Ana in map number 1. But in terms of this Freya duel versus Seeker, I think both the Freya and the Sojin very viable on this map. Like Freya very good at getting early picks, and the upwards like verticality that the Freya can achieve very easily with the updraft. It is so good on King's Row first, less effective on second, and then again very good on third. So we'll see. I mean, I can't imagine X10's going to stray away from the Freya at any point, to be honest. She's pretty good on that hero.
Unless it gets banned out. Jack, I'm getting word that Freya is banned for this map, so we are going to have to see a fairly honorable Sojourn duel, maybe, or maybe we actually see some Cassidy. I think especially on first, like on Streets phase, I think Cassidy also becomes like pretty valuable to be able to play alongside some of those more front-facing tanks. And it's going to be a Juno ban to match, so no orbital raid business heading down mains either.
Okay. Freya ban from SSG. I like that a lot. Yeah, I mean,
the respect ban.
Yeah, seriously, the head-to-head between X10 and Seeker, pretty nuts right now. Obviously, the backlines have been heavily targeted by Sakura. Obviously, the Brig and the Ana there should be flipped the Hazard and Diva, but it's been heavily targeted backline of SSG, SSG, and then Sakura clear has been the main focus. But it's good to see Sakura at least paying some respect to the backline with the Juno ban. In terms of tanks, I mean, Kellen can play a lot, to be fair. I don't think Wrecking Ball or Winston's going to be too much of a crazy thing, although realistically, Orisa's going to be the fallback, I'd imagine.
I think that the Orisa is just better on King's Row than what I've seen from the Winston and the Wrecking Ball. Like, there's some interesting Wrecking Ball rollout spots, I guess, but I just kind of imagine the width of the Wrecking Ball. It takes up most of the width of the street space. It just seems like it's a very easy shot to take.
It's just no shot. Like, the Wrecking Ball on this map would be just something else. We've seen a lot of like sim
like having
working
bumpers on like a bowling alley.
It really is. We've seen a lot of sim actually being played in EMEA as well. It's kind of I feel like it's an EMEA special to play sim, but that also could rear its ugly head as well. Could have the sim against the rush. Really good against something like Hazard, Orisa. Like, the charge on the beam is a little bit wild. Let's have a look though. King's Row, map number 3, SSG versus Sakura. Currently, one apiece, and SSG kind of needing to win these next 2 games. Their next opponent being Extinction, which is the last match of week 6, and then Sakura's next opponent being Team Liquid. So a win here from Sakura will shoot their rankings up quite a fair bit. And I've mentioned previously, they're already secured that place. There's no way they drop into the promotion relegation, so they are safe, but more points on the board means better seeding, which means you get your choice of opponent going into the playoffs.
Which is so valuable, because especially seeing how some of these teams have a very signature identity, you can really pick and choose your battles. Like, I think Sakura, Space Station are both teams that really do show themselves as like Hazard died for Sakura or the Winston / Wrecking Ball died for Space Station. I think that's just easier to actually game plan around. So lot riding on the stage for the standings. But as we go ahead and take a look at what Sakura want to run out of the gates with, we can already see X10 easy fallback onto the Sojourn there instead of the Freya since it's been banned out. And you still have this Diva dive for clear. It does get access to the high ground a little bit better than what the Hazard does. And if you expected Kellen to also play the Sarissa, I don't think that Diva is a bad choice here either.
Piece there trying to get the pixel dash on to Sugar Free. Nice lamp coming in to try and save Kellen, but Kellen kind of left on his own there in the mini. Good to hold the kind of statue, but very good cleanup from Sakura. They do lose X10, which is kind of frustrating, but Clear and the rest of Sakura are going to be able to regroup, and you can see Space Station just giving a little bit of space to them, and they're going to be able to re-engage with 5 as Sugar Free goes for a flank.
This re-engagement looks like it should be quite good. I think the only thing that could throw a wrench in the works is if maybe somebody gets picked off before they actually get there. And, Immortality Field does get thrown out by CJ, but everybody's still alive.
That dive looked pretty good, honestly, into the backline for Sakura, but CJ surviving there is disaster. 2 ticks given over to Sakura, but Clear being Team X just leads to another stagger. Seeker still coming up with kills early on in these fights.
Seeker's just so good at being able to find those big opening picks, especially when he's on. He's really on. You can viscerally feel the impact that he has inside of the server. I think maybe that's why that first map of the series stands out so much, is because of how quiet he ended up being and not really showing up in that kill feed as much. But right now, Seeker off to a great start. The Sojourn 2 just has a really nice angle to play around the back of this point. You have to send Clear back there or Peace, and having that power slide available gets you a good range away from what either the boosters or that Genji dash can get to you.
Oh, that is unfortunate for Cinnabar there. She ends up getting isolated completely. Trying to join Clear and Peace on that dive, like you were saying, Rose. Oh, there's the Suzu on for the pulse bomb. Good trade, honestly, if you're the Kiriko there, but Sugar Free, yeah, he's still just doing numbers for Space Station. Sakura have to reset again. 1 minute and 30 to go in their bang. They got Rush and a beat coming up, so Rush versus Window, I'll take the Rush any day.
Yes, it definitely helps you push past that amplification matrix, but you still have to worry about going right into the loving arms of this Orisa Terror Surge from Kellen. And I think that's something that you have to be really scared of. If Cinnabar doesn't get this sound barrier online for that, or it just like dies before we can actually see the sound barrier as a good counter response. I also like this too, just completely wait for the amplification matrix to expire.
Yeah, very early Matrix. Piece in the skybox right now, Blade in hand. 60 seconds to go. Can even beat Blade into this fight as well. Force Bliss to use their own beats. Oh, CJ's already dead though to Clear. Sound barrier from Bliss, not enough to save the BAP. And now Seeker just trying to escape the wrath of Clear there. Blade's going to get pulled from Peace as well just to make this clean, although getting pushed around by the Orisa. It's only 1 tick, remember, too, so it's going to be an easy cleanup for Sakura, investing a lot into that fight as they get the payload going. No chance for Sugar Free to a touch, and in fact, getting chased away by Peace.
Right in the nick of time, but still means that you've got an additional 2.5 minutes going onto the clock. And Space Station making a bit of an adjustment. Bliss now over to the Brigitte, so you do have this more infinite survivable backline again. I think the Brig also makes a lot of sense on the streets phase because it allows so Sugar Free to actually operate a little bit better. You don't have the same type of Brig packs on Sakura, so I think like Tracer versus Genji becomes a little bit more manageable, especially if it's going to be Tracer versus Kiriko.
Yeah, and holding this choke point as well is going to be so easy. X10 needed help there. 15 HP for a little bit too long. Self-destruct launched in by Clear, though. Okay, well, Sugar Free's just going to end the life of Z. Unfortunately, Pulse Bomb on the ground. That'll do it. All right, Sakura, they do invest a lot into that fight. Both the railgun and the self-destruct. Clear seeing an opening, but unfortunately, water was pretty muddy there. Couldn't see 2 feet in front of him.
Ooh, Clear on the Zarya. X10 now goes over to the Cassidy. We're seeing a pretty big pivot here, but with 1 minute and 45 seconds left, it's enough time for you to actually give this a good old college try. Maybe you get the Graviton Surge online. but yeah, run it down mid, Jack. That's the type of vibe I'm getting here for the Sakura squad.
I'm liking the Zarya, I'm going to be honest with you, Rose. I really am. Window's going to be a bit disastrous, though, for Clear. Ends up diving back into cover, but in the bookstore, completely alone. Actually pushed into the line of sight of CJ and Seeker. Nice hold so far from Space Station. Minute 15, Rose.
Another respawn. I don't even know what I was going with there. I'm not.
Respawn for a re-engage? Oh, no.
Respawn for a re-engage is exactly what I wanted to say. But with nothing left, this is just going to have to be another rough fight. And it's been so tough for both Peace and Extend to actually find access to the backline. And even though we've got these Zarya bubbles, look at just how difficult it is for Peace to make it back there and actually get a kill.
Yeah. Those bubbles are gone now. Oh, Clear dragged back in through the choke point. Kellen looking like Scorpion. I mean, look, 30 seconds to go, Rose, and Sakura right now just kind of bleeding out. This is this choke point push is hard with the Zarya. Kellen is just basically standing there, spearing Clear as much as possible. They send Peace in with a bubble, and that bubble just dies instantly. They're not worried about the charge on Clear because Kellen's just tanking all the damage.
Yeah, I mean, like, the gold from the Orisa is stopping all of this extra energy, and now it comes down to maybe, like, Z amplification matrix, go into the Genji with the barrier and the blade. There's last-ditch effort, though, here, Jack, and I think there are ways that Space Station can answer this.
Oh, there's the blade coming through from Peace. That rally is going to just stun Bastion, but that lamp is getting insane value. Unbelievable lamp from CJ. They tank that entire blade and then some. Luckily, though, Z through the window is going to find a couple of kills, but Space Station is still standing tall in the front line. But against a high charge Zarya, any kind of ultimate use here is going to be good for Space Station. And there it is. Okay, they make Sakura invest another ult into the fight, and now it's OT. A Graviton Surge in the window, though, for Sakura. It's going to be a tough fight for Space Station. Sugar Free with a Pulse Bomb could be what they need, though.
One more Pulse Bomb and a Dream. I mean, this is already looking pretty good here for Sakura. Since you don't have that sound barrier, there isn't a great way to actually respond to this Graviton Surge. Unless, like, maybe it only catches one or you whiff. But look at how far forward Clear gets to get with this with the bubbles in tow.
Kellen is so scared. Oh, Kellen's 1 HP. Yeah, Terror Surge does land. The lamp's going to come through as well. Same with Z's, though. But Terror Surge still kills Cinnabar. The Graviton Surge whiffs as well on the point. Oh, disaster for Sakura. I mean, X10 at least ends up coming up with the kills, but Sugar Free's still alive, just blinking around the point, just out of arm's reach of X10. So X10 is just spinning at 360 degrees, but Sugar Free is just too damn quick. Sakura hold on second. Sakura had the ults there to win that fight, but Kellen stayed alive in the lamp at 1 HP. Terror Surges, picks up a kill, and then Sugar Free, he just does the rest.
That's insane, honestly. Sugar Free just put on a huge carry performance at the end of that point, and I feel like things are starting to look really bad because of the fact that you had that Graviton Surge, but he's only died once. Jack, that's crazy. And like,
Sugar Free was
look at
dancing
the
on
number of eliminations for Seeker and Sugar Free together.
Not great. Although, to be fair, Sakura, they did end up making it a little bit further than I honestly imagined, especially when they were at that choke point. It was a very scrappy fight at the very end, but Clear coming up clutch, kind of staying alive on that Zarya, holding on to the grab, which did subsequently end up whiffing for Sakura. 1 meter at 111. Oh, sorry, 1 point at 111 meters. See Space Station's attack, and it's going to be the same thing. You put it perfectly, Rose. Like, Orisa is just this fallback character for Kellen. If they want to play that rush, like, it's pretty easy on this map. Like, it's a go-to for a lot of tank players.
Yeah, and I think for Kellen too, one of the things that's really excited us about being able to see more of this Orisa is that I think Kellen, at least at the very start of the season, sort of looked like it was going to be like one-trick territory or two-trick territory with the Winston and the Wrecking Ball. But to be able to see this Orisa and see how much work he's actually put into making this a really viable hero choice is pretty outstanding. And this Orisa really showing up in this match so far. Look at how little fear he has just stepping forward, knowing that like if you play around the back part of this point, you're really forcing Sakura to come to you. And already Clear is gonna get demeched here.
Oh, not quite. Although will now.
There you go.
Called that perfectly. I mean, the Suzu came in clutch there from Z, but Clear is under so much duress. You saw Kellen get behind Clear and then spear spin and kill the Baby Diva. The Baby Diva is still alive. Surely Clear doesn't get mech. Okay, there you go. Sugar Free gets the kill at the end. Alive for a little bit longer than maybe they expected the Baby Diva to survive. But what I was saying was Kellen was just pushing Clear into the front line. The best thing about Diva on this point is getting to the high ground over and over again, but taking the fight on the floor against the Orisa, you're going to lose that 10 times out of 10, and that's Space Station with a Cat Rose.
And it made yourself so much more vulnerable that, like, everybody was looking at you. There were sights from Seeker, the DMEC becomes even easier, Sugar Free following up on that damage, and then all of a sudden, you just don't have that forward point presence that you would have loved to have on the Diva. Again, I feel like Space Station, like, they really have this right. As much as Sakura were delivering, just focusing down Kellen, you could hear in their comms about focusing down this Diva from Clear. And like, as soon as you get that mech out of the way, all of this becomes way easier.
Very aggressive rush, but look at the health bars right now on the side of Sakura. They just walked in to a meat grinder. They walked in to Library at 0 HP. Kellen just hits ult, grabs everybody together, and then Bliss just hits one swing with the flail. 4.5 minutes for Space Station. They win that fight with a window and a Terror Surge and a Pulse Bomb. They're going to walk into the next without the fear of a rush from Sakura. And Sugar Free's just still going.
Saying hello in the process. Hello, how you doing? You know, how's the weather up there? But
how's weather down there? I mean, they're digging a grave for them.
Oh, well, now Sugar Free's above them, dropping down for the Raptors. Seeker just pops the overclock, though, and Sakura can't step up. Deflect is gone. Defense Matrix is going to expire, too. And there's just a back cap. Like, CJ is just on the card.
They are capping currently. There will be a touch, though, from Sakura, you've got to imagine. Although Kellen's going to make it rather hard. Here comes the Blade, though. And Blade in a beat. That's what you have to invest in this point in time for Sakura to keep this alive. 0.66 meters for Space Station Gaming, but there's no more ults left. There's 3 ultimates used from Sakura for buying them valuable space, buying them valuable time, but they can't get any of these staggers. So Space Station, they're going to be able to reclaim a lot of the Streets phase pretty quickly.
Yeah, it's a good defense here for Sakura, but I think this is where things start to get really tough. Z has the rush. Maybe this Diva Bomb from Clear is able to make a difference, but the fact that Bliss gets to initiate with the rally and there's an Ant Matrix out this damage.
Bomba doesn't get anybody, destroys the lamp. Sure, this window is going to dish out a lot of work for Seeker. Help get those one-shots with the railguns. A D-Mech onto Clear is going to be good, but X10 fights too. Hang on. Sakura still need to deal with this Kellen, though. The Beast in the front line with the ult. Terror Surge connects with Clear. Baby Diva's not surviving that. There's absolutely no way. And only a meter to go, for Space Station Gaming. Sakura, they keeping their heads above water, but they got diving weights attached to both legs right now. How long can they realistically survive? A Pulse Bomb at the feet of X10 is the Deadeye does buy them valuable time, Rose, but for how much longer can they actually stay up? Clear is back in the mix in a couple of seconds. Is now Sugar Free kind of respecting the Diva because he doesn't have the recall much longer, but as soon as Clear comes back, Rose, already Clear is sub 10% HP. And there it is.
Oh, I can't even touch. They can't touch. I feel like there was a potential there because I saw the Tracer blink over the top and then Lucio was right behind. But even if there was a touch there, I think this is Space Station still winning out this map at the end of the day. And no time to spare, Jack. Things are starting to look a little crazy after that first map, but I think we've course corrected. We're back on track here as we get into that 4th map of the series soon.
Yeah, the value predictors in the chat betting Sakura. Honestly, you know, I can see where your hearts are at right now. Sakura's still putting up a decent performance, especially X10, finding clutch kills on the Cassidy at the very end. But this is Space Station, like you said, course correcting with how their stage has looked so far. Those hard matches are out the way. And Sakura's series, this one right here, was the final hurdle. A couple of small things that we saw, especially on Streets phase, Rose, that I wanted to bring up. a very aggressive push from Z. Everybody was kind of low, and a swift step into the Diva, kind of strafe left, put the rush down the straight, was like, okay, and now we can get in there, and now we can win. But unfortunately, everybody was still so low, and Kellen was waiting for the Bookstore with the Terror Surge, and they kind of just flopped. Maybe a small little miscom there from the back line and the front line, having two very different ideas of the pacing of that fight. And yeah, this is the exact fight I was talking about here.
Yeah.
Next map, Sakura's pick. Kellen, obviously, on the Orisa, is going to be pretty confident playing the Rush. 18 deaths to 38. It's not looking pretty for Sakura, but still, with a chance to come back. They're a team that can punch up, but now they're going to have to find a map that Space Station don't look pretty on, but there aren't too many of them.
I kind of wonder now if this is the time that you actually bring out the Suravasa pick and you ban the Winston. It actually forces Kellen potentially to just be, or well, maybe he just really wants to play the Wrecking Ball. And I don't necessarily think that banning out Winston right now is a bad idea after how like Dorado went. Maybe does that map actually look a little different if you had used your Winston ban there? I think you had some great logic in terms of, well, either you get to save the Winston ban for later, or you really don't mind playing against the Winston because you've dealt with it fine on Ilios. But I don't know, it might be time to ban that out.
Maybe we ban the Winston, we'll have to wait and find out. Give the players a couple of minutes here before we get into the fourth map. Will we go all the way? We'll have to wait and find out. Don't go anywhere. This is Space Station Gaming versus Sakura. Map number 4 after this. All right, welcome back. Map number 4. Going to Runasapi. Okay. Sakura banning the Genji. And SSG banning the BAP. Okay, Rose. After that King's Row performance, Kellen Orisa, and then we saw it clear on the Diva. Runasapi, is it kind of what you expected?
Yeah, I think if it was going to be, I think it was, in my head, it was going to be either Suravasa or Runasapi, and I think these bans also end up fine. Although I'm a little bit surprised because I think you're just going to see the Tracer anyway from Sugar Free. I actually don't know how impactful either of these bans are for either team.
The bans, I believe, on the screen are flipped. It's Sakura with the BAP ban and then Genji for Sakura. So Peace obviously playing the Genji for the squad. Won't be able to play that one this map. So probably on Tracer again against Sugar Free there. But no BAP for CJ.
Yeah, like I actually think that's fine. Those bans are even better now with that intel in mind that the BAP ban is actually for Space Station or against Space Station. So I like this a lot better. I remember I was like, what in the world? I was like, I don't think Sakura has played BAP once.
Yeah, it makes a lot more sense there, but all good. Let's rock in though. Rose, map number 4. I mean, if you're feeling secure right now, that map number 1 rather scrappy. The last couple of rounds at least, but the first round very decisive. Came out the gate strong. Space Station feeling like a little warm-up was required before jumping into this. King's Row rather one-sided. Space Station taking that quite handily despite like these comp swaps. And this is, we're not going to play ball. We're not going to play Winston. Kellen just on the Orisa. It feels like before when they were trying to find their own identity, it was like mainly Wrecking Ball, mainly Winston. We will force this, but having Kellen on the Orisa and CJ now being able to play the Juno too, it's going to be tough for Sakura, who are going with this more like dive focus build with the Hazard, and then Cinnabar, she's playing Moira. And okay, yesterday we did hear Moira apparently is OP at the moment, so
yeah,
we'll have to wait and see. The Red X special. Whoa.
Listen, you gotta hand it to these Overwatch players, okay? Like they know things that we don't about like what is working and right. Yeah, I think we hear that from Christopher too. Like actually trying to play Moira, but is getting flamed in ranked or something. Like there's some secret to success there, I think, to be able to play the Moira. Whether or not it actually shows up in this match, yeah, you know.
To be fair, okay, to the Moira point, right? Like, the Moira is kind of nice when you're with a Tracer. Like, you can just go into the backline. You have a very, very good escape pool. Fade is an insane ability. But the problem is, as soon as you use Fade, it's very hard to get out. Like, you are going to die real fast, despite you having the lifesteal on the right click, of course.
Right.
Well, it's working right now, and you can see Peace and Cinnabar trying to find an off angle against a Space Station. The Space Station falling in that first fight.
Yeah, I mean, like I hear the damage. I see the vision, and like it's working so far. I mean, Sakura are already gonna get pretty close to this first objective. Fortunately for X10, does not survive this fight.
Yeah, just okay. Kellen Seeker just straight up finding kills. No real competition there for Space Station Gate. If Sugar Free gets this kill, it'll be really nice, but only one blink remained there, so Sugar Free deciding against it, even though he had a recall.
But there is an elevator. That was a very easy jump pad, I think, for Kella to take, and now you still get this nice forward positioning.
She's in the back line.
Yeah, this is what
and
the
Space Station are very aware. And now here comes Pulse Bomb on the ground and nowhere to run for Cinnabar, unfortunately. She goes down to the pulse, and this is Space Station now pushing this one almost home. You can see the golden line of victory there being passed, and this might just be a checkpoint too. I really like this early ult from Seeker as well. Good luck recontesting this with a crack shot onto Peace.
Yeah, that's checkpoint for sure. And at this point too, Space Station can continue to play up with this Terror Surge, this rush. Like they've got all the right pieces here just to keep this progress going. And the onus is truly on Sakura here to like find something with this bullet shot or this pulse bomb. Like actually find value. Converting that over can be really difficult when like Terror Surge X10 stock. Jeez.
I think X10 thought the window was behind her then, but unfortunately it wasn't. Both rushes being used, one for Space Station, one for Sakura. Pulse one from Peace going wide, but here comes the Coalescence. That's a lot of healing, and Cinnabar's dead again. Unfortunate there for Sakura, as Space Station are still pushing the bot as they try to go for a big wrap, but it is going to cause them to have rather staggered deaths as Kellen just, he's just sweeping up Z and Clear.
Yeah, Kellen is just really cracked right now. I love this Orisa pick. I think it's that perfect thing, and I think it really just does show us that Space Station has a lot more to give in terms of not being just a one-dimensional dive team. And Kellen playing so aggressive here is actually making it really difficult for Clear to play reactively with these hazard skills. You got the downpour now, and that is something that Space Station are going to have to be careful of, but they don't need it yet.
All right, a couple of kills there. Okay, but 108 meters. Sugar Free just waiting to die. There it is. Cinnabar gets the kill. Perfect stuff. 6 minutes. 108 versus 38 meters. And now, Space Station, we can begin the mid fight for the next 6 minutes.
That is so true. It's just going to be the war over the mid zone. Downpour still for Sakura, but I think like the fact that that's all that they have. And you're getting stunned by the Orisa, and you're very low.
Oh, Kellen needs help though. Ends up going golden, but falls over to Clear. They do trade, but Sugar Free also has to get out. Picking up the mega health back is Sakura. Trading tanks, no downpour used either. Though Space Station will want to fight this. Like, forcing this fade from Cinnabar is going to be quite key, and there it is. And no orb available either, but Seeger's got the back to the Moira. Not exactly where you want to be. Healing orb sent out. Now the chase for the Moira. Didn't need to chase too far, though, as Cinnabar didn't have the fade back up again. Unfortunately, as Space Station reset the bot to mid.
Yeah, unfortunately, I think for the Moira, you don't out PS lifesteal the actual charged railgun shots. Or...
Oh, Clear's trapped right now. House goes out.
This is not good.
The Violent Leap gets speared, too.
Oof, yeah, like that had some good potential there, but the fact that Space Station sniffed it out, they get to unlock these forward spawns again, and they've held on to so many ultimates. I don't think this is going to be a completion yet.
Those verses have been paved. But yeah, everybody apart from Seeker there walking through the hazard ult. And it is all CJ all day on the Kiriko. This bot is going to get put into this final checkpoint, I think, Rose, this home base for Sakura.
Yeah.
There's even Bliss chasing down X10.
You might be right about that.
Cinnabar's on a flank, hang on.
Wait.
Everybody hold on. The Coalescence is available from Cinnabar. Fade used. Coalescence is still available, so hold your horses. Or hold your Kellen
horse.
tightly.
Yeah. Hold your one horse, Kellen.
Ooh. Whoops. We didn't see that one, don't worry. Those surfboards they're hurting. I'll tell you that. Oh, peace. Dominated by Seeker there, but luckily though, Clear with the cleanup to 127 meters to 38. A mountain's climb and then some, unfortunately, and they haven't got a Sherpa to guide them up the hill, I don't think.
With how little time is left on the clock, I think this is it's starting to become a really tough road for Sakura to assail. And X10 is so low, like actually getting bullied.
Yeah, Clear too. Clear lost all control of their character there. Spear spun into another universe. These Moira, like, orbs are kind of annoying for CJ. In fact, CJ spent that entire time trying to heal Sugar Free. Perfect time for X10 to come alive, though. As they reset the midpoint, so checkpoint denied there from Space Station, because so Kellen and CJ will get back spawn.
But this is also not a place where Sakura want to overextend, knowing that like Sugar Free has really woken up in this series. It'd be very difficult as like the double squishy DPS to hold their own against that at the moment. But you can already see Clear is back.
What a shot!
By Seeker.
Don't mess with the best. 2 minutes and 30 seconds to go. Okay, that's how you want to start these fights, or taking down Seeker like this. And Bliss too dead. CJ's used the rush already. Checkpoint in the sights now of Sakura. This is the comeback required from them. especially with the time in the bank right now. Even Kellen using an ult, so -2 ults there for Space Station. As checkpoints secured. They've got Rush, they've got Downpour, Bolus coming up too.
Yeah, like if there was going to be a comeback here from Sakura, this is definitely how it starts. A really great economical team fight for them, where X10 was able to get that opening initial pick, and they just cycled through that. Now it's going to be Seeker on the return, so I think this fight does get a little bit harder here for Sakura to keep that advantage, but they still have this rush.
Yeah, sound barrier from Blisters 2 is going to be good for 3. Clear being kept alive with a Downpour still available. So if he manages to catch Seeker here, it could be the road to success. But again, Kellen is just pushing Clear out of position. Every single time Clear jumps in with Violent Leap, Kellen's there with the spear spin to basically stop him from moving. All right, Sakura, they do end up losing their tank, and now Blizz and Sugarfree in hot pursuit of Peace. And without a recall available, there's no chance you win that fight. So despite them actually getting this checkpoint, there's a back spawn for Peace, and Cinnabar being chased down yet again on this Moira. A stick, insult to injury for Cinnabar there as she ends up going down to the pulse.
Yeah, at that point you had already used the fade. Easy layup for Sugarfree to get that slam dunk, and with 45 seconds left, now this is looking like nigh near impossible here for Sakura. They do have a couple of ults to work with, but demands perfection from here on out.
I think Clear's ult just got Ajax as well. That spear from Kellen, I think, stunned Clear out of the ult rows. Yeah, that one savior for Sakura now wiped off the face of Runa Sapi as they make their final push onto this point. Pulse bomb onto the taxi. Fortunately, that's a one-way ticket home for Peace. Go straight back to the spawn as an almost team kill comes in for Space Station Gaming, and Kellen holding the spawn doors with a Terror Surge of all things, and kills X10 and Clear. Yep, it's all over, buddy. Space Station full cap Runa Sapi, and they take the series.
Wow. I mean, Space Station, at the end of the day, were able to turn on the Jets and actually seal that victory. But Zoe, it was looking a little rough after this first map. I felt like even though we were all like, okay, mentally, it's gotta be Space Station, right? Like surely they're the team that's gonna win. After that first map, you like, oh no. Is this really happening right now?
A warm-up round, right? They didn't get their scrim in this morning. So, and again, control fraudulent game type.
So
doesn't really matter. That's the narrative I'm gonna die on. Just like Matt has his Moira is valid kind of situation. Yeah. Like we all have our one Overwatch take. What's yours? What's your guys' Overwatch take?
I think that playing Flashpoint and push is fun.
Okay.
But wait,
that is also a take.
Good to watch as well. I agree.
I think playing it is fun. I like it.
Are you guys just trying to be contrary?
No.
No, I think people enjoy the game types. People are very hesitant to try and enjoy new things, and I think Flashpoint and Push were them. So yeah, no, I like it.
Yeah, they were them. Indeed. Well, they're fun to watch if the right players are on the server, that's for sure. And both of these teams have shown us a lot of good stuff. Sakura, yes, they did lose, but they were certainly making SSG work hard for this victory.
Yeah, they were definitely making them sweat, especially on this control map. They look really good. Cinnabar had an amazing little boop at the very end to boop Kellen off of the map. I mean, Peace was showing up on the Tracer. This is, again, a Sakura team that can punch up. But as soon as SSG locked in, you saw this Dorado, a full hold, and then walking this payload in with time. It felt like it was only a matter of time before Space Station just locked in. And yeah, I feel like the rest was history after that point. But still, I think Sakura, they've got the talent. Talent's there. I truly believe that.
He went there. Actually,
it's true.
Speaking of talent being there, Seeker on Sojourn, like that is just the right take for this team. Yeah. I sincerely believe like that's their bread and butter. Like they don't need to mess around with the Freya. If Seeker's on Sojourn shooting like that, why?
I'm with you. I think like Jack. Jack, I'm
See, it's easy.
Wait, no, it's me. I've been working with it for 2 years.
Jason.
I swear. Jack picked up on this. before we got into the second map, where like the Sojourn for Seeker is a really valuable pick for the team, and I think you could really see that stand out as the series went on. Like, yeah, the Freya's pretty, it's nice, it's cute, it's the new thing, but if you know that something for you works and it's not broke, like, right, Zoe, why are you fixing it? Like, he's so good on this hero, and I would love to see them play more of this as the rest of the stage goes on and into playoffs.
It's also very assuring to see Callum picking up that Orisa and performing so comfortably on it as well, just to give them this other dimension where it will just be harder to ban them out on certain maps.
Yeah, 100%. I think his Terror Surge play was really good. Like, every single Terror Surge felt impactful from Kellen, whether it's getting kills or not, or dragging people in. The big benefit to that ult is like the old Orisa with the suck, with the ball thing, like, it's kind of like that. You drag people in and then boom, you just headshot them as Seeker, or Sugarfree's just right on top of them with the Tracer. Like, it is an extremely powerful ult if you can use it right, and Kellen was having high impact plays with it. He looks good, and they still have the Wrecking Ball if they go to Suravasa. They still have the Winston if they go to dive maps. This map pool, I think, helps the team tremendously, and this is Space Station. They're moving up, baby.
They are indeed. As their season started last week, they're on a good trajectory to end it strong, and a lot of that, of course, thanks to individual performers such as Seeker, clicking heads left and right. Just what we expect to see from him, really.
It feels good. Yeah, Seeker's
good. Feels good, especially because I think this is one of those players where I don't know, it's been interesting watching some of the discourse about Space Station in terms of, okay, well, we got to find the solution. Like, where's the team going wrong? Why is this not adding up in terms of Space Station being one of the teams that makes it to the international LAN at stage 1 and then finds themselves flopping in the first couple of weeks of the stage? But I think, like, I don't really think it's more of a problem of like individual players as it is like maybe they just needed some time to figure out the meta after coming back and finding this Orisa look. But like Seeker specifically also feels like one of those players that stands out, just like having such a clean Sojourn now, being able to play the Freya. And I think as long as Seeker's staying focused and like the whole team staying focused on the same goal, this is a team that can do great. And I really kind of wonder, how are they going to match up to those same teams that they lost to at the beginning of the stage? Might be better this time around.
The beauty and the difficulty, obviously, in the current meta is that it is so widespread. Like, any team can make anything work on the right map with the right bans. So you kind of need to be ready to play against everything, and also be able to pick up certain things and be able to like play on a less than ideal composition. If you want to like focus heavily on dive, like, you got to be ready to play it with suboptimal heroes and still make that work. So some teams took faster to that kind of change rate than others. Now let's take a look at our standings after this first match of EMEA, not EMEA, NA, less letters, has concluded. Space Station Gaming carefully, slowly, but surely moving up in the ranks. Now, of course, ahead of Sakura with a +1 map differential.
With a +1 as well.
Yeah, that's where we wanted to see them, though. Like, we expected to see them in the upper echelon of the standings.
Yeah, realistically now, they're looking at 4th. Like, Team Liquid are probably going to win the next couple of games here, and they're going to go up to 3rd place, and then Sakura in 5th, Fight to Guess, then Extinction in 6th. Like, that, in my mind, is how the standings will end up panning out at the end of week 6. Space Station, they could go on an insane, like, revenge tour as well. I think that's going to be the funnest thing to watch during the playoffs. Them getting revenge on the teams that beat them down quite handily, too, in the first couple of weeks.
Indeed. Now, coming up after a short break, we have Supernova versus Team Liquid. And while, of course, Team Liquid is the favorite heading into this, Supernova are actually... This is a very, very important match for them. Even if they can just gain some maps on Team Liquid, that could potentially help them out in order to not find themselves in the promotion and relegation matches at the end of the stage, as they are pretty much even with Extinction right now, and they will be facing off against them, I believe, as well, in week 6. So it all comes down to that. So that's why they probably want to, just pocket a map or two against Team Liquid. Can they get it done? That's the big question. We'll find out after a short break, so stick around. We love a good player of the match from a Lucio perspective. Zoe here, joined by Jack and Rose. And one more. That's right. We got more. There's always one more. We're going to bring in our good friend, the myth, the legend, the hair, the legs. It's our friend.
Is he really a myth?
Today's featured co-streamer. When did you drop the silver hair, though?
Yeah, where's the blonde?
Yeah, what happened?
Right, I
It
want
looks
it back
good.
ASAP.
What happened?
My scalp just had enough for a while, so I'm giving it a rest. And then once the scalp's better, we're going back to silver. Is the medical reasons.
Oh, like
Okay,
it's
medical reasons.
I feel that
Sad.
like physically.
See, I never colored my hair in my life, so I don't know what it does to hair, but
So
I can't
it is
imagine it's
so
good.
painful. It like
Oh,
the bleach on
Wait,
the
it's
scalp
painful.
is so painful.
Yeah, kids don't do that at home. I guess it's the takeaway here.
Is that the takeaway from this conversation? Don't.
I think that's our big
bleach your
takeaway
hair.
from this one. Except it does look very good on both Rose and Harry, so maybe be tempted at the very least. I don't know. Don't listen to me.
It's your mother instincts, so we kick it in.
To my mother instincts, I was like, no, don't do this. Harry, what have you been up to? Long time no speak. What's been going on in Leg Day's life?
Oh, not too much recently. I've been, I did a little bit of a mercenary thing over in Korea with Avril. We had a great time covering some of the stuff that was happening over there, and it was very interesting. I've been watching a lot of Korea recently, and very much, I guess, in a Schadenfreude way, enjoying seeing Falcons no longer be this this absolutely unimpeachable team. They are quite impeachable right now, and it's very fun over there. I've been doing some stuff on other games, but I won't bring that up here. This is just between us, you know. This is
There
me,
is
you,
no
and
other
Overwatch.
games, obviously. There's only Overwatch ever.
No other
Never
games
heard of her.
exist in the world, apart from, of course, Street
Actually.
Fighter and their sick collab.
So
That's
true.
right. Only the games we collab with do exist in our space as well. That's real. That's real. Any thoughts on our upcoming match before we're gonna play a little game with you? We have Supernova and Team Liquid.
I think for this particular matchup, like Team Liquid are so heavily favored that Supernova are kind of going to be in that position where this might be like a breakout game for some of their talent. It's cool to be going up against Tree. I think that Tree and Chronic might be kind of the avatars right now of like the next generation of like post-Owl Pro players. And like everyone gets their start somewhere on like a team that maybe people don't expect to win. Like that's what happened with Fleder and Flashlarks. And I think there's always going to be as broadcasters, our eye is going to be for that spark of talent that's eventually going to be the next Tree or the next Chronic.
The
I do love those
Flashlock
kind of
reference in the year of 2025.
Right?
Yeah, it's a
Oh,
boomer
good.
call, bro.
Howard.
It's a boomer call.
Oh, no, it's W call.
Boomer call. Wait, how old are you? Now I need to know. You're like a baby. Right?
I'm 30 now.
Yeah, I'm the same
So
age.
you are a baby.
Yeah.
Age.
I'm gonna turn 37 in like 2 months. So
Well, you don't look it so it's all good.
That's true.
thank you. That's what I need.
Yeah.
I was just compliment fishing.
Looking
Really.
younger than me.
was all the
Yes,
purpose
you
of
was
this discussion.
fishing so hard.
I was fishing so hard, and I caught one. Perfect. Now we are gonna play a little game with you here, Harry. We're gonna call this one "Putting in the Legwork." It's basically guess the location,
Okay.
but legs.
Oh, okay. I like it.
Turns out there's a lot of legs in Overwatch maps. We found out, and we're all gonna play it together. So let's take a look at the first leg.
What, like
and
table
see
legs
where
or
it
like
leads
hero
us.
legs on maps?
Leg.
Oh, these kind.
These guys, there's a lot of legs. There's so many statues.
Is this a
I think.
Oh, which one is it?
Is this? It might be Anubis, but
temple.
what's the other one? Throne of
I
Anubis?
think with that box on the top right, it's Anubis and not the
Yeah.
Yeah,
Stadium
that's
map.
what I
Old
was
Temple of Anubis.
Yeah, Old Temple of Anubis.
Oh, we're locking it in, team. Yes.
Yeah, we got one.
Okay,
I
that's a W.
personally am a
Throne. Okay,
am a fan.
check that. Oh,
Throne of Anubis. That's close enough.
Where
It's
is
fun.
that? Where is that?
I don't know.
Is that near? Oh, it's outside the spawn is where that is. The spawn doors are on the left, or like or also below like the thing.
Those are places you only find yourself in when you play that. Which one was that called? The prop hunt kind of thing.
Yeah,
So you have to turn into like a boss and stuff like that. Like that. That's where you get to places like that. All right, next one. Give
that
us
was
another
hard.
leg.
If that was the easy one, we're done for.
Wait, was that the easy one? Who said
I
that?
hope not.
Who said that? Chicken legs.
What is that?
Where are they grilling chicken legs or turkey legs? That's a turkey or a massive chicken.
Is this Blizzard World then? Like a roasted turkey?
Yeah, probably like
leg from an
I can
amusement
see
park?
that like in one of the taverns. No.
Wow,
Oh my
you didn't
goodness.
even give us time to ponder that.
Yeah, couldn't even sidebar on that one. Okay, do we get another guest production?
Yes, we get 1 million guesses.
We just made the executive decision.
Runa. Oh wait, no. Is this Paizu? They've got like a Brazilian steakhouse.
Oh, like a steakhouse?
Oh, you're on
sick.
it.
Yeah.
Good call.
Oh my god. Oh, it's picanha.
It's
I
the
should have known
spawn.
that. I should have
Okay.
known that. I should have known
That was an
It has-
insane guess.
That was, yeah, that was
Literally,
wild.
I do not spend that much time in that spawn room.
Sherlock moment.
Actual Sherlock mom.
Oh, this
Okay.
has got to be Bruna Sapi, sure.
No, is
No,
this
no.
Holy Runa Sapi clocking.
How did you
The
know
Runa
that?
Sapi heads are
llama.
feasting right now.
Yeah, it's the alpacas, like the little plushy alpacas or whatever that are
alpacas.
just like, yeah.
Wow.
Alpaca's not a llama, Zoe. Cool.
I don't. Is it an alpaca? It's not a llama, right? I don't.
No, I think it's an alpaca.
It is an alpaca. Okay. I don't.
Is this Esperanza?
Oh.
There's a
What?
statue
Where is
in
this
the.
Esperanza? What?
Spoken like a true widow player.
I don't think I've ever looked up there.
That's me
Get up there.
being just giga European and being like, I recognize that architecture.
Holy.
Materials, bro.
Like,
They don't cast in bronze in the Americas.
That's funny.
This is Coloseo.
Colosseo, right?
Yes, I finally got one.
Yo, you guys are killing it.
Nice. Wait, we're dominating this game.
You're actually dominating. Jack, did you ever say something?
I mean, I'm just riding
Say
the coattails of
we
everybody
just
else.
felt
Bro
like
got the Rinasapi, bro. Got the Rinasapi.
That's true.
that's a wooden.
That's
a
not
peg
even a
is it?
leg.
That's
No, that's like a chair leg or something. That's like the leg of a
Is
chair.
that Samoa?
I
Is
bet.
that one of the Samoan cultural shop things? No.
Oh, like a
It's literally a table leg.
It's looking like
or
my
a
leg
chair
out there with our
Oh
skinny
my god,
Could be
you're
anywhere.
right. It's a table leg. Wait,
table leg
wait.
from-
Oh yeah.
Oh,
let
what
me
map
just
could have a table on
color
it?
code on the
Is
screen
this
right now.
Is
and
this
just...
Eichenwald?
Ooh.
Okay.
No, then it would be
I just
a
guessed.
big reveal.
This is going to be some.
Oh, wait, what? Circuit Royale.
It's not even a table
That's
leg.
crazy.
It's
That
a
was
man
barely
leg.
a
Was it
leg.
like a mannequin leg?
Yeah.
Barely a leg.
I still feel like you guys crushed this game though. I don't know.
That was
Teamwork
actually really
makes the dream
hard.
work. Jack and I contributed 0.
I
to
did
your-
it.
I got the alpaca.
You have
More than
different
I
players
usually
in the team. You know, no, Jack is just here to spread misinformation. Apparently, what's on your shirt?
You're spreading misinformation online.
I love that. I love that shirt.
That's a killer
it's
shirt.
Sentiment, beautiful stuff.
Yeah.
Harry, before I let you go, what kind of misinformation can people expect when they're tuning into your stream?
You can find me at Leg Day Gaming on Twitch because someone's calling on Leg Day. And you can expect all manner of misinformation. Like, I just spew it constantly. Absolute
Falcons won't
yapper.
explode.
Sometimes I don't even spread misinformation. I just lie. And I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah.
So check me out.
That's good.
That's very 2025
Thanks for
of
having me as
you.
a featured co-streamer.
Of course, it's always great to have you. Great to pick your brain and just hang out with you. I hope we can run that one back very soon. For now, we're going to let you go. So thank you so much for joining. Everyone watching, make sure to follow him on Twitch and literally everywhere else where you can find Leg Day. And make sure to stick around at the end of today because we're going to be rating him as a featured co-streamer. For now, it's bye-bye, and Rose and Jack will take it away.
Bye, Leg Day.
Yeah, thank you very much, Zoe and Leg Day for joining us. Let's jump straight into the series. Team Liquid versus Supernova. OWCS first up with the Juno and a Genji ban. So, Rose, expectations for this game. Harry was kind of saying, you know, at the end of the day, Liquid are probably going to win, but this is where potential stars are born. Like, a lot of these teams that aren't going to be in the top 4 kind of realm, the players might get picked up, like the DPS, the tanks, and then spread to other teams where they might find a little bit more success. Do you expect that here? And what are your overall expectations for Supernova?
Absolutely. I feel like Supernova is a team that's just filled with players that we saw at the end of the Overwatch League days, and it's just a matter of time before they get picked back up again for some of these other teams. Like, these are household names that we're thinking about on Supernova, right? Like Falls, Grapes, Renko, like Sam from like the old Overwatch League days. I think Jutsu as well is another player that has really started to stick out to me. And so I absolutely agree. We're gonna see these players get picked up. It's just kind of how many spots are available on these teams that these players can go to in terms of being a new home.
Exactly. Yeah, it's a little few and far between. Obviously, those spots are very coveted on teams like EK, Space Station, etc., especially those partner teams. When it comes to this series, banning Genji here from Supernova, quite like that on a map like Oasis. We've seen Jutsu and Ryan. We want to play the Freya, we want to play the Tracer, so getting Genji out of the pool is going to be nice. I think Ryan's Tracer's been honestly exceptional when we've seen him play. Obviously, halfway through the season or something, there was a little, Ryan taking a little bit of a break in Korea, but now they're back at full strength. It does feel like this team has found their position in the meta. And Jutsu, not a bad Freya at all, but matching up against Liquid with Zera on the squad, like, tough series regardless. Let's jump in though. Oasis, first map, picked by Liquid.
But I think that if you're going to see any of these players actually get picked up to new homes, this is where it really starts for them, is just having a good showing against one of the teams that's considered the strongest in North America, or like one of the strongest in North America. And if you can have a highlight moment against a team like this, that just really helps you plead your case when it comes down to the roster changes that can happen in between stage 2 and 3. But it is such a tough battle. I mean, despite the name value that we see on Supernova mixed in with a lot of these kind of newer faces in this more recent days of the Overwatch Champion Series, like, you're playing against like Team Liquid. It's not an easy task.
Yeah, I mean, you got Champion on the roster too, and RuPaul, of course.
Yeah.
We'll see if RuPaul and Vega, their backline's going to be pretty unfallible on this BAP Brig, like you called it earlier, like the indestructible backline. Looks like Supernova are going to match them completely. No Freyas, no Sojans. Tree on the Cass. Jutsu is going to match.
Cassidy is so nice on this point. You don't really need to utilize these longer range sights. You can play alongside your Orisa, which is where we really see this Cassidy start to become a more valuable pick. Gotta be a little bit careful about stepping up too far, and I feel like Jutsu did just that. He is spear to the face. But it's a waiting game. At this point, you're really just kind of hoping that one of these teams makes a mistake in terms of the cooldowns that they use. So it's sort of at a standstill. Team Liquid's gonna be the first ones to actually step up, but it's about kind of finding that off pattern of what these Orises have in terms of their skills and waiting for some skill shots.
All right, Astra manages to strafe back onto the high ground, but infected with a nice spear initially. Point's not been taken just yet, but now Team Liquid can take all the space that they want. They go straight into Hookah, and that's a very, very smushed Grape there. As Infected smacks him in the face. Point's going to get taken in a moment too. Yeah, Liquid, and like you said, buying their time. They had a little bit of capture progress. Did make Supernova respond to try and stop that cap going away for free. But Astro getting booped to the low ground. I mean, that's over for your high ground control, and Liquid just run over you from there. Renko with a window, same with RuPaul though, and a Terror Surge fairly early on from Infected. Some more damage.
Yeah, that's gonna end up being a pretty good ultimate to have for this next fight. There isn't really a great way for Supernova to actually answer this. No rallies. Both Vega and Grapes kind of trailing a little bit behind everybody else on their teams, but that's kind of to be expected, especially if these fights don't drag on long enough. Like, you're not really finding a lot of value with the Inspire healing. That was a big stun out for them. Jutsu's ult, so High Noon is now gone.
Woo. That is a window. That's really far up too. Windows down for both sides. Infected. Oh, dearie me. Jutsu and Renko. A sweet embrace of death there as it infected Terror Surges them both, and a team kill for Team Liquid.
Woo! Ooh, feels good for Team Liquid fans. That was pretty expensive though, like having to use the window alongside the Terra Surge, but I think it was even more expensive for Supernova. Team Liquid still at least are going to have this rally for later. I think that's kind of what both teams are sort of banking on at this point. I'm not even going to count the high noon here unless Tree does something miraculous. Usually that ult doesn't find too much value in terms of an elimination.
Astro wants to go high ground again. Little flail there from Vega.
Oh, no!
All good. That's the second time I've had a small heart attack, and I can imagine Astro is exactly the same. Infected does end up going golden, but look at Astro's positioning right now. He is alone, although Infected caught lacking a little bit. RuPaul chased away by Astro, so a lot of those heals can connect with Infected. Rally deployed by both Grapes and Vega, but it is now just Liquid trying to stall out for time. There it is, 90% on the board, and a Terra Surge saved for Supernova.
Really good stuff here for Supernova to have that alongside their DPS ults again. It was a very economical fight, but this is where things also continue to get a little bit challenging. Like Astro has to find a way to use this Terra Surge. You don't necessarily want to use both DPS ults at once here. Just at least to have something for the next fight, because you got to start thinking about, yes, I would want to win this one, but also about winning 3 more fights in a row here to actually win out this control point.
Oh, very telegraphed Terra Surge there, but Tree still ends up going down. Good kill, and he staggers. A little stagger there. And Astro gets a nice bit of ult charge, actually spearing Infected off of the map.
All right, well, now the second thing up to bat here. I mean, the fact that you won with the Terra Surge, look at how much time you actually stalled off of the clock. And so now maybe Amplification Matrix, you get to send it on an angle here. Makes it a little bit difficult if Team Liquid actually step up to the plate quickly. I think it's better for Supernova because you actually have ways to kite away from this window.
I do really like that bat perk. When you use that shift, you get an increased rate of fire. Nice pulse bomb from Zera, though. There's the window, but it's at an awkward angle. Tree with a personal bodyguard of Vega, and Infected yet again finds value with that Terra Surge. Supernova, they collapse. There's a Team Liquid. He just kind of, well, just push into the back line. Terra Surge, and that's it. It's all over. And it's Team Liquid with a round on the board.
Oh, yeah, I mean, Team Liquid here. With a nice little punch to Ryan to finish things off here from Tree, do end up winning out this first control point. And Supernova started to look quite good. I just think that, like, overall, pound for pound, I think the players on Team Liquid are just mechanically getting the better of their counterpart. It's not, like, it's still really early, but I do think, like, you know, Zera's doing amazing. Again, kind of what you would expect to. Not dying either in that first round.
It feels good for the Tracer if you don't die. A solo operator for sure. I mean, 12-0-0. No assists either. Just pure killing for Zera. Same kind of comps. We're going to University. It's going to be a brawl with the Orisa. And then Ryan back on the Tracer versus Zera. Okay, so again, no Freyas, no Sojourns, opting for the Cassidys. And honestly, I don't mind this whatsoever. Jusu, kind of known for the Cassidy before Freya was released. A little bit of Sojourn here and there, but hero that Jusu definitely wouldn't mind playing a little bit more of.
Oh, I like the Cassidy pick here again. I think this is just another map that the Cassidy works better.
It's so dicey jumping down those staircase against Infected, almost telegraphed.
I like clutched my the armrest on my chair like 4 times now in the last round, and then that.
It's scary. Well, there's the point, capped by Infected. Supernova try and get an off angle, but this flank and a nice bash actually coming through from Vega, getting a mutual stun onto Grapes. But if Team Liquid end up taking space on the point, Supernova try and yeah, good luck. Ain't no way. Team Liquid do end up just flanking them around, and Supernova caught a little bit lacking there. We'll see if they can come back in, but RuPaul wanting to use these windows early. He's done it before. He will definitely do it again just to buy space and time. You can see how far he's actually playing up now.
I think that's a really great call on this particular part of the map, because where do you go from there? You just have to back up. Supernova can't really completely walk by it. And look, I mean, Immortality Field as a response, and then they just scatter.
Yeah. GLHF Ain't no way you're escaping that. And Graves dies, and now Astro is all alone. Absolutely bullied in that low ground. I really like you said, I really like using the window there because you can't hide, and then you just basically force a complete reset. If you get kills, as a bonus.
Right, and now what a great bank of ultimates to sit on for Team Liquid. It already looks like it's going to be last fight territory based on how much time Supernova are taking to just play this patiently, because that's also part of the compositions matching against each other. You're waiting for somebody to get a pick. So it's final fight here, Jack. Window gets completely negated here after Ringo puts that down. Team Liquid cut away, and now they just get to look at this with the Terror Surge next.
Yeah, really smart cancel of the Deadeye. Brian, though, already super low, and Renko steps up and just gets, like, bonked by Vega. Little High Noon getting blocked by the shield, but the Terror Surge is going to help Infected stay alive, and just playing on the edge of that lamp as well. Takes down Astro. Still, though, Infected is still going. I mean, look at the health bar of Graves right now. Saved by the lamp, so both the Baptistes coming in rather clutch. However, it is Jusu on the Cassidy. That sticks Liquid with a little bit of damage to the face, and good Grapes positioning too, just basically sticking to the side of Jutsu, being the personal shield of the Cass. And 99% for Team Liquid though, Rose. Still a very hard fight to win for Supernova up next.
Yeah, Amplification Matrix now on the flip side gets a chance to push back Supernova, because all you can do is cower to the point, and Jitsu even almost gets caught trying to take the retreat as Infected just goes absolutely full horsepower onto the point. They don't even need the Amplification Matrix to actually push past the choke point. Now they get to use it on the flank.
Yeah, look at him. Three-man hit squad just trying to get the flank, although Jusu found the hammer straight up. That window is going to be pretty useless now, as looks like Team Liquid are just running past it themselves, but the rally on top of that, I mean, it's all over Rose. There's just too many support ultimates online for Supernova to sustain through the fight, and they can't even actually get back to touch to keep the point going for them. An OT flip for Team Liquid, and the Terror Surge is Infected as one of the most epic fights I've ever seen. Arista versus Arista, and the other Arista's just walking away from him.
Oh, and that looks good.
Yeah.
Poor Amplification Matrix.
I don't think Renko even shot a single bullet through that window, I'm going to be honest. There you go, RuPaul and Infected close out the map. A little 2-0 to start off the series on Oasis.
To be fair, Orisa hits the Terror Surge. You're already so low. What are you going to do with the Amplification Matrix? You just kind of hope that like the rest of your team can use it, but then you all get like AoE killed, and yeah, all she wrote. Team Liquid off to a great start for that first map. I think there were still like some pretty good moments there from Supernova, but I think if you see anything less than a 3-0, like Team Liquid does start to look a little question marky.
Yeah, I don't think that is realistically going to happen at this point. I think Team Liquid, the expectation here is a 3-0, and like I said, I think third place for them right now is where they're going to land, with a Space Station in fourth going into the playoffs. Should give them a decent seeding. Nightmare and Kike's run though through this stage has been ridiculously impressive. So Team Liquid probably not landing themselves a spot there, considering their 2 losses already. We'll see where Supernova want to take us next.
I kind of wonder if Supernova actually wants to play a little bit more of the Genji. So maybe if it's going to be Genji... Oh, I was going to say, is this... Oh yeah, these stats are actually quite close, despite the number of deaths on either side. But yeah, if they want to play a little bit more Genji, I kind of wonder then, do you want to play Suravasa? Do you actually want to take an Orisa duel again? But I think like Genji on Suravasa looks very good. You could also probably play Genji on... Wow, actually, Gibraltar might be a little hard.
Yeah, I mean...
Runasapi?
I don't know. Yeah, I feel like a Runasapi, maybe Suravasa kind of angle for the team. I mean, if you're looking at Supernova, False, and Astro, realistically, it could be subbed in whenever to play like a Winston if they really want to. Although, despite Kellen playing the Winston, I still don't think it's the strongest tank right now on a lot of these maps. But Well, I guess apart from Watchpoint Gibraltar, we'll have to see. Yeah, we'll see where Supernova wants to take us. I think banning a Tracer here would be kind of detrimental to them as well. So sure, you get it away from Zero, who is ridiculous on the character, but you take it away from Ryan, who is probably his best. So yeah, unclear where Supernova want to kind of target their bans to. Maybe the backline. Like it's tough to ban against Team Liquid. Their hero pool throughout their entire roster is just so vast. It feels like a more like feel kind of thing. Like, okay, we feel like right now they're dominating us on the Orisa, we'll ban the Orisa, but Infected can just play whatever. Ball, Winston, like Hazard, it doesn't really matter. It's truly a tough team to really target one individual on.
It is hard, and I think that's where Team Liquid finds a lot of their strengths, and also where a lot of people start to cite some weaknesses in terms of maybe not being able to master one thing in particular. But I think the best teams in North America right now, they're able to master like two. I think even just taking a look at Space Station in their last match is a pretty good example of this. They're good at the dive, but now they also have this Orisa look, and so combining both of those things, it makes it really hard to ban out something that you're not able to play the other Orisa comp. Okay, we have the Winston, and think similarly for Team Liquid, like maybe they had a little bit too much at their disposal, but you're right, you can't target ban somebody, and I think that's really where a lot of these teams, when they do find an upset, that's where they've been able to find that strategic differences in the bans. But you've got Kiriko banned for Supernova, a Soldier ban here for Team Liquid, and I don't think this really hurts either team, it feels like.
Yeah, Runesapi is going to be the map. Man, Runesapi has honestly gifted us so many insane like Overwatch Esports moments over the last couple of years. Well, since it was released, to be fair. I mean, I think the most historic moment is the Violet Ajax on this map. It's got to be.
Oh,
I was getting through Paul as well.
You have the best memory of Ajaxes.
I love that moment. That's one of my favorite moments of the last couple of years.
It's like, I love to see these players suffer. That's what you're saying.
No, well, I mean, it was just an insane sound barrier, but I mean, I love watching Violet play, but like that, yeah, that was one of my favorites.
True.
For sure, from last year. All right, Supernova. Astro staying in, no substitutions, so we're not seeing false, so back to the Orisa.
Yeah, and I think the Orisa is the right call. I think, though, when you look at where these teams actually want to land for their DPS, it's where maybe we start to see some differences. But even though the Genji is unbanned this time around, we are still going to see Zera and Ryan stick to this Tracer. Since we are playing this Orisa look, I think that does make more sense with the Cassidy in tow. But very interesting approaches here for the backlines of both of these teams. Poor Vega stuck in brig jail for this Orisa backline.
I don't know. I don't know if Brig Jail exists anymore, I'm going to be honest. I think we've demolished Brig Jail. Is this not like a perma pick now, you know?
Yeah, I guess that's
you
true.
You don't need to play the Brig. I don't know, hot take. I think Brig's kind of fun, actually. Really early lamp usage there from RuPaul. Getting pushed pretty heavily. Actually, Zera goes down to Jusu. Okay, 4v5 now. RuPaul, despite being 70 HP, still wants to take the duel. Jusu takes another head. But unfortunately, Vega and Tree ends up cleaning up the rest. Vega with a bash and then instant whip shot onto Jusu was kind of clean. Supernova get team kill.
Tree is cracked though. Like, I think that's really where the power of this Cassidy is coming clutch for a lot of these teams. I think you see this also with the headshots. If you're able to get those critical hits, then you're two-tapping people, which I think is insane. Zera also does come back on the Genji, so it's not going to be the Tracer versus Tracer. I'd be a little surprised, actually, maybe Ryan stays on this hero. If the Team Liquid start to find a lot of purchase with the Genji, maybe you try to match that. But, I mean, like, Tree already has High Noon. Yeah. Ooh, gotta scatter.
Yeah, gotta back all the way up. Preemptive High Noon, knowing that potentially Supernova want to swing on this corner. Well, there's the Terror Surge. Lamp is going to save RuPaul's life, but unfortunately for Infected, actually went the opposite way. This angle from Jutsu is quite devious, but RuPaul still takes the kill. In fact, taking the 1v1 versus Ryan too. Shift up in about 4 seconds or so, but Ryan leaps on him before he can do that. But it is, Zera all day, actually, on the other side of the map. Manages to clear up too. Rather scrappy fight now with Ryan and Astro dueling out in the mid. against Zera, and without a reflect, and maybe just a dash remaining, does manage to get out, but this is not a clean fight for Supernova here, so the progress on the bot is going to be kept to a minimum.
Yeah, it's very slow because you also only have 2 people pushing it, but I think where are the reinforcements? I don't really know. You have High Noon here, which I guess can help you maintain some of that distance between you and Team Liquid, but I think Team Liquid just has better ults. I'd say the Sound Barrier Creeps does get that online for this next fight.
A little bit of damage there onto Infected the front line. Sound Barrier comes in just in time, but look at that! The stun, the Terror Surge grab in, then the stun bash. Grape's health bar, it just evaporated. It didn't exist, really, at all. That Sound Barrier looked good, but unfortunately, Team Liquid had the response.
Oh my god. Yeah, Grapes had it too. Like, the timing was perfect. Knew that, like, if the Sound Barrier at least hits, the full charge from the Orisa isn't gonna actually kill the entire team, but you just don't have the rest of the sustain after that point. Or you can't get away. Like, terrorists are just pulling you in. So, yeah, a good team fight here for Team Liquid. Very expensive for Supernova. Team Liquid now gonna have the Blade, and this should just be checkpoint. I don't even think there's a good way to contest this if you're Supernova, and they just give it up.
What? Zera just, like, Houdini'd Grapes. It just disappeared. I don't even know where it went. All right, there's High Noon for Tree. Is gonna force the positioning here of Supernova, and that window as well from RuPaul is crazy aggro, but what an angle. This is, unfortunately, the rest of Supernova just kind of falling over. The bot is just going to continue its journey towards Supernova's base.
And I think there's good. Ooh, careful, Tree. Okay, there is healing there, but like that was actually pretty big stagger on Tarenko as well. Just the fact you were able to follow up on that kill, you're already gonna round this corner. Infected still gets to take this forward positioning, and Zera has not used the Blade yet either. Steals the pack away from Ryan too.
Yeah, so Zera's going to get a lot of support here on the sides because he can just get brick packed over and over. Got to force that recall though. There you go. Okay, hit the headshot with a right click. That'll force the recall. Zera also kind of respects the space, gets healed up, and in fact, Vega's going to join him on the high ground.
Well, he's getting ready to use his Blade. He really wants to use it, but he needs to wait for that perfect moment.
High ground control here for Supernova. Blade's going to get pulled though by Zera. There's nothing left, I don't think, of this back line. Pulse bomb on the ground, and 2 Orisas staring at each other using the Terror Surge, but Infected ends up clicking the left click first, and Renko and Jutsu go down, smushed into the floor as 105 meters and counting now for Team Liquid. And Supernova Rose, they've got only this High Noon against a window rally.
Window rally, and then another High Noon from Tree to match Jutsu's. This really does feel like Team Liquid should be able to cap here. As you see them kite away from the High Noon, Supernova can kind of come back with their own, but it's also pushing them into this really awkward territory where Zera, this window, is going to collapse onto them.
Yeah, nice kill on Jutsu too. This window is rather gross. Astra ends up going down, and Rose, this is just going to be a full cap for Team Liquid. Don't expect anything less as they survive the fight. Team Liquid with a 2-0.
2-0, full cap. Looking pretty good for Team Liquid right now, and unfortunately I feel like there's not too many choices that Supernova can really take us to. There are some maps that might be able to turn this around. Even when it comes down to the target bans, we talk about this all the time with Team Liquid. We talked about it heading into that last map that we had. What do you actually target ban to really put Team Liquid with their backs against a wall? It's hard. There really isn't anything that I think puts them into that same predicament that maybe other teams would, and every player has really stepped up in that way to make sure that they can't get target banned.
Yeah, I think for Supernova as well, Rose, kind of looking past this match, you're like, okay, we pick the next map, we lose 3-0 against Team Liquid, like, okay, where are we looking? Where is the rest of our season going? We've got 2 more matches. Supernova versus Extinction, and then, one more match, it's just against Extinction. Extinction also have a match against SSG, but that Extinction versus Supernova match, that is really going to determine a lot. Like, being able to claw away maps, and even a victory against Extinction might keep them out of that relegation spot for now. I mean, Both teams are at 1-4. Extinction a -7, Supernova a -8. So that series is where they're looking at, hoping that also Extinction lose against SSG in that final game of week 6.
But it's tough when your fate is out of your hands. And like, I kind of can't imagine what it must feel like to be a player in that moment where you can not do anything except to kind of hope that somebody else falters at your expense. And yeah, it is hard, but I think like for Supernova, even if they find themselves in that promo relegation, I think this is still again a team of players that individually these are players that can get picked up for other teams. Maybe even taking a look at the third stage, people are already eyeing some of them like, ooh, okay, you've got a nice hero pool, maybe we like snatch that up, or wow, you've put on a great performance as a support, maybe this is somebody that we would like to have as a way to maybe make sure that like our backline looks good or like stays good.
Yeah, I think Zomb is definitely one of those players on Extinction. I think Jutsu has had some really good moments too for Supernova. So look where Supernova want to take us for this next map, however. Could be the last one in the series. Against Team Liquid, it just looks like another day in the office for them, and it should be, realistically. Don't want any hiccups here. No maps kind of given away. I mean, you could go to a Suravasa, running the Orisa again. I think that's okay. You could go to a dive map if you want to, maybe get some Winston action going. And it looks like it's going to be Circuit Royale. Okay, so we get to see potentially the Lifeweaver and the BAP rear its head again, or maybe even some Alari. There's been a lot of like different comps that people are playing on this map. It's actually been one of the best maps, I'd say, to watch this season or this stage. It's been super fun to see the innovation.
Super fun, like a lot of extra rounds for this map. Yeah, like the team, the hero traces, I've just been super enjoying this. So maybe Supernova can also bring out something that's going to be spicy, add another hat into the ring. We do actually get a sub here, so Jack, we're going to see Falls come in for Astro. So then, yeah, kind of makes sense. Probably going to see some Sigma play here, unless it gets banned.
Yeah, maybe. Like, we're going to ban Sigma. Honestly, I think you would if you're...
You could ban Ram.
Team Liquid. And then you just...
Or protect ban
play Orisa. Or you could ban Ram as well. I think that might be a viable option too. I don't mind it, actually. We'll see if they do end up doing that. I'm not sure what Supernova are going to ban, because if they're really scared of this Lifeweaver BAP, they could just ban Lifeweaver. It looks like Supernova are going to ban Lucio instead, so don't want any fast comps coming out of Team Liquid. Then Team Liquid ban May. Okay. Oh, sorry, just getting word in. Bans are swapped. So Supernova banning May first, and then Liquid banning the Lucio. So Liquid don't want to play any against any fast comps from
Fair
Supernova.
enough. Sure. I think this also protects your backline as well. I don't think we see a whole lot of... Well, I guess we have seen some Lucio, but I feel like more often than not, though, as the stage has progressed, we've seen a lot more Brig BAP, Kiri, Juno.
Especially on this map.
Fairly
like,
popular on circuit.
Yeah.
Lucio, like, not as much.
Yeah, you're like, okay, it's probably going to be BAP Lifeweaver or like Alari BAP or like something like that, like heavy poke. And without the Lucio, it's like, okay, so we actually do want to play heavy poke. Like we can go against the Juno,
like
although Juno, you know, good with the speed ring. That's fantastic. It's not like constant speed with the Lucio, so I don't mind this whatsoever. Circuit Royale, we're going to load in. Final map potentially here in this series as Team Liquid take on Supernova, leading the series 2-0 right now. Final match of week 5 to week 6, the last final chance to get that seeding for Team Liquid, and final chance for Supernova to keep themselves out of promo relegation. Their game against Extinction next week is going to be a big one for them.
It really is, and I love that we have that kind of drama in this stage for Overwatch. That next weekend is going to be super hype. But for now, let's see if Supernova can actually keep themselves in this. They're going to be on the attack first. Team Liquid decide to take the defense, and they have their like patented Baptiste Alari backline. Are you, Vegas, very excited to play that one?
Yeah, it's great. Look, I love playing poke on this map. I think it's really fun. Although poke's annoying to play. Circuit Royale gets a pass for me. I normally hate playing against poke comps. It's kind of dull sometimes, but on this map especially with all the straightaways, it's fun. It's a fun time. Zera playing the Sojourn too, so very heavy upfront damage, like a little insane. And you can see Liquid, they're not going to be too afraid here of this D.Va. It's going to be a tough match to actually navigate for False, because you've already got so much Matrix, and Tree and Zera are just going to be slinging damage out, so every inch is going to be rather valuable to them.
And it's hard too, because for the D.Va, you really do have to try to like take down a target with somebody like Ryan or Jutsu. And I think there's quite a bit of mobility on this Team Liquid squad. Or the healing pylon just makes it so difficult for these dives to actually get finished off. I guess as I say that, you know, Vega actually does get sniffed out outside of the immortality field.
Yeah, good nade though from Renko initially. Forced out the land from RuPaul, and Vega, yeah, go in the brig, going away from the Alari, sadly. Oh man, that kind of sucks, but understandable considering Supernova was running the D.Va. But saying that, False is now on the Ram, so.
Yeah, we got the Ram here for False. Maybe
and then Vega switches back to Alari.
Yeah,
instantly.
why not?
Like, okay, we see Ram. I'm going to walk back to spawn real quick. Now we're back on the Alari, because realistically, Ryan's the only one that can dive you.
Yeah. And you're not going to get pushed out of the way of your own healing pylon, so I think this does feel much better. But, you know, Ryan's still finding his way back there. Zera gets taken out, and now you just, you know, got to keep it up, keep up the pressure.
Yeah, the pylon is such an invaluable resource. The majority of the healing from the Alari is going to come from the pylon, and you're basically in a poke comp. You're free to just do damage. Your pylon can do 100% of the healing, in all honesty. Well, Nano Boost deployed there onto Jutsu. That hurts if you're RuPaul there. You get tagged by that, and the lamp dies instantly with it. An annihilation, though, for Infected. No supports available for Team Liquid. In fact, just used it as a mobility tool by the looks of it. They do end up backing up. But Supernova, they took a couple of casualties, Rose, so they're not at full strength and they can't really find any more picks.
I actually think it's fine that Infected used the Annihilation there, because it bought valuable time for the rest of Team Liquid to come back. Tree now has the Bola shot, so that is something that you can safely use in this next fight, especially if Foot goes down here from Ryan. But Ryan is also trying to find a way to actually use the Blade, and that is the struggle bus here for Team Liquid with these support choices.
Oh, Blade's good from Ryan. Ended up getting an initial slash there onto Tree. Finds the kill onto Zera as well. Nice work from Ryan. Really, really sticking it to Team Liquid. Vega and Infected, of course, that anyone's alive now, unfortunately for them. I mean, the likelihood of Infected actually clutching this one out, very slim, especially with the Alari only for the heals. And there's the point cap for Team Liquid. Okay, we'll see if Supernova, how far they want to push as Team Liquid now swapping to Orisa.
Yeah, it was a good effort there by Tree to use the Symmetra to try to stall for a little more time, and it does leave Supernova with only 3 minutes left with the second point. As we see Infected switch over to the Orisa, we still have this like Alari Ana backline. I feel like there's gonna have to be some switch here. Like after the Captive Sun. I mean, Vega certainly can do a lot with this particular ultimate, but I don't know how much I like this.
Oh, she did connect with someone too in the backline. Looks like it was Grapes, but got out of the way. Vega, very vulnerable up in the sky to the pulsar torpedoes. Steep into effect. This is a very scrappy fight right now. You can see Ryan actually playing a little bit of defense. Is Infected and False are just running each other's backlines right now. False with the Annihilation. It eventually ends up running out, but pops the Nemesis form to continue his foray into Team Liquid's backline. But unfortunately for him, this nano boost onto Zera cuts him short. Supernova is still trying to claw this space away from Team Liquid. Out of the hands of Ryan and Grapes, they've managed to do so.
Yeah, a big nano onto Ryan, and Renko gets that as well, and that's going to be a second point captured. Infected's just going to kind of have to sit there. Even gets put to sleep, actually, by Renko. Great shot there with the sleep dart. And a second point for over 3 minutes now. Hey, Jutsu finding Tree? I mean, look at how much space they can grab now.
Yeah, this is really messy. A little scrappy with it on the second point. Yeah, 3 minutes to go. No nano blade available from Ryan, but could use the orbital ray, although a little bit slower. Sometimes rather clunky with the blades, considering you have to stay in the ray itself to get that extra damage.
Yeah, it's hard because like, do you want to try to use it on high ground? Do you actually try to take the fight to lower?
Space control for Infected though.
That works.
There's the Orbital Ray on the high ground to clear him off. Oh, Infected 70 HP. Used the Terror Surge to keep himself alive, but the Orbital Ray, it's just too much additional damage on top. Jutsu and Tree end up trading there, both bolts connecting with their mark. All right, 1 HP. Surely gets the kill here though. Yeah, he's got the heals from Renko too. But meanwhile, Folks has managed to get killed. I mean, Folks, again, just extending into the backline while this small skirmish is happening between Ryan and I believe it was Sarah. With 2 minutes to go, Infected switches to Winston.
Yeah, we've got the Anabrig backline here for Liquid as Infected now gets a chance to really capitalize on that with the Winston. And you still have ults to spare. Like Nano Boost from RuPaul can go on to Infected to help make sure that like Renko and Grapes are easy pickings. There it goes.
Swap City for Infected right now. I think he's played almost every tank in the book, to be honest.
We saw
late
Roadhog
nano there from RuPaul. Sure, okay, yeah. I mean, half a second of Roadhog will take that.
But the Winston, I think, is the perfect answer for what Supernova have. If you're going to continue to play this Diva dive with the Genji, and you still have the Ana Brig, as Grapes actually makes that transition over to Brig himself, then may as well just play the Winston. In fact, he's really good at that hero, and you also allow RuPaul to play one of his favorites in Ana.
Oh, Nanoblade, though. Little Jisoo real quick, but Ryan's going to be able to clean him up. Oh, actually, Zera does end up slinking away from Ryan. So he just end up getting one kill, but False with the micro missiles snipes as they take the high ground. 60 seconds to go now. But with Infected with the Primal Rage, it's going to be a tough point to cap.
Really, but Infected doesn't have it online just yet. So maybe if Supernova go fast enough, you know, you kind of catch Infected off guard, accidentally boop him off a point, or like
off the map you go.
Yep.
Yeah, goodbye, Renko. Now the Brig is next on the menu for Infected. A true delicacy for the Winston players, getting both the backliners. 30 seconds to go, and this is going to be a mean stagger as well onto False. I mean, they are not letting this guy go. FRD right now, out there. Oh, no. 27 HP as well, and they're... Oh, I mean... 10 seconds to go, False hits the reset. Yeah, good luck. That was really memories of FRD. We won't forget you, Frywiener.
All right, well...
They do get the touch, luckily, Rose, but good luck getting the retouch. Oh, there's Tracer, and she's dead. 2 points is all that they can muster. Supernova Rose. There's a duel for the skies here as Tree picks Jutsu out of the air, and there's the Disu onto False. He came back and he died. He got another touch, but there you go. 89.59 meters, 2 points on the board for Supernova, and Team Liquid with a clear goal in mind now.
It's still a pretty good push, all things considered, from Supernova. Pretty good. It's winnable.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that card's in a really annoying spot too, so very winnable. As long as Team Liquid don't get like 5, although I was going to say don't get 5 minutes on last, but we've seen insane things with even a 5-minute time bank on a third point.
Yeah.
Notoriously hard to actually cap, so
but usually 5 minutes is enough, or you know, like that's why you have that
in theory, it should be enough. Exactly. Nice damage from Jutsu though, Rose. 15 and 5, 8.5k.
Yeah, it's looking really good. And I think when you take a look at how much impact this Freya has really had from Jutsu, I think it's very exciting. Just kind of see where Jutsu can take this match even further. But what I'm really interested in is, you know, what exactly do Team Liquid decide to play? I think you have a lot of options here, but based on the fact that we're going to see Supernova on the defense, I guess maybe we'll listen in and see where Liquid's heads are at.
Wait, what? Bro. With the bark colors.
Yeah.
That's actually weird, bro.
I think it might make my life, like, right now it's like at like an 8 out of 10. Might make it a 10 out of 10. Ram.
Ram. I'm going to Ursa, yeah. I'm picking that shield perk.
We're in this together. All of us.
Just get out Ram. Shoot out Ram, get out his CDs before we swing. Look, Ram.
41. Or Ram 1.
I'm taking high. Genji top.
Clear Genji right. Clear Genji right.
Swing Genji, 3, 2, 1. No dash.
Genji up.
I'm doing a lot of damage. They might get nano soon.
Alright.
Yeah, fine.
Swing Ram. Tear their push. Live this, live this, live this.
Living it.
Our turn after. Genji close.
We show up.
Yeah,
Get it. Swing out wide. I'm on wide. I'm on top right.
I'm on corner. Just hold this.
On a stuff right bottom, maybe.
Ram
1.
Yeah, I'm looking.
Okay, they're
Ram 1.
Get one. Rama.
I'm pushing Ana.
Push Ram.
Free one.
I'm an Ana.
Go right. Come you know. You know what?
Nice.
I think they're gonna go Diva.
Do you want to? I think you go up. And
I'm gonna go.
Are they going to go Diva? Wait a second.
Yeah.
Perfect call there by Team Liquid. Yeah, it wouldn't be Rose in our little text chat comms. Ram was full HP and they're calling a 1. It wouldn't be Overwatch comms without everybody calling that someone is 1 and they're above 50% HP. If they're actually 1, you say actually 1. But if they're not, then you just say they're 1.
Like Genji was 1. Genji was 1 and then Genji died.
He's 1. He's 1, guys. I said anti onto Infected, though. It's very, very deep in.
Now he is 1.
Yeah. Now he is, yeah, quite literally 1. That's a literally 1 a moment. Tree. I mean, come on, man. You can't let him get away with this. Also, despite the push here from Supernova, I mean, Team Liquid is still finding these kills. That's a detonation of the ult as well. That Captive Sun landing onto Grapes. Good little, like, he banks it off the side. Jeez, even with Infected going down, Supernova caught with their pants down, unfortunately there. 4 minutes to go, making their final attempt at defending this second point.
Ooh, it's gonna be tough. I mean, False just respawns. You will have the nano, but I think applying that to anybody here is gonna be tough when you've got this Orisa in your face. There is a recontest though.
Oh, the nano blade. The nano blade gets denied by the lamp. Oh, you couldn't write a better script here for Team Liquids. Orbital Ray, though, is going to be good for them. They've got to keep moving with it, though. And Lucas in the backline still. I mean, good luck. I mean, True that entire time was just slinging bolts towards Supernova, who were trying to get on the point. Just a complete pincer maneuver there by Team Liquid. They cap the point, and there's the 5 minutes.
And RuPaul gets to go back to Ana. This team has become so fluid. No pun intended. But like, you know, they hit the third point, they go, okay, easy switch for us. False was gotten Diva. So now that we've used our ults, let's go Winston, Ana, Brig. Super, super clean transition from them. With 4.5 minutes left, this is the danger territory we're talking about. This should theoretically be enough time for Team Liquid to cap this. So really tough work cut out here for Supernova. They only have this Diva bomb, and Team Liquid have got both of their DP assaults to throw at this.
Yeah, Supernova in as well. Like, False wants to reclaim this high ground space. Nice nade again from Renko. Has been rather consistent with him. That bowler shot, though, I think that connected with 3 people, by the way, in that choke point, as False turned his back to the Freya. This is going to be a clean team fight as well, Rose. So Team Liquid are going to have very good positioning on this high ground.
Yeah, I mean, like, a cart moves, and this looks like it could be it. Like, Supernova do have a couple more things. Like, they still didn't use the Diva Bomb, so you've got that plus the bullet shot. Maybe these nanos can really make a difference here, and I'm looking at Renko now to be that difference maker. But yeah, like, high ground control there for Infected, but Zera is under a bit of pressure here on the high ground.
Yeah, Jisoo throws in the bolus, but, I mean, it connects with the Brig and the Ana. They heal it off. It's all good. Tree does end up dying to Jisoo, but here's the engage from Infected. A nano boost to save Jisoo's life and just to keep the fight in Supernova's favor. A good little bash there, but again, Renko with these antis. Vega lit up bright purple, but for him, he's got the plasma screen TV deployed, so you just pop that up and RuPaul heals you. You're all good. Nano boost on who Infected now, keeping the door closed on Grapes, who's trying to exit the spawn. Jisoo dies, and Infected's now got the Primal Rage, so again, just prolonging these fights. Liquid are winning these handily. Supernova just running out of steam as a nice dive onto the high ground ends Renko's life, and Rose, this is the final push.
Looks like it could be. There's still a couple of members of Team Liquid that are coming back from the spawn, but now that you've actually got the D-Mech on a false, it looks like this is going to be all over in a couple seconds.
Yeah, Zero's on the Tracer. Tree's got a kill. Infected with Primal. I think that's going to be it. Jutsu finds one, but Infected is pushing them back into spawn. And Team Liquid will find that golden box victory in their hands as they take the series 3-0.
Really clean stuff from Team Liquid as well, and so I think it's not even just 3-0, it's a convincing 3-0, which is something we wanted to see from this Liquid squad, especially after, you know, they have lost to some big heavy hitters. So they lost to GK, they lost to Nightmare, and so I think being able to get this win is another vote of confidence. Like maybe they can continue this run for their season and for stage 2, and so it might just be only those 2 losses on their record for the rest of it.
Absolutely, and it was great already last week. I mean, they won their match last week, but they came into that match on the back of a brutal beatdown against Nightmare. So for them to then take GK to all the way to map 5, making it really competitive, and then today rocking up and having such a convincing victory, like pretty much flawlessly played. Like that's exactly what you want to see from this squad. Now it's got to be a confidence booster heading into the last match they have, the last 2 matches actually they have since the week 6, as I just see. The corner of my eye is a 2-match. Yeah, but they should be considered the favorite in both of these. So overall, they should actually end this stage with a pretty good score.
Yeah, realistically, Team Liquid, they come out today, they're 3-2. They win the next 2, it's like 5-2. Wow, the math almost went crazy there for me, I ain't lying. I almost couldn't add 5 and 2 to get.
Rough, man.
2 and
it's
3
rough.
to get. Whatever I was adding, I don't know. 5 and 2 is what their scoreline will be. You would imagine if things do end up going their way, which would put them in a solid 3rd place. And then it depends, like Space Station, probably also going to end up in that 4th spot. So I think right now you could say it's all going to plan for for the top 4 teams. It's up to Supernova and Extinction. That game is going to be the big one. I think Supernova, they knew they were going to come into this and probably lose it. They didn't end up sadly getting a single map, but it's all to play for them still. Keeping themselves out of that relegation spot is going to be key. But I think I want to touch on what Rose said actually a little bit earlier. The fact that a lot of these players can and will be back either on this team or another team. I think Jutsu's had some exceptional performances on the Freya, and he's kind of stood out a little bit on that pick. So yeah, we'll see him again.
Oh, 100%. We're also going to see a familiar face joining us for a quick chat. Infected will be coming in for a post-match interview. Infected, once again, welcome to the show. Our favorite meme in person. Yeah, that was it was a very convincing victory. Walk us through generally how you feel about how this stage went for you guys. You had some heavy hitters you had to get out of the way first. Suffered 2 kind of brutal losses, but then recovered. Are you happy with the performance overall? How do you feel?
I think this stage as a team, I'm more happy about how we're playing than we are last stage, than how we played last stage. But yeah, that Nightmare match when we got 3-0'd, I think we just forgot how to use our hands, and I think that was just like honestly just a really bad off day for us. Yeah, I mean they played really well too. I think their DPS played really well that match. And then the GK match, I think that one was really close. It sucked to lose that one, but like at least like this Orisa bad Brig meta and just go looking at our next matches and even like looking in the playoffs, I'm really confident in us. I really do think if we play it how we normally are, we're gonna win the stage.
You think you can run it back then against GK and take him out? That seems like it could be a tough battle, but your Orisa specifically is really good. It's one of the best ones in NA, I'd say. Is there any kind of meta that you would want to see, or is it just, again, like you said, the Bat Brig Orisa?
I think the Bat Brig Orisa is also just really good for us. I also think we're good at just like the Monkey on a Brig and like also like the ball comps, like the ball Lucio Kiri, stuff like that. I think we're good at a lot of comps, honestly. So there's not like any particular, I'd say, that I'd want to see, but like this Orisa Bat Brig, I think is really good for us.
Okay, but what's the most fun you have when you get to play? You know, what's your favorite hero? And like maybe overall, where do you feel like the vibes are the highest as a team?
Okay, the most fun to play for me is the ball Lucio Kiri, because on ball you literally just fly around the map and that comp is super fast, and especially like Ilios and like ball Lucio Kiri mirror, like everybody's just going all around the place and I don't even know what's going on. So that meta is really fun. And I think like for like our team
Love
too,
it.
like everybody's just like screaming in comms. So that's really fun.
I love that. I love to hear from a ball player as well that no one knows what's going on, because every time I'm picking up ball, I'm like, I just lost all sense of direction and like comfort. Like, this is weird. But yeah, you guys just make it look easy. You cemented yourself very well in the upper middle of the pack, so that's a great place to be, and we can't wait to see what you have in store for us come playoffs as well, of course, as we're looking ahead. Also, you are the player of the match, so congratulations to the honors. There we go, get a plushie. Yay! We planned that. Yeah, any last words from you? Anything you want to say to the fans who have been supporting Team Liquid and you personally?
Yeah, I just want to say, really love the fans. It honestly makes us want to work a lot harder, and it really brings my spirits up too. So just thank you to everyone who supports us, and thank you to my parents for allowing me to do this and like live my dream. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Shout out to my team. Yeah.
Yeah, the team, they got your back as well. Awesome. Only right takes here from Infected. Thank you so much for joining us, and best of luck in next week's matches.
Thank you so much. Goodbye.
I love Infected.
Thumbnail
I love
face.
it so much. For real though, for
Infected's
real.
great.
Also shocked, like absolutely shocked that he's still doing this hard. I thought the kids do this one now. I practiced.
No, there's like a couple. So like this one, but the new thing is like the cheat part. You're like behind the times, Zoe.
How'd you do the other one?
Yeah, this one that's that one.
And then yeah, it's like
What fingers do you use?
But I'm still very partial to tiny hearts.
It's
That's my
pointer
favorite.
and middle.
Yeah, but then some psychopaths do the middle up. Like, it's wild. It's wild out there.
Doesn't.
Yeah, it's wild out there.
We'll have a
It's
segment on
wild.
next week.
Okay, while we're gonna practice, just like our teams will be practicing coming next week, heading into their last matches. Let's take a look at the standings to see how we finished off our penultimate week of regular season play. Not too much movement there. Everything is predicted.
Yeah, it is. And Space Station 3-3, Sakura 3-3. Let's get it. I mean, I'm excited to see how Sakura improve going into next week, the playoffs. With Space Station Liquid, yep, 3rd and 4th place. This is as expected. The Geek Nightmare game next week is going to be an absolute slapper. Someone will go. They will eventually be 6-1, but someone will have a perfect stage. I mean, it's rare that we get a perfect stage. Obviously, VP did that in stage 1. In North America, it's a lot tougher. So yeah, it's been good to see both teams perform very well.
Yeah, let's take a look at the schedule for next week. As you just mentioned, we do have 2 matches where there is just so much on the line. Necra Extinction and Supernova is one of them. They're fighting to stay alive, staying out of relegation. And then Nightmare and GK fighting for that top spot.
I can't wait to see how that's gonna go. Oh boy! I mean,
Actually, all these matches could be
always
bangers.
So exciting! Yeah, this has so much potential. I mean, like we've got Sakura versus Team Liquid, which is to really help filter out through the midpoint. The Geek versus Nightmare roster is to get the cream of the crop, and then you've got Extinction and Supernova fighting it out to stay out of promo relegation. And this day is gonna be a banger. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. This is gonna be so good. I am excited. Alas, we do have to wait a whole week for all of that to go down. For now, we're gonna say back to Jack and Rose. However, the day is not quite over. If you're craving more Overwatch, more entertainment, then you should be sticking around, because we will be rating leg day right now. Yesterday, we had the utmost pleasure of tuning into Joystick, who also joined us here on this show. So once again, of course, follow him and send him some love. But for now, it's all legs, all day, every day. Head on over to Leg Day Gaming, say hi from us, send him all our love, and we are gonna have a 1 week break until we see you again. Thank you so much for tuning in, and goodbye.